quite brilliant.
White Hart Lane, home of the Spurs. Do you know what we are? Let me tell you what we are. Champions of Europe. That's what we are. Let me sing it again. We won it in Bilbao. Won it in Bilbao. Champions of Europe. That's what we are. Spurs corner, top till I die. Spurs corner, top till I die. Spurs corner, top till I die.
I told them, and they laughed. I told them, and they didn't believe. But here we are.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Spurs Corner, the best place to be on a Tuesday night. Smash like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. You know the drill by now. I wonder how many people are happy and how many people get angry when they hear Ange just before we go live.
The last bit. Just the last bit.
We should do a poll and see how many, like, yay, great, or woo. Anyway, Merry Christmas, everyone. This is our last show before the new year. Welcome. Thanks for being here as always. Big up to JP, Danny, Lubo, and Danny K in the house. We will have Mari at some point as well. Say a quick hello to everyone. JP, how you doing? How's Christmas? How was the Spurs Crystal Palace experience for you? Oh, by the way, I know how it was for you because the highlight of the game, me and JP having a beer.
That was literally the highlight.
That was the highlight. And the goal. And Archie Gray's goal.
No, Christmas was good. All done. All finished. Mayhem of paper all over the place. Glad that's over. Time to rock it tomorrow. End the year. Europa League champions. That's how I'm going to be celebrating tomorrow.
Champions of Europe. Danny, how are you? I heard you went Christmas shopping today and you bought half of London, apparently.
No, just went and done the usual after Christmas shopping with the missus, you know, where you're going to Boots, stack up for the year and everything because it works out a hell of a lot bloody cheaper, and then got dragged around everywhere else she wanted to go shopping. Finally got in this afternoon and chill out. No, Christmas was quite a relax, this one. Vegged out, didn't do much. It was actually quite nice to have a chilled out Christmas.
Nice. Lubo, you must be celebrating your house, your grandson scoring against Chelsea. You must be Crystal Palace, sorry. You must be delighted.
Listen, it got us to 3 points, didn't it?
That's good, Eddie.
It got us to 3 points. So that's the important thing.
Have you still got the newspaper with Archie Gray on the front?
Which one? I haven't taken it downstairs. This one. What, the back page?
That's it, yeah. you've got to cut that out and put it on your wall now. It's got to be part of the furniture.
Frame it. There's a nice bit of empty wall behind you there.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing, JP.
I've got a picture to put up on the wall of Ricky Villa scoring that wonderful goal in '81 for the final. I've got a picture of Bill Nick up here, Gaza. These are the true, proper Tottenham legends.
Real footballers. Real footballers.
Not today's footballers, proper footballers. Before football became soft and diving and cheating and all that shit. So
Before the game was gone, right?
Well, it's not the same game as it used to be. That's for sure.
Danny, how are you? You good?
I'm good still. I've been missing our arguments, man, in the group chat. What's been going on? Like the last few days, you've been quiet still.
I can't do it every single day. Yeah, that's the honest answer. Can't do it every single day. Rinse, repeat.
I'm good. Spurs won. Things are good. Christmas was nice. I chilled with the family and probably more chilled one as well again with tomorrow. So yeah, I can't complain. I can't complain still.
Mate, that Spurs chat
And-
for me is the same experience. Okay, you and me just argue. Scott M just calls everyone a liar and a bullshitter. Tony Rodriguez is just angry that we've won a trophy. And I can't deal with it. I'm emotionally broken in that group.
I think that was the idea still. That was the idea to like break.
I have to say, I'm stressed out fighting with medical insurance companies. Let me just tell you, in America, the system is effed up. But what has been entertaining me is the dialogue between Stell and Daddy. And I'm loving it because everybody else is just watching it. I'm just enjoying it because I'm like, these guys must have called each other before and say, yo, we're going to go at it and let everybody in that chat go.
I wish it was planned. I wish it was staged.
I'm like, these guys, they know each other. It's almost like, you know, if I'm fighting my brother, it's just like
it's literally like fighting your brother. Like 1 minute you're arguing, the next minute you're absolutely fine. It's no problem. That's what it's like, especially being Greek as well.
Yeah.
No, man, I go to bed with a headache every single day. Literally,
I've enjoyed it.
You know what, Stel? I just want to say we've had a late Christmas miracle. Brennan Johnson may be leaving the football club. I mean, unbelievable.
Listen, that's one of the topics when you discuss.
But the bad news is, Laird just gonna handle that money. It's the bad news.
Murray, you know, you mentioned medical fraud. Is it true? I heard something about some $9 billion fraud in Minnesota with medical aid or something.
Oh yeah. That's a huge story right now. It's also coming up at a time where they're trying to now stay away from Epstein, so it came at a perfect time.
Right. Okay.
It's like, take the direction that way.
Yeah.
By the way, only because Lubo mentioned it about he's going to put a classic picture of Ricky Villa up on the wall. As you all know, Iggy's a massive AC Milan fan and Tottenham. Mate, he put this picture in the group chat today. How good is this photo?
Yeah, it was a good photo.
That's Modric warming up at the San Siro. What a shot, man, with the sun coming through the roof.
Yeah, that's a wicked shot.
Nice.
That's great.
Now, just imagine Odebert. Or I don't know.
Archie Gray. Yeah,
So kills the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, Solanke.
Lubo, I think it's the next Steven Gerrard or something.
No. This is the picture. That's the picture.
Ricky.
That is an iconic
classic.
moment in Tottenham history.
I will say when I
My dad was at that game.
When I went to, and I didn't have time to meet up with them, but I was communicating them. When I went to Argentina in March, I spoke to a couple of people who are Tottenham fans, supporters in Argentina, all because of Ricky Villa and all that. Yeah, and so there is Spurs fans in Buenos Aires. They have a supporters. I forgot what the technical name is, but they're in Buenos Aires, and you got Spurs fans that part of the world.
Murray, they came on our show when we were Tottenham away. The first year we started, they came on the Spurs Supporters Club from Buenos Aires. They're called Los Blancos, the Whites. Yeah, they came on. They knew their football, by the way. They really knew their stuff.
Didn't they have those hats?
And yes, they do love. They love Romero. I know someone's going to probably post that they love Romero.
And you know, Mari, Ozzy's still at the club. He takes.
Ambassador.
I got invited onto a stadium tour a few months ago. Ozzy was the he was a star attraction. He was, but people, you know, it was good asking him questions right the way through the whole tour. He loves it. You know, his family's settled here. He loves it in England. So and he does a lot of work on match day as well. So no, a real, I mean, proper Spurs legend. You know, those are the days.
100%. I think we should just get the Crystal Palace game out of the way because some of us haven't had a chance to speak on it yet. So let's have a quick chat about it, and then we'll get on to the current stats. Johnson to Palace, Paratici staying or going. Daniel Levy's been given an award. We'll discuss it all. So starting lineup against Palace. I know it's unbelievable, isn't it? Danzo comes in because Romero's injured. Spence and Porro Starks, the Doggies out. And he went with a midfield of Gray, Bergvall and Bentancur, which surprised some of us because, again, Paulinho is on the bench. Yeah. And then we went with a front three of Moani, Richarlison and Kudus. Moani was on the left and Richarlison was up front. So Tel Nodebert sidelined again. Look. The game was what it was. It wasn't the best game of football, and I think the big talking point is: are you happy with it, or are you just sick to death of watching crap football, even if you win? Because it's not the first time, and the stats. You know, I'm just going to read out. I think it was Lubo that read these last night on the Spurs 5. We're 16th in shots on target, 16th in expecting us. This is out of 20, by the way, obviously, 20 teams in the Premier League. 16th for touches in the box, 17th in shots, 18th in expected goals, 15th in clearances, 16th in expected goals, 17th in errors leading to shots, 18th in interceptions, 19th in errors leading to goal. So the attacking and the defensive stats were just shit all round, really. And again, we finished another game with an XG below 1. At half-time, the XG was 0.00. Who wants to go first? JP, you go first because I've already heard Danny and Lubo talk on it. They'll get to speak again.
Well, listen,
what do you want to say?
We do seem to be stuck in this kind of like rut almost, right? If you step back and look at it, you go, Palace's. I think we all said before the game, that's a hard game. Palace are doing well at the moment. They've got Glasner, blah, blah, blah. So it was built up pretty much to be a really tough game for us. And I think a lot of people predicted that we wouldn't actually get a result there. Historically, it's been a tough place for us to go to anyway, right? So therefore, coming out of there at the end of it and looking back in hindsight, we've come out with a win. We've come out with a clean sheet. We've ended the year on a win, which is like a positive way to go into the new year. You can't really complain about that, right? But going through the motions of sitting down and watching that game, obviously we both watched it together. Blimey, it was like painful. The passing from our perspective is absolutely unbelievably shocking. We can't seem to pass a ball together. Literally, like I was saying to you, we seem to kick it in a direction and almost see what happens. There doesn't seem to be any patterns of play, anything like that. It doesn't look as if they're actually been working on something that they're trying to implement into a game of football at the weekend. It kind of just looks like you boot the ball here, we'll run there. So, you know, like the bottom line is I'm happy that we've got that game out of the way. We've got the 3 points. We've got the win. Sometimes we do quirp on about the fact that, do you know what? Football's all about winning. You win a trophy, doesn't matter where you finish. You got to win, you got to win, you got to win. We've won a game away at Palace, kept a clean sheet. In a way, it can't be knocked, but the actual style of football and going through the motions of that game, geez, it was painful.
Yeah.
Sounds like yeah.
It's about right, isn't it?
Would you add to it, Dan? Anything you want to add?
I mean, look, if we're gonna be totally honest with ourselves, it was just a game of who was shitter on the day, and we got the goal, and that was it. We managed to hang on to it, which is a good thing that we actually managed to hang on to it. Not that they was actually any real threat to us overall. Yeah, they had all the possession and everything else, but no threat came through it or anything. Yeah, it was just one of them games of who was shitter on the day. Awful game of football. I think we can name about 2 people that you could say had a okay game. I thought Odebert looked very good when he came on.
Yeah.
And apart from that, I'd say Van der Ven had a good game. And apart from that, it was just
Danso
shocking all
played well.
round. No one else could really get the passes in. No one else could get more than 2 touches. Everything, the whole game itself was just not pretty to watch. But it was 3 points. So that's the good point of it at the end of the day. Sometimes you got to grind your way through them sort of games. And they're the sort of games that over the years we haven't been able to do as such. So that is the positive side for me. And to end it all, I just still don't think we look any better than we did 6 months or a year ago.
I think that's a good point you made, Dan, because one of the things that Stella and myself were saying was the fact that we couldn't actually see Palace scoring because the amount of chances they had, and like the forwards that on their day, be it if it was just that game, they just didn't seem on it to be able to look like they were going to score, to be honest. And Stella said to me, like, they're not scoring. They can have all these chances. They're not going to score today.
Yeah, they definitely. I never felt once in that game that they were gonna score a goal. Like, I just didn't feel like it. You could kind of see it. You could kind of feel it. For me, the game, I think it wasn't the greatest performance, but I thought we dealt with them pretty decently in defense in terms of the structure. Right, I thought that was pretty good. I thought Danso had a good game.
Yeah,
we weren't missing Romero in that game. I thought the substitutions were made at the right times and the right substitutions came on. I thought Odebert had a good cameo when he came on. He looked really like up for it. He looked kind of sharp. I thought Richarlison actually had a good game, to be honest. Unlucky he didn't get one of the goals. I actually thought he was working really hard, but he was actually doing a lot of the other things as well, which I thought was he had a pretty decent game. Like I can't deny it. I'm not saying it was like it blew my mind, but he had an all right game. And I think in the last sort of 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes, in the last 15, 20 minutes, I think we definitely could have gone 2 or 3 goals up easily, right? But I also think that over the balance of the actual chances that were created, Spurs overall had the better quality chances, right? I think Brennan Johnson messed up a little bit with some of his work when he came on the pitch. Not surprised there. So yeah, look, I think, and also you have to kind of factor in that we don't usually go to Palace and beat them. It's a very hard ground for us to go there. So considering everything, I think it's a very good result. But look, I'm not expecting to go to Palace and blow them out the water. Like I just don't, not right this minute. I think we're too far away from that kind of team to be that type of team to go to a Palace and blow them out the water. Not many teams do that to Crystal Palace. I know the week before they just drew with Arsenal at Arsenal's ground and only lost on penalties. Yes, I know there was a couple players different in the team, but still the majority of that team were there, and they were. I think the game plan was set up for them to have the ball and for us to kind of play the way we did in a counter sort of attacking way, and I think the game plan went well, all things considered.
I think the sub with Paulinho coming on when he did was a very good one to do, because the minute he came on, I suppose you could say it looked like we had some sort of control of what we was doing. In midfield.
Yeah. It was just sweeping everything up, wasn't it?
Yeah, how he gets left out, I don't know. He's either got to have a subtle injury. They've had an argument. I don't know, but he just as soon as he came on, you could see the difference in midfield.
Oh god, yeah. I thought it was a strange decision to leave Paulinho out.
Yeah,
for me, he's our best midfield player.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw when he came on, every single tackle he made, he won every ball.
Yeah, every ball. He was wicked.
Every
yeah.
ball. And I think that I'll repeat again. Everything at the moment is average, mid-table about Spurs. It's exactly where we are. We deserve to be there. What's strange, the anomaly of the differential in between home form and points and away form and points. But I think that comes down to the type of players we have that suit the setup to counter-attack, which is great away from home, but the fans won't stand for that at home, which is a problem he's got to resolve. And I think he can only resolve that with better players.
Yeah.
I don't think we've got the players to play the way we want the team to play at home, with sort of fast-moving, expansive football. We haven't got the players at the moment, and so I think it's it's a game of patience. We're not going to win anything this year. We're not going to get relegated this year. I think this is a transitional type of year where he's going to look at all the players. He's going to try and work out what he needs, what players go where. I think he's got to start he's got to bring Palhinha back in. I think he's got to give Odebear a run now on the left. I don't think the Moani Richie up front situation, although it wasn't that bad on Tuesday, on Sunday rather. I will play Odebear because you need, particularly if you haven't got Udogie, you've got to have someone on the left who's direct, that runs at the defenders, who's comfortable to bring balance to the left. Because at the moment, I don't think there's a decent balance, and I think Spence again had a decent game on Tuesday. I think it was a tough watch. We don't hold possession. I mean, the first 20 minutes I thought we were dreadful. I thought we came into the game after that. The last 15 minutes was all Spurs, and when you look at it, apart from the header from Mateta and the shot over from Devaney, they really didn't threaten. I thought the way Frank set up defensively, as you said, Danny, I think we did well. Last season we were going all gung ho and things were getting 20 shots against us. This hasn't happened this year. What suffered obviously has been the XG and and the amount of chances we're creating. And I just think that's down to the players we've got. But at the end of the day, we could have quite easily come away with a 4-0 win. The two offside decisions were correct but marginal. Odebear, great run, hit the post. That could have gone in another day. And if you came away with a 2-3 or 4-0 win, you're looking at that thinking, blimey, that's a great result. And it was like Everton. We scored 3. They had more possession than us. We sort of just soaked it up and broke away, set pieces, and then the breakaway in the last minute at the Hill Dickinson. That's how.
Lubo, I don't mind Tottenham playing like that away from home. I completely don't mind it at all. I agree with what you said. I think they need to be able to play a lot better style of football when they're at home, because that's where you build the connection with the fans.
And the fans are paying a lot of money for tickets.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So do we?
The fans go there, and they do need, they want to see some football.
So we have to play a certain type of football then.
I think it's got to be a little bit more attacking, Dan. I think the handbrake is on at home quite a bit. I think, but I think it's funny actually, because we went 2 down against Fulham, and the handbrake's off obviously straight away. On that day, it didn't happen. We weren't that good.
The handbrake wasn't off against Liverpool.
And if you want a certain way to be played, if look, we come back to this thing again already. If people want to play this imaginary Spurs way of playing football, then sack the manager now.
We're not talking Spurs.
Sack him now.
We're just talking
Sack
about
him
a
now.
bit more attacking.
But if it's what a lot of people keep talking about, if Spurs have to play this attacking style of football to be Spurs, yeah, and that's what a lot of people want, sack him now. You've got the wrong
that type
manager.
of manager, is he?
It doesn't exist.
Then sack him now.
That type of football doesn't exist.
I think
Not in the modern game.
It's sad for me to hear Lubo, obviously Lubo saying, it's another year, right? Like almost it's a transition year or whatever you called it. But that pisses me off because you go, last year we actually won something for the first time in ages. We've got to a Champions League. This is again another opportunity for us to be able to kick on, right? You could say we've enhanced the squad with Kudos. We've enhanced the squad with Xavi. And we've got Paulinho, who's a proper number, kind of like a number 6 that we've always been craving for, like throughout the last couple of seasons. And you go, if there was the manager, if it's the manager that's obviously treating this as this is his first year, we kind of wanted someone to come in and just kind of almost kick on, right?
But where do you kick on from, JP?
We kick on from the fact that we won something last year, be it the fact that we kind of like through the league. Literally, our back four.
JP, when he allegedly threw the league, which was after we won 3 games in February, we were 13th. We weren't 7th and dived down to 17th because we got 5 points from 12 games after Ipswich from Fulham onwards. We were 13th in the table.
But they clearly concentrated on the cup games as opposed to the league games, right?
And
Right, but whether we did or not,
finished higher.
If we were if we finished, we were 13th at that stage.
Lubo, our best players were rested every single week for the last 8 games.
But how many were rested? Romero and Van der Ven?
Oh, really? Really?
Come
We
on.
didn't rest players, Lubo? Really?
Come on.
Are we going to do
You're meant
this?
to have you're meant to have a squad, but the problem is that because the squad's
Lubo, hold on 1 second.
when you say kick on, JP,
Wait, Lubo, 1 minute. No, I'm going to pull you up on this.
with those
Lubo,
players,
are you saying Ange didn't rest players for the last 8 weeks of that
he
Premier League?
rotated a few players.
Lubo,
but
which
still?
Mickey Van der
these
Ven
are
in his
great
interview
players.
said, Mickey Van der Ven in his interview on Sky said, I was told by the manager I'm not going to play any more games this season, just Europa.
I was going to say, because the players have come out and said that kind of like virtually pretty much, right?
Mm-hmm.
The trend has been poor for over 2 years now. Our results have been poor for over 2 years.
Madison was rested, Kulu was rested, Van der Ven was rested, Romero was rested.
Kulu wasn't rested. Kulu wasn't rested. He just got injured in that Villa game.
Kulu was injured. Sorry, Kulu was injured. Madison was rested. We without a question of a doubt, we were playing the second string team.
It wasn't second string. It was more like Lubo said. It was more like he rotated a few players, like few key
And
players
he rested
out.
the best players. That's what he did. He rested the best players.
I still think it went down to the fact. I'll stick what I said from day. I think him or Levy or whatever, they had their chat, realised we weren't going to finish in the top 4, top 5 in the league. Only chance of getting Champions League was that Europa Cup and also winning something. I reckon they pushed the league aside and went straight for that Europa Cup to get the Champions League out of it and obviously win the cup as well, because there was no chance they was going to get it in the league. Wanted the money and everything else that comes with the Champions League. I still think they threw the league and went straight for that to get the Champions League.
We know they did because they didn't sack Ange in January. That's why Ange wasn't sacked.
I was saying that the whole time, but people were telling me it would never get done. They would never do that. They would never throw the league.
At the end of the day, Dan, we've got 4. When everyone starts the season,
definitely,
you've got 4 opportunities to win a piece of silverware, right? So we went straight out in the Carling Cup, or not Carling Cup, whatever it's called, Carabao Cup. We didn't last long in the FA Cup. We weren't
That was the first year. That was the first year, JP.
Historically, we didn't win the league, or like kind of like the league's never really going to be won. So the only possible trophy that we realistically could have put all our eggs in the basket for to go out and win would have been that like Europa, right?
Well, look, but listen, guys, back to the Crystal Palace game, right? This game against Palace. Are we at a stage now where it's just a case of just win? Don't worry about performance. Because for me, I listen. Just my view. I thought if it finished a draw, it would have been a fair result because I thought we created the better chances, but I thought Palace created more chances and they had far more dominance in that game. So in terms of how Palace played, but what we created, I thought it would have been fair if it finished 1-1. We know football's not like that. So you take the win, but I just don't see how we're going to get away with that week in, week out. And that's my concern. Because when we were watching the game, I was saying to JP, I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what the game plan is. Literally, we earlier on in the season, it was get the ball to Kudus. That was the game plan. We don't do that now. Now I don't know what we do. I don't know what the players. The only thing I know that we do is we do play to try and score from set pieces, and obviously we scored from a set piece. That's the one thing I can say is a tactic that's fairly consistent. Whether we score from it or not is different, but I can definitely tell if we've got a set piece, there's going to be a good corner in the box. We're going to get some kind of commotion in the box that leads to a goal, long throws into the box. So that's definitely a tactic I can see. But other than that, it's just
it was the question. It was the question. It was the question for the Peacock coverage post game. Tim Howard and the rest of the crew. The two questions were: number one,
Tim Howard, is that the ex-Everton goalie?
Yeah, he's on. Yeah, he's on.
That's a blast from the past.
Yeah,
No, he's on Peacock.
Peacock, along with two other Premier League. The two questions were the one you just mentioned. What kind of style of play is Tottenham trying to play? What is it? Do we have it? Is he trying to formulate it? And then number two, I forgot the guy's name. It's the same question I guess we've been fighting and debating. With these players, is he really getting the best? Is there a best out of these players? And so it's almost, I don't want to say Dr. Jekyll or Hyde because there's been very few performance other than, the PSG and Man City that were like, okay. There've been a lot of dross performances. So it's what's the best can Frank get out of these players? Or is there even an ounce of best? And I know on yesterday's show they mentioned Olderberg and whatsoever, but it's frustrating. It really is because it's like I've said it since the beginning of the season. We know our players are shit, but how shit are they? That's the question. Are they 18th to 20th shit? Are they mid-table shit or they're top 6 shit? And it's the million dollar question. And performances. I actually thought we played well against Crystal Palace. I thought we had the better opportunities. We're unlucky. Bergvall, his positioning, man, dude, you got to do a better job.
Mari, you thought we played well? Really?
What, in comparisons to the previous weeks? Yeah,
I thought we played well against Liverpool.
Yeah,
I can say that.
I thought we played well against Brentford.
It wasn't.
Palace, I thought we were shit.
Yeah, well, it was a shit.
Just me. Just me.
I mean, we've seen much worse. Mind you, yeah, you could be right. We played like shit, but it was good shit. Because it wasn't as bad.
It's better than the previous shit.
It wasn't the Arsenal.
I'm with Mari on that
game or the Chelsea game.
Lord of mercy.
I mean, because we had two VAR goals called back. One, Bergvall, in his positioning, like I question that. I put that in the chat there. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, but I think it was more where Palace were that poor as well. It might have made us look better. It was who played worse on the day, basically. A couple of players had an all right game, okay, but it was who was better on the day, okay. If it was us better on the day, then fine, but we still didn't exactly play good. I think is what a
Mate,
couple of people are saying.
For 80 minutes, Spurs looked like the team that played Arsenal midweek. It looked like we were the team that had a midweek game, not Palace. The last 10 minutes, Palace ran out of steam. That midweek game caught up with them, and that's when we caused a few more issues. Odebert broke through, hit the post. But for 80 minutes, I thought Palace were the team that looked like they had the fresher legs. I was surprised we didn't take advantage of that.
I don't think it's the fresher legs. I think it's just I
mean,
do
that's how it
agree.
looked, Danny. That's how it looked.
No, I know. But I do think I believe that was the way Frank set them up. I reckon the way that we played was what he wanted them to do in this game. And I the way I see it is that at this point right now, I think the only thing we can focus on right now is getting the points. That's the only thing that matters at this minute in time. Until we can get better quality to see what can happen with this team. I think he's probably gone to a point now where he's tried and tested some players. And let's be honest, right? I know people might not want to take this into account, but I mean, Lubo, I have to disagree with what you were saying on Sabbath Show the other day, where you like give Johnson a chance. I think that's the most delusional thing ever, right? Because Johnson is rubbish. And do you know why, Lubo? Because I this is just my opinion, right? Because the fact that Johnson has hardly played this season, right? And he worked in a system last year that was dedicated to have him play a certain way, right? Get in at the back post, the Spurs team get to the byline, cut it back, and that was
FIFA way.
The FIFA way, yeah. And they had players that could do that.
It?
Because if you actually, yeah, exactly. And if you look at the player who used to like doing that a lot, Son was one of those players that always used to be one of the players that used to cut it back, and Johnson would be back post, right? But the problem is that Johnson can't play in a certain system like the way that I think Frank wants Tottenham to play, right? The problem is he's still with Johnson, he's a very one-dimensional player, right? He doesn't offer anything else if he's not played in a way that utilizes him. But the problem is you can't set up a team to utilize one average footballer when you've got better players to choose from.
Danny, he played in the front two for Nottingham Forest and scored 11 goals in the season playing a different system.
Yeah, but it was a counter-attacking system still.
No, he played in the front two. That was the difference. It was a front two.
I know, but Nottingham Forest football when he was at Forest was a very counter-attacking style, right? That the reason why he scored goals was because when we saw Johnson playing for Palace.
What are we playing now then? What are we playing now? We have 34% possession of the ball. Are we trying to play counter-attacking now?
A little bit, yeah, maybe a little bit, yeah.
That just goes against what you said.
It's
Danny,
not that.
I think the other thing also, Danny, put my comments in context. The discussion was about the amount of goals that we've lost from last season through players not either. Sonny's been sold, Madison, Solanke, and Son. Sorry, Madison, Solanke, and Kulu haven't played this season. And Johnson's GA was 25 last season. So he was in that conversation. So if you're going to say, fine, Sonny's gone, Madison we're not going to see, Kulu and Solanke, God knows where. We're struggling up front for goals. The only reason why the goal tally has been fairly close to last year at this point is that this time last year, we didn't have Polinia's 4 goals. We didn't have Van der Ven's 6 goals, and we didn't have 4 of Romero's 5 goals. So there's 14 goals that have been made up.
And 10 of those goals are from defenders.
Johnson, Danny, if you're going to sell Johnson, that's fine, but he's got to be replaced.
Oh yeah, no, I get that. But for me, Lubo, I know I completely understand that and agree with that. For me, when you're trying to build something that you believe is going to work, you're not going to put players you do not believe in or trust, right, to do a job when if he's, and that for me, I agree with, right, because I'm so glad I haven't seen Johnson play this season because he's awful footballer. For me, I just can't wait for him to go to one of those clubs because for me, that is Johnson's level, right? He should not be at a club trying to compete in the Champions League. It's just not his level.
Basically, if we ain't going to play Angie's way of playing, what is the point of Johnson being on that pitch? Nothing.
Yeah.
What does he add to that pitch? Nothing. He's
Nothing.
the quickest. He's the quickest, slowest player I've ever seen. He can't
Yeah.
pass the ball. He can't bloody
Use
cross
his
the
pace
ball.
at all, does
He can't take. He can't take a
can't
free
control.
kick. The ball touches his foot. He can't control. He can't head the ball. He hardly ever, bar one game I've seen, comes back and defend. What he's good at is getting in on the far post, doing it the old school FIFA way. If you're playing FIFA 96, put it down there, sweat ball across, tap it in. We don't play that game. He's irrelevant.
That's not what he did at Forest, though. That's not what he did at Forest.
But I'm talking about what I've seen him do at us. What else has he done apart from that?
See, this is what we've done is we've tried to create him into an attacking wide player, but he's not a wide player. He's awful.
He's not a wide player.
He's a dreadful wide player.
Yeah,
But
I agree with
someone that gets in the penalty box or around it with an opportunity, he's actually not too shabby. For me, the only reason I agree with Lubo, this is the only reason I agree with him, is because Mawani plays every single week, doesn't score a damn goal. This guy has scored nothing in the Premier League, and yet he starts every week. It's almost as if he can go a whole season scoring nothing, and he'll start the attack. But yet, wait. But then the Tells, the Odeberts, the Johnsons, who we know aren't great, they never get a looking to start, even though the guy that keeps starting never scores. I just don't find that fair. I think it's wrong because
for me,
we're struggling to score goals, and he just keeps playing players that don't score. Doesn't make sense.
I get that, but he's playing.
Mawani's good. What's he good at?
No, but
at least you see Mawani on the pitch. Yeah. At least you notice Mawani is there. Johnson,
doing what? Doing what? What does he do?
Still, I saw Mawani
on the pitch.
Yeah, but what does he do?
I've seen Mawani. Sorry, Dan, you can go after me, man. I saw Mawani against Liverpool blast past two defenders if they weren't even there, and it was unlucky that his chip got deflected onto the bar, right? But what I see in Mawani, there is a player with quality in there. I'm not saying still he's a natural born goal scorer or that he's a goal scorer, but as an overall footballer and footballing IQ, he has levels above Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson might be a very good finisher, right, or composed finisher playing in a certain way, but Mawani is a much better footballer, right? But this is why I can't get on board.
Johnson scored more goals than Mawani this year, and Johnson doesn't play.
Yeah, I know that still, but what I see from Mawani, what he offers overall, is far more.
We need goal scorers, Danny. We need goals.
Yeah, I know we do still, but in terms of what I think he's trying to do, right? He needs players who are quick, who are technical. He needs players who can link play better. Johnson can't do any of that,
Danny,
but Mawani can.
Right,
the only thing, let me just put just one quick question, still. If Mawani had scored 5 goals, you'd be sitting there saying, "Yeah, he's quality."
No, I'd say he's scoring goals, which is what we need, but he's not. He's not doing that.
The only reason people are putting Mawani down is because he hasn't scored goals, right?
Because he was signed as a number 9 because Solanke got injured and we went him to go play in that role.
I know still, and that's also another thing. I would rather see him tried as a number 9, right? But what I see from him,
but he normally plays number 9. He normally plays as the striker. He doesn't score goals. He just Danny. The point I'm trying to make is this, right? You said about 10 minutes ago, at this stage, we just got to win games. We just got to win games. You win games by scoring more goals than the opposition. There's no goal scorers because he keeps picking players that never score goals. If he starts Richarlison, as much as I think Richarlison's crap, at least I can say, do you know what? The geezer scored 7 Premier League goals. How can you not play him? Kudus rarely scores. Mawani never scores. And yet the other possible goal scorers, they don't even get a chance to say, look, Mawani's not scoring. Can I play 2 or 3 games to see if I can score? And Frank's like, no, we're going to keep having this guy who doesn't score. And then we struggle to score every single week. I can't justify that to me when we need goals. We need goals.
Yeah,
but if we don't play Johnson's way, he's irrelevant. You don't even know he's on the pitch.
And also, Dan,
that's what the coach needs to adapt. I thought Frank was adaptable. Remember, he's an adaptable manager.
Still, you have to take into account that Mawani was not fit when he came to this club, and he might have played 15 appearances, right, and half of them probably coming on as a sub or playing a short amount of time, right? At the end of the day, he's still getting used to the Premier League, and I see a player there in Milani. I see someone with a lot of potential, and I see someone who's got ability more than what Tell, Odebear, and Johnson have at this time.
We haven't got time to wait on Milani
He
because
is-
he's here on loan. He's
Yeah,
a
he's
loan.
on
deal.
loan, yeah.
When you make a
I
loan signing,
know,
it's the same thing I said about Werner. When you make a loan deal, you need instant impact. Otherwise, what is the point? Paulinho is a loan deal. From day one, he's shown us that he is the best number 6 at this club. And I might be wrong, but I believe he's got the highest tackle stats of any player in the league. He's the highest tackler in the league.
He's a
Right.
very good DM.
That's Dan, that's what you call instant impact.
Mm-hmm.
Players like Bergvall, Spence, let's just pick another player, Archie Gray. You give them a little bit of slack because they're on a 4 or 5 year contract, and it's almost a case of let's see what happens. Fair enough. Paulinho is here on a 1 year deal. He's already gone halfway through his deal. What has he done? And this is why I'm more harsher on him, Danny. I'm harsher on him because he's only got 9 months of a season to prove himself. And so far, everyone just says, good player, doesn't produce anything though. He's not good then.
Still,
he's not producing.
yeah, but you also, there's more context to it in the sense that we're just about getting to the halfway point of the season, right? Football can change very quickly. Who's to say in the second half of the season?
I'm judging by now, Danny. I'm going by now.
Okay, you can
I
judge
guess
by
what's
now.
going to happen next.
I know. But I'm saying, what is to say? The argument could be, what is to say that he doesn't kick on and have an amazing second half of the season?
We don't know. Which is why I'm discussing the. Listen, let me put it out to everyone else. Let's get JP, Murray, Dan, Lubo. Guys, where are you at with Milani? Because when he first joined the club, a lot of fans hyped him up. I'm on a show with others who really bigged him up to me, and now it's gone a bit quiet, right? Where are you at with Milani? We know he's got technical ability, but there's no end product. Are you okay with that, or do you think it's
one quick thing with it?
Right, I'm too harsh.
One quick thing with it. When it comes to Johnson, we all know what he is incapable of, and that is everything except tapping it in on the side and maybe a shot from here or there. We know what he is incapable of. We know he is absolutely crap and doesn't offer nothing apart from that tapping on the side or maybe a shot of a little bit of distance, yeah? I think with Milani, it's more down to the point of we don't know what else he's got to offer. Surely he can offer more than that. That's how it might be looked at. We know how piss poor Johnson is. Milani, can he get better? Can he get worse? I think that's the question.
And just another one, just quickly, just to add to the point, and then someone else can speak on it. I think with Milani as well, like what I see in him, I just see someone who is he's more direct than what we've got, I think, from a wing perspective and from a striker's perspective. I think he can control the ball a lot better than any of those players including Tell, Odebear, Johnson, Richarlison. And look, we have to be a little bit fair to him that, unfortunately, I don't think it's his fault that he had the broken jaw. He had the injury. You could say it's his fault for not training pre-coming to Spurs because his mind was set on Juventus, right? But the fact is, I don't want people to start saying, putting the blame on him because he was brought in for a certain role when he was a last-minute signing. For me, that's where I blame the club, not him. Because if the club had planned properly, they would have done their due diligence and they would have got someone in and not just in the last minute of the transfer window because that was the only player available.
Annie, right? Just because you're arguing about what you see and I'm arguing about output, I prefer looking at end product because I think that's what's going to right. Just for a bit of context for everyone, because I know Lubo, JP, Mario, I want to hear what you say on this Milani chat. Bentancur, Udogie, Odebear, Porro, and Romero all have more assists than Milani on one. Milani's got no assists either. So, yeah, he's got a touch. Yeah, he's got a brain. Yeah,
in the
he's
Premier
got
League,
speed.
or you mean in the Premier League?
Yeah.
Oh, Premier League.
I'm just talking about Premier League because the cup competitions is a variation of levels. You play against Copenhagen, you play against Doncaster. I think the Premier League, every game is going to be difficult. But he's got no goals and no assists. So from an attacking metric, he's offered nothing so far. But he's technically good. He's a smart player, things like that. Where are you guys at with it? Are you
I'm
okay
gonna be
with
honest.
it? Do you think it's a bit harsh what I'm saying? Do you think Danny's right?
I'm gonna
It's
be
not
honest.
about being right still. It's just my.
No. As in your view,
No,
do you think your view is the right view?
Yeah.
No, I'm
As
gonna
opposed
be
to my
honest.
one that's different to yours. I'm not.
Go was last minute when they signed Munyani. My first reaction was, okay, this guy may probably be the best technical player up front. Definitely more than Solanke, definitely more than Richarlison, in my opinion. The problem what I've seen this season, because you've seen some flashes of his technical skills, but he's almost like a nearly man. Like when it comes time for him to score, he just doesn't score. It's almost like if he just gets one, maybe we'll see a form where he scores 5 or 6, but it's just been unlucky because I'm watching him and I know I've seen him at PSG, I've seen him at Juventus to say he's probably one of our best technical players, one of our best technical players that we have on our team, which is not saying much, but I just think that when time comes to score goals, he shits in his pants or something. I mean, it's just, and he just needs. He's the type of player. He just needs one, and maybe it might be the second half of the season. It may be after January he scores a goal, and and maybe we sign somebody and it starts picking up. But as of today, he's just a nearly man. Because at Juventus, he scored. I mean, he scored goals. He scored goals.
I think the thing because also seeing him coming into the French team, Mari. He like he came on and like he's kind of like a house on fire. Like he's been running with it, right? My whole thing from the start of the season, from the start of bringing him in, was he was a last minute number 5, 6, 7, 8 on the list or whatever it was. His heart was also set on going to Juve. The reason he didn't end up going to Juve is because of their financial implications that they had. So literally there was nowhere for him to go to. He wanted to. It's World Cup year. He wants to play football to be able to make that squad. Tottenham were the only people literally that came in for him, which literally gave him that opportunity. It didn't seem when he first came to me, it didn't seem as if he wanted to be there. I don't know if that's just because of strong British weather or anything like that.
No, he wanted Juventus big time.
It literally just felt that he didn't want to be there. Now that he's getting a run in the team, what I would say is, I agree with everyone else, from a technical point of view, he's probably one of those better forwards that we've got out there. It does seem strange that it's not working for him because he can do it. It just almost doesn't look like it's running for him, right? But 50-50, I'll agree with both of you, but I do agree with Stell's point is the fact that, do you know what? He's only here from a year and we have to be selfish from our perspective. We've brought him for a year, not for him to grow and learn and get together, because by the time the end of the year comes, he'll piss off back to Juve or he'll piss off to Juve.
He's gone. He's not going to stay.
He's always been a purple patch scorer anyway. If you check his whole history, he's always been like Son in that aspect. He'll score for 3, 4, 5 games on the trot and then score nothing for 5. And then score another 3, 4, 5 on the trot, or where he's always been a purple patch scorer, basically.
Yeah. Which is fair, but like that purple patch needs to start soon because
we need that patch.
We need that patch.
That's what we need. That's what we've got.
Yeah,
for, right?
January he needs to,
because I assume now that because no one's nailed that position on the left. Odegaard, like to me, he runs into brick walls all the time. He'll do 20 step overs, beat a man, run into a brick wall, no end product. Tell exactly the same thing, no end product, and you could say kind of like no goals. He may have scored 1 goal or something, Moani doesn't seem to be doing it there either. And we have to sort out that side, irrespective of kind of like what happens. So the fact that if someone is scoring goals, we should be like putting him there. But I do agree the fact that if Moani's there, he's probably more technical and there's more chance of him scoring a goal from what I've seen of him in a game than Odegaard and Tell.
Listen, I'm just being consistent, right? Because last year, when people said to me, give Werner a chance, I said, no.
Who
no,
said that?
he's come
No
in,
one
he's
said
come, mate. When
Werner. No one would
the
have said
first
give
time we
Werner.
signed him, JP, the first time we signed him, I said, no, I'm not going to give him a chance and be patient because he's here for 6 months. Do a job or go. I said the same with Tell. We got Tell at the end of January, February, March, April, May. 4 months of football, people saying he's young, be patient. Like, we can't be patient. He's here for 4 fucking months. What are you talking about?
Right, the problem
So I'm being the same. I'm being the same with Moani. He's here for a year. There's no patience. Paulinho, I've got no patience. If Paulinho was doing this, I'd go in on him as well. But Paulinho's been really good.
Just
Can
really
I-
quickly, Lubo.
Go on, Jeff.
Unless they know that he's going to be staying.
Yeah, that's what I was
That's
thinking.
the same thing with Werner, as you said. It's the same thing with Tell. And if they know that he is going to stay, and it's a bought, but let's see what he's like on loan to start with.
And we're going to do another Mateus Tell, aren't we? We're going to do another Mateus Tell where a player comes to Spurs, he gets a chance on loan, proves nothing. Right, let's keep him. Any Spurs fan, let me ask you guys here. After you watched Tell for 4 months last season, did any of you say, yeah, we got to sign this guy?
No.
No.
So do you not think the same applies to Moani if, like Danny said, because Danny said, look, he might kick on the second half of the season. If he doesn't kick on the second half of the season, would any of you say it's worth keeping him?
It's going to be 40. It's going to be another 40, 50 million or something, isn't it?
Not for that, no, I wouldn't.
Do you not think he's got to show something that
Yeah, of
says,
course he
you know
does.
what,
Of
we've got to
course
be
he does,
crazy
yeah.
not to keep you?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Fair enough.
I mean, I think I would like. Well, if you're gonna give me out of who would I keep out of Moani, Tell, and Odegaard, it's a toss up, isn't it? Probably Moani, isn't it? It'd probably be Moani. So if you're gonna tell me Odegaard and Tell are not gonna be here and they're gonna sign Moani instead, then I say okay, I'm all for it. I'd rather him than the other two. But at this moment, they've all kind of got to prove it a bit. But Moani, because he's the older player, a bit more experienced player. I get what you mean still. He needs to be showing more. And I agree. For the second half of the season, I want to see more from him. I want to see some goals and some assists, right? If we don't, then I don't mind if we don't sign him.
Lubo, where are you at with Moani?
Oh, Villa. Sorry.
I think it's for me. It's a strange one because
watching the Villa
you can see he's got ability. You know, if clubs like PSG and Juve want the guy, he can't be a mug. It's not happening for him.
Well, Chicken Morale was at Barcelona. Are they
fair
mugs?
enough. All right, but listen, it's Frankfurt, PSG, Juve. You know, we can all see that he's got something about him, and the performance against PSG over there in the Champions League, thought it was superb. You know, both goals were superbly taken, so you can see there's something there. Now, why hasn't it been happening for him? That's the question. That's what you got to ask. Is it the tactics? Is it the players around him? Is it him? That's the question you got to ask. I'm pleased now at this stage that I wouldn't have if I was in Spurs recruitment team. I'm delighted that I don't have to make a decision today.
Yeah,
Moani, and we can make the decision in 4 months' time, 5 months' time. But isn't it a sad state of affairs? We're talking about Moani, who scored 2 in 17. We're talking about Johnson, who scored 4 in 21. This is what we are discussing.
Lubo, 1 minute, Lubo. Right. So someone else brought up this stat, and I looked into it. When you look at how many of those games he actually started, it's about 3.
Okay.
So he's come on for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. When you look at minutes played, it's a completely different conversation.
Are you talking
Completely
about
different conversation.
Okay.
Johnson?
But still, do you not agree?
Yeah.
Do you not agree that something's missing with Moani? Whatever it is, whatever the reason is, he's not firing, is he?
He's overhyped. He's overhyped. We've done it again. I remember when we signed him, people were like, oh, we've got Moani. Oh, wow. I was like,
Right.
really?
Forget what fans think, because what fans think, it's more important what the club and the professionals think.
Yeah, but that's where the hype comes from.
No,
Fans
but
are the ones
what
that
are
hype
they-
the player up.
Still, what are they expecting from? What do you think his level is, his ceiling is, and what he should be producing? at Spurs?
Lubo, for me, if you want to get the best out of Moani and you want to get what you see at Juventus and what you saw at other clubs, the way Frank plays football stinks. The way he tries to get us playing football stinks, and I think it sucks the life out of our attacking players. That's my opinion, but I know it's going to blow up and this big conversation and row is going to kick off. But I see it. I'll give you an example. Against Crystal Palace, I was sitting there with JP. Crystal Palace have pressed us up. They're pressing us. Spence gets the ball. He looks up. There's a ball down the channel, but he's got to dink it over the top. If it goes over the top, down the channel, we're in. What does he do? He looks around, and he plays it diagonally across the edge of the box. They intercept it, and they go in and almost score, and Vicario drops down and saves it. And I said to JP, what is Spence doing? Why did he just do that? And then as the game went on, we kept an eye on it. He kept doing things like that. He's being coached. Like JP said, it looks like he's been coached to play that ball. I said, yeah, little things like that. When you add up all these little things, you've got a problem. And I see it all the time. It causes our defenders problems, and it doesn't give our attackers that freedom to get on the ball and really exploit the space that Palace have left behind.
While we're talking about style, do you think?
And I think that hurts players like Moani. I think players like Moani, they suffer because of it.
Do you think that our style of play would be different with Maddison, Kulusevski, and Solanke in the team?
Of course, because
I don't think it would.
Style. No,
style.
not style.
Yeah.
Tactics, the system. Do you think we would be more attacking as a unit?
I do.
I think we would keep. I think we'd be better because our possession stats would go up because they're better ball keep. They
They're
keep
also
the ball
more
better.
creative players still as well. They're more.
Madison's very
players.
creative. Yeah.
Basically,
I
we
agree.
would still play a more pragmatic style of foot. We would still play more pragmatic football, yeah.
But we would keep the ball more.
I don't think
better
so.
on the transition. I think we'd be better on the transition.
Yeah,
than what we are
definitely
now.
that.
But
terms of-
overall, we'd be playing a more pragmatic counter-attacking style of football, no matter what.
Yes,
happens.
in my view, yeah.
Then for a lot of people, we got to sack him.
Yeah, I don't think so. As in, like, I don't think we.
A
will
lot of
play
people
more
say we must
pragmatic.
play a Spurs way. A lot of people do say it
I
on
know,
the chat.
but
A
that's
lot of
a load
people
of
moan about it
bollocks.
here.
The problem is that if you just keep on sacking managers, it just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, but you have to keep going.
Then why
till you
keep
find the right
complaining
one
about
to
the
keep,
style
right,
of play
Luton?
then?
And that's where it comes to
Listen.
picking the right one, right? Because you have to keep the right one, don't you? There's no point just not sacking him because we've done.
JP, we have had.
I know.
We've had Harry, we've had Poch, we've had Jose, we've had Conte.
That I know.
But we didn't back them. They were the ones to back. They're the ones we should have thrown everything we've got at it.
Correct.
Now we're saying, should we back
100%.
Frank?
100%.
This is
But
where fans are divided. This is where fans
yeah.
are divided. This is the
I
argument.
get you,
isn't it?
but you have to. We also have to look at. We need to. There's an element of not looking at what's happened in the past. The past. We've got to focus on the now and the future, right?
Yeah.
And right now, we're going into unknown territory with this board, right? And at this moment, they are.
This manager.
They looks like but still, whoever's the manager, they need to get us to a better, stable position. Overall, right, and playing a better level, right? Because if you can get a team who can do that, then maybe in a year's time, if they want to change the manager and they feel he's not good enough, but he's improved, then they can decide whether they give him a chance to see if he can improve again, or they get someone else in. But right now, we can't have what Spurs fans want. It's impossible. It is impossible. Like, honestly, it's delusion.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Still, Spurs fans want attacking, free-flowing football. That's what they want. They want to be entertained. I hear it all the time, right?
Yeah.
We can't do that because we do not have the players to do it. We just don't. Like, we don't.
Hold on. We've got the players to play a better style of football. Whether it's a successful outcome is a different conversation. We can
Yeah,
play.
but
We
still.
can 100% play better football than what we're seeing. But will it get results? Is a different conversation.
That's the exact reason why Spurs fans are delusional, because Spurs fans think right now we can play an attacking football and win the majority of games. That's what they want, right?
No,
But
I think. No, Danny, hold on. No, hold on. Look,
Yeah,
from what I've heard, Maury, come after me. From what I've heard, Spurs fans do not expect us to win the majority of games. What they expect is to be. Hold on.
They do.
Not the ones I speak to. The ones I speak to say we should be knocking on the door of sixth, but realistically, if we finish seventh or eighth, 1 minute, if we finish on seventh or eighth, that's kind of where they think the squad level is with Maddison out, Kudat, stuff like that. But to be 14th, then 11th, and then tonight we've dropped another couple of that they're saying it should not be that. And I agree with that. I agree with that argument. I don't think we should be winning the majority of our games because I agree with you. The squad's not good enough, but it's better than what we've been seeing. That's really the argument. Is this squad better than what we're seeing? That's
if it was attacking
Danny,
football,
I would say
lots
this.
of people would be quiet because look at Ange. He was terrible, but because it was attacking, a lot of Spurs supporters, as they are, yes, he's playing this Spurs way of football. He's playing attacking football. That's why he got so much bloody leeway. People were even saying that they would rather see us lose a game.
Fans lost their shit with Ange.
But in the end, but for a long time, they were saying they would even rather see us lose 6-3 playing out and out attacking football.
No, they wouldn't.
Scrape and scrape a game
In the beginning,
1-0.
yeah.
They did.
Well,
Let me get Marion. Go on, Marion.
This is the fan base. It's the epitome of the club. The club is confused. The club fires. I said in the last show, not only we fire managers, we fire scouting directors, football directors. We have the highest turnover of all of the top 6 clubs. It's the reason why we're not successful. We fire everybody. We turn over everybody. And that's Levy to blame. And now we have Paratici possibly walking out the door. So it's more change. But in regards to the confusion, right, being just like our club, you have those who want this Tottenham way of football, free-flowing football. We don't have the players. As you can see, last season, despite winning a cup, we finished 17th. So what we were told in regards to Frank, okay, we're going to look solid. It's going to be better. So I'm thinking we're going to get results maybe in between 8th and it can still be that way between 8th and 10th, but we're not going to be like 17th. But then this season, we've seen almost performances where we got pumped even worse because that Chelsea-Arsenal game was the worst in my lifetime supporting Spurs since 2007. Like the worst game against Chelsea-Arsenal game ever. So that didn't help. So our fan base is confused because you have those who are like me, okay, we can build on this, get results, right? Yes, I prefer pretty football, fancy football, but I know we don't have it. But then you got fans that say, no, I would rather lose and play pretty football. But then when we lose, they still complain.
Yeah.
So it's damn
It's like we can't win.
There's no win situation because it's like, oh, we're getting results, but it's ugly. But then when we're playing football, we're getting pumped like Pornhub FC. We're still not happy. So you can't win.
What, Maury?
You can't win.
What? I agree with that, right? And this is where I'm at this point now where I just want to see improvement in terms of overall at the end of this season, in terms of where we finished in the league, quality of players, at least in terms of wins, having more wins and less losses than last season, because for me, that's what you call a step in the right direction, right? I am not going to sit here and look at what Spurs could be in 2 years' time, right? Or 3 years' time, where Spurs fans want Spurs to be, which is challenging. Because if they want Spurs fans to be playing this lovely football, challenging for the biggest honours, that unfortunately, lads, it's just not going to happen instantly. Not at this football club, and also we don't know how this club are going to act. They might go and buy. They could go and spend 150 million pounds in the January window, without a problem, right? They could. They might not, right? So we don't know. So this is why I keep saying, like, the fans are expecting like blood from a stone right now, right? Of what I want to see is just literally an improvement on last season, right? As long as I don't care about the style of football right now, I couldn't care less because we have got dog shit footballers, right? I could not give a fuck. Honestly, I don't. All I care about is us getting to a point where we're, and the thing is, people say we're not close to 6, but we're like 4 points off where Chelsea are. So it's like, and this is another thing that fans don't want to do this season, is they don't want to look at how close the league is, right? The league is so close together this season, right? Between what, 5th and 15th? It's
a bad
close.
league too. It's a bad
Yeah,
league.
it's a bad league.
What qualifies, Danny, for better for you than last season? 16th, 15th?
I want to see. I don't want to see us lose 22 games, JP, in the season. Okay. I don't want to see us lose more than 10 games, 12 games this season. If we can keep it to under 12 games, that's a good season for me.
But what has to change for that to happen?
We need better players. Frank has been working with an absolutely obliterated attack, right? And people want to talk about Xabi Simons and Kudus, but the context is those players are not, even though Kudus is a better right winger, at this moment in time, right, those players are not hitting the numbers that James Maddison, Son, and Kulu and Solanke were hitting last season.
And
that's
John,
the truth.
Why sign
Johnson?
Kudus? Why sign Muani, Kudus, and Simmons then?
Because Muani is a quality player. Kudus is a quality player. Everyone can see that. You don't need. You got to be blind to not see how good he is.
My question is, why have we got rid of players that score goals?
Why is it not working?
Players that don't score goals.
Wait, say again, Stone.
Danny.
Why have we sold? Why have we got rid of players that score goals, or players we knew were going to be out for the season who score goals, but haven't signed players who score goals?
Replacements.
Yeah. Because that's the club, isn't it, Stel? That's not the manager.
But Conte, Mourinho, Poch, and all got blamed for signings. Always they got blamed. They authorised it. They accepted it.
Yeah, but the signings
they knew what they were walking into. These are the things we keep hearing. Now Frank's coming in.
Yeah, but Stel, no. That's not true. That's not true.
Kane and Son were at the club.
Kane and Son were not at the... Mate, Ange lost Kane. He never had Kane.
No, but over the last few years,
still had Son.
Kane and Son papered over.
Who signed those players? The club.
Yeah, but everyone was slagging off Son last year, saying
that's why hindsight's a beautiful thing, JP.
Yeah, JP, Sonny got 11 goals and 11 assists last year. Who on the left wing is going to get?
Okay, Johnson got 19 goals. He's on the bench.
He got 25 goals and assists.
Jonathan's our top goal scorer this year. He's on the bench against Liverpool.
Yeah, but this is the thing, Stel. It's like there's context to all of this.
Frank's not doing himself any favours, though, man. He's not.
I think, but Stel, I think Frank is doing the best out of a bad situation, to be honest.
How's he doing his best when he puts the top goal scorer on the bench against Liverpool and then doesn't score until the top goal scorer comes off the bench?
Yeah, but
how's he doing his best?
Yeah, but okay, but Stel, if I counteract that exact argument, why is it that the Spurs players decided to turn up when we went down to 9 men? Was that like Frank telling them?
Yeah, but they wouldn't have scored if the top goal scorer wasn't on the pitch.
Who? Richarlison.
But
Richarlison came on and he made an impact.
That's my point. So why is it the top goal scorer starting?
It's a good question. I don't know.
I'm telling you, because Frank's not doing a great job and people don't want to admit it. Like
I think personally, still, I think he is. I think he's doing an all right job right now.
I think
That's
I
just
think
me.
even-
That's just me.
I think even with kudos, Danny, what I would say is when he first started, you kind of knew and expected. You could expect what he was going to give you, right?
Yeah,
He gets
yeah.
the ball, he takes a man on, he was whipping it in, or he was cutting inside and having a shot by himself. We don't seem to have found a way for him to consistently do that without him being the only person who does that. And it up till a few games ago, it was literally the ball was send the ball to Kudos and let him do his thing. And now what I've noticed is every time he gets the ball, he's not even taking the man on now. He's pretty much cutting back and playing it inside.
Yeah, because he's usually got 2 or 3 people marking him. I mean,
Yeah.
Frank has been sussed out just as quick, if not quicker, than what Ange got sussed out. Right, take Kudus out of the game, done, dusted. Porro's still over there. Total liability in defence. Focus on him, and we will get something out of it.
And that's
that's
where
what
I think the
basically-
manager needs to get a bit
So-
more at the whole squad and in terms of
this is
what? Yeah, but so
plan,
what's
This is
your
where he
what?
needs to.
So please, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, and not you, Lubo. It's more to Stel, Dan, and JP.
You're wrong.
Do you believe then that? Do you believe that even with better players, you're not going to see a better style of football?
I think the way Frank's formation is, style is, the type of manager he is, I don't think he's that adventurous, fluid playing football type of manager. He almost, to me, he seems to be a manager who wants to be able to be stable, make sure we don't lose, and then go out and win a game, right? As opposed to even if he had like a few fancy down players, he wouldn't allow them to flourish. He'd kind of want his rigid system in place. That's how I feel.
I think the other thing that a few people have
Okay.
got to understand is, how do I put this? It is 2025, not 1965, not 1975, and not 1985. This Spurs way of football, this attacking football that people want to see, or this flair football that people want to see, it really hardly exists anymore, except
Yeah,
in
it
maybe 5 top teams. That's not football anymore. That's not how it is anymore.
And why
It
is
has
it that those top
and it
teams
has
like
totally
PSG and Man City
changed.
play that football? Is because they have the best players.
Yeah,
It's as
it
simple
has
as
totally
that.
changed. But if you go back again, if you go back 20, 30 years, you can still play that way because there were so many flair players around back then. These
Yes.
days, players are shown to play a lot more robotic style of football.
It is. It is.
This
it is.
style,
So then,
yeah,
isn't
so
Frank
in that
suited more
aspect,
than
so-
modern football?
So
Those teams have the best
people
manager.
complain. So people complaining about not having attacking football or not playing the Spurs way, or you must play attack. It hardly exists anymore, except
I
in the
agree,
biggest
Dan.
teams anyway.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think some people need to maybe accept the ones that are on Frank's case because, he must play a different way at home. Well, why? Why must he play attacking football at home? Well, because it's the Spurs way. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Not anymore. That's
Yeah.
long done and dusted.
I think
And I think
I think the attacking
Go on.
football at home style, Dan, is more the fact that at home we have the majority of our fans, right? And that's
I
what
can
paying
understand
people-
being more
That's what
but
paying
what I'm
people
saying
come
is
to see.
someone out and out attack player football, basically, like we got like a Gaza, like we got Modric in the team. How many teams actually do that anymore? Is what I'm saying, JP. Sorry for interruption.
No, kind of like that bit. You're right. That's fair.
Can I quickly move it on to Brendan Johnson? I don't want to ask you what you think about him going or whether you want him to stay. That's not the conversation. But there's an agreement apparently, 35 million plus some extra bits for him to go to Crystal Palace. Johnson's got to decide if he wants to go or not. My question is this: would you let him go if we don't bring in a replacement?
He's
Who
6.5,
wants to go
right? He's not playing at the moment. So what use is he apart from picking up a wage?
Oh,
comes off the
Gabriel
bench.
scored. Fucking hell. Of course he did. Sorry.
Yeah, he comes on for 5 minutes here and there or something like that. So to me, that makes no difference. But if someone gets injured, obviously you've got him on the side to come on. So having him there as another head it could almost be a youth player, right, or someone like that to come in. So
Oh, that's-
if you went, but we replaced him with a youth player, I wouldn't be too much fussed because I think the youth player would probably give us more. He would want to please the manager more. He'd be more acceptable in being put in the first team, and he'd run around and do his damnedest a lot more. But that money should not be not spent. That money has to be spent on a replacement. Or a better quality player.
There's no one in the under 21s that is kicking up for Storm.
There is no under 21 at Spurs that should be in that first team. Not
Well,
one.
But out of the ones that are there, I bet you that do you not think that one of those would give more than what Johnson does?
No, I don't. I
No.
don't, and I've got to tell you something. I don't rate Johnson as a footballer. Apart from just put the ball in the back of the net, he does nothing. But putting the ball in the back of the net is the hardest thing, and putting the ball in the back of the net is what gets you results. And this is a results business. At the end of the day, we want to see. For me, I was asked. I think you asked the question, Stel, or Sean did. What type of football do you want to play? I want to see winning football. At the end of the day, personally, for me personally, I've seen the Flair players. I've seen the Hoddles and the Gascoignes, Klinsmans, and then I've seen Greaves. I've seen them all. I just want to see before they put me 6 foot under. I just want to see us win the league. I want to see winning football. That for
That's
me,
what I want to see, Lugo.
when Jose and Conte joined, I was really excited because these were proven winners.
Same.
So for me personally, great, fantastic. Poch was wonderful, and we had some most fantastic nights. Unfortunately, we didn't win the league under him. We came close, but I want to see us win the league. So I want winning managers who come in and play whatever football it takes for us to be for us to have a parade, but not with the Europa League. On the with the players, but with the Premier League. For me, that would fulfil a football lifetime dream.
From what you've seen so far, Lubo, would you say Frank's that manager?
Listen, it's
no, he's not.
I think no.
Do you know what? Is he that manager? No, you can't put him in the same league as a Conte or a Jose.
But so for us to you from your perspective, you want to see us be in a position to be able to challenge for the league again, and like go and win that league, right?
That's right. If I was to say to you, JP, for Spurs to challenge City and Arsenal next season, make a genuine challenge, how many players do you think we've got in our first team now that would be playing regularly in that first team next season? For me personally, I like Romero. I know, Dan, you're not keen. Romero, Van der Ven, maybe Spence and Kudus would be the only ones you've got to get 7 or 8 players into that first 11. And we're not even talking about a squad. This is how far away we are.
Lubo, would you let Brennan Johnson go without a replacement?
Listen, I think
getting back to the question.
No, I think you've got to get a replacement in, but I think they've got to find a replacement still. There's got to be an upgrade on Johnson.
Get rid of him, get the money, then look for a replacement. Don't.
Well, it's not even that, JP. It's like I'd expect Spurs to have a. This is what I expect any team that wants to be a top club, right? I expect them to, if they're going to sell a player.
Barca have gone 2-0 up.
Oh, of course they have.
Oh, game over.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like if a top team wants to sell a player, I like the fact that we are trying to get rid of a player who's got value right now, right? We can get money for a player and be ruthless, because I have not seen Spurs under Daniel Levy ever be ruthless. How many times have we seen a footballer at this football club, every time they've left the club, have gone to a worse off team, a lower level team? It's only a couple of players in the past 15, 20 years that have actually gone to bigger teams. And they're like, you're talking about our stars, like the Harry Kanes, the Bales, the Modrics, right? Yeah, they're the only kind of players that have gone to better teams, right?
We'd hang on to him, Dan, till he was worth 15 mil and then get rid of him, innit?
Yeah, this is exactly.
Get rid of him while he's worth the money.
Dan. Yeah. So for me, as much as I want to see a replacement, I'd rather get rid of him now because it tells me. And one of the things I've been consistent on is that for the ENIC to show me something different, I want to see not just the right players being brought in. I want the right players being sold. Right?
Yeah.
It's a massive thing this club has lacked over the last 15 years. Is selling players when we should sell them, not when they've just rotted to the ground where we can't get anything from them anymore. So for me, selling Johnson, I can't wait for him to be sold. But I also do hope that we have got someone or 2 players or 3 players lined up who we could go for to replace him. If we don't, that is complete negligence on the club, and it tells me that the club have still not changed their ways.
Dan?
They might have got rid of him.
Danny,
Do you know what? I'd be
players got to want to come to the club. The
But-
players
but-
have got to want to come.
Yeah, but
I'd
you're telling me
have-
from the whole of Europe, we can't find a right-sided midfield speed merchant who could also put the ball.
We've
in
got one. We've got one. What I would quite happily go and do is get a right back and put Porro up there.
Yeah, we could do that.
Well, Jed Spencer's your right
And
back.
we've got a right back.
Yeah, Jed Spencer right back.
Okay,
Porro
then
right
we.
back.
But we okay.
We get
And
left
then we
back.
need to get a left back, but we need to get cover either way on both sides.
For
Yeah,
sure.
it's true.
So that's why I said right back. So okay, even if we go and get a left back, then right back, I'd use Porro as my right hand. I'd use Porro
I
as
like
my
that,
right
Dan.
hand man
Yeah,
up there
yeah.
personally,
Yeah,
because
good
he's a
shout.
wing back. He can't defend come love nor money, no matter how much people try and
No,
defend him.
yeah.
He cannot defend. Go stick him as a wing back or go stick him as a right winger. Get him up there and cross him in. If we are not going to play Porro in an attacking style of football, or at least a wing back attacking style of
Then
football,
you've got to sell him.
sell him because he's a liability as a defence. But
Because even
I would
recently,
say keep
Dan,
him.
all of his crosses into the box are almost just pointless crosses, aren't they?
Yeah,
Hang on. JP,
Yeah, but look at the depth he's coming back from all the time. He's coming right back from the right back position up there basically all the time.
using more energy.
Go
isn't
stick
he?
him as a right winger or go stick him up front. We all know he can cross, pass, or even crack a shot.
Yeah,
JP,
I
It
get-
might be
I'm
a gamble
agreement
to
with
some
Sam.
people, but I think it would be easier to replace a right back. And then with that money
I
coming,
agree.
I'd put Porro up there. And then with the other money we got, I'd still go out to Italy and go for either Edison or Kone.
Oh, yeah,
And then
Kone.
either Lookman or Savino.
That'd be a dream signing, Kone.
JP, that ball Porro put in, the ball Porro put into
Stell's boy.
Richarlison for the goal that was disallowed because
Kone's
Bergveld
better than Walton. I'd say.
Kone,
I'd
your
say
boy's
Kone. I'd say Kone is better than Walton. I'd buy him
I know
over Walton
Kone's-
all day long.
Oh yeah, Kone's better. I agree completely.
And we
He's
would
class.
guess if we did get him, we would be able to get him significantly cheaper. 1, because he's not English. 2, because he's not in the Premier League. 3, because Italy is screaming for money in every which angle in every club except Kone. I would go over. I'd offer like 55, 60 million and Dragusin. There you go. Turn that down, Roma. There we go. For me, I think he's better. I'd say he's better than Walton all day long.
Yeah,
the problem we've got is that we're short of homegrown players for the squads. That's the problem. We've got 22 players in the squad for the Champions League, which is crazy. Now I know we're not going to win the Champions League, but to have 22 instead of 25 shows a lack of planning for me.
yeah.
Complete lack of planning. So if you go and get a Kone, then obviously you've got to sell one of the non-homegrown players to make room for him. But
Well, Brennan Johnson's a non-homegrown player, isn't
I think he is non-homegrown.
he?
Yeah.
So there you go.
I think he is. I think David and that, which makes Davis a non-homegrown as well.
What about you, Stel? Like, would you sell Brennan Johnson if we don't have a replacement lined up?
No, because I still argue that he's got goals in him. It's just we just refuse to play him in that role, and we refuse to adapt the way we play to suit our players until we can get players that we want in. So no, because you know what? Because think about it. If you get rid of Johnson and then you need to make a sub, it's going to be Tell that comes on. I mean,
It's back to that thing of why I said I was more than happy to have Frank and why he was my third choice, because I was saying he could do what Ange couldn't do, and that's play with the cards he's got. And at the moment, I still don't think we're playing the right formation for the actual set of players we've got. Okay, we went and done 3 at the back against Arsenal. Well, we didn't. We went and stuck 11 at the back against Arsenal. We don't go do that. That was just crazy, yeah? But again, you go for the players we got. I don't think he's playing with the cards he's got to get the most out of the team he's got. And he's going to have to wait his time before he can get certain players out, certain players in to start playing the way that he wants to play. I thought he would be able to adapt with the cards he's got better than he has. Because it was one thing I kept complaining that Ange didn't.
The strange thing is that he did against PSG in August, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
I do think I think once he gets his players, because I'm very of a strong. I've got a strong opinion that I think Frank knows who is good and who who he wants to keep in his squad and who he wants to get rid of. And I think there's a lot of them in that squad personally, and that's why I don't mind seeing what happens with Frank, at least till the end of the season, right? Because if we start seeing improvements between now and the end of the season, if we get a couple of players in, get a couple of players out, and we start performing a bit better, we start winning a little bit more, then for me, that's an improvement. And it's like, hey, let's see what you can do if we give you another lot of good quality players to go into that team. Then you see if he can actually really progress it. Because the truth is, we can't build what everyone wants in a matter of 6 months or a year.
It's like another 5-year plan, isn't it?
But we don't, and we can't. And the thing is, JP, as much as people, I get why people are skeptical about Thomas Frank, because they're not seeing certain things they want to see. But I think there's an element of none of us really know what he's capable of until he's kind of given a little bit of a chance.
I've never seen it from him in his whole career. He's never done it. He's never ever done it, and now we're saying this is the guy to do something he's never done before.
Hang on, still, he's done it. He's done it with the level of with the players that he's had at Brentford.
Only to the level of
Andrew's shit team. Andrew's shit players team beat Brentford 4 times out of 4.
Okay, but that doesn't matter. We beat Pep's team every single year, so
but that's different managers. I'm talking about Ange versus Frank with our shit squad. He's done it 4 times.
But still, the whole thing's bigger than Ange v Frank. It's massive.
My point is, you're talking about the quality of players. Well, our shit players beat Frank's good attacking players 4 times. So for me, you can look. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again.
I get where Stell's coming from.
You can throw £500 million at Frank. You know what? Do it. He'll get us top 4. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, average manager, never done anything in his career. Man United threw 400 million at him. He came second in the league. Why? Because Ollie's good? No, because he got given good players, and good players will naturally do better. Is Frank, with that kind of money, going to make us glorious? No, he's not. He's going to make us a top 4 team, and people are going to then say, right, now what? And that's where Frank levels off, because he's not that guy.
But still,
he's never done it. He'll never do it. The Super Cup was a great opportunity, and he fucked it.
All right, yes, still.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Dan, I watched that game on Monday.
Well, you didn't watch it very well then.
They should have closed it out, Lubo.
I've got to tell you something. Before he
You're playing against You're playing against the best team in the world, and you make a dickhead decision like putting Archie Gray on there, who touched the ball once in 20 minutes.
It's because he put Archie Gray there, Dan.
Lubo,
that was one of the main reasons we lost it.
Lubo, he's not a winner. Lubo, he's not a winner.
The subs were terrible. The subs were awful.
Just like Pochettino. Pochettino had chances to win, and he just got it wrong. Why? He's not a winner. Winners have a different mindset. They do things that are different. Frank's not a winner. I've seen it.
You do not go and put a kid on. Sorry.
I don't feel a winner. With Mourinho, you knew there was a winner. With Conte, you knew there was a winner. With Ange, as much as his football was kamikaze, mate, you knew he was a winner. This guy, Frank, he will get us to top 4, maybe 3rd. Give him 500 million. He'll do an Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, get to a semi-final, but when it comes to the crunch, he's going to choke. He's going to choke.
Sure,
and you do not
choked his whole life. He even choked to win the championship. He could have won the championship and he choked.
I must tell you something. Between Ange and Frank, since Ange joins in July 23, they've spent 500 million.
Yeah, but back on what we were just saying.
We're nowhere near top 4.
Forget top four's not success, Lubo.
I'm just telling you, I
It's
didn't
not
say
success.
it was. You mentioned top four. You said,
I'm
give
saying
me
that's the
500
best
million
Frank will get you.
and
That's
we'll
what I'm
reach
saying.
top
He'll
four.
get you
There's
top
no
four.
guarantee it gets you top four because we've spent the 500 million. And we've
Lubo. Okay, yeah, but then you got a trophy instead, right? It's one or the other. If you want
Still.
both, you need to spend what Arsenal
Dan,
did,
you
which
go
is like
first.
$1 billion.
Go on,
And
Dan.
even they haven't done it, and they still haven't done it. Look, I don't know many managers that go to clubs and win anything without having any winning pedigree about them. You know, you've got, for me, a manager's got to win something early in their career, in the first 5-6 years, to have that winning DNA. Frank's had 14 years; he's never done it. You see Eddie Howe. People say, "Oh, but Eddie Howe won a. Look how long it took him in Newcastle." Eddie Howe won the championship with Bournemouth. He did something. There's a bit of DNA there. Frank's got no DNA of success. None.
And it showed. No, it
Even
showed.
at Bromley.
When it
Even
comes
at
down to
Bromley.
it, hang on a sec. Hang on. Look,
That doesn't mean
it
you're a crap
shows
manager.
that he has
Just
got
not a
no.
winner.
Still, he showed he's got no winning experience. It was the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or last 15 minutes against PSG. The subs he made was absolutely clueless. And again, yeah, I will say, you do not bring on a kid who has never even played European football in his life and has just had a shadiest season in the Premier League against the best team on the planet to win the bloody cup. That is the most stupid thing I think he could have done. But if that would have been Conte, if that would have been Mourinho, he would have got all 11 basically sit on that. He would not have put he would not have put a bloody kid who is not even good enough for the first 11 on there.
Mourinho would have players faking injuries. He'd have players grabbing their heads in pain that they've been
So
elbowed.
the fact that he did put Gray on there was stupid in the first place to play against the best team on the planet when he's never even played at top football. That is a stupid decision.
What about, like, the thing is, we can use that argument, right? But the thing is, there's times when managers have won things and it doesn't really make a difference. I'll give you Arteta, for example, right? He won an FA Cup based on what? The back end of someone's team. He was already in the semi-final pretty much, right? What about Di Matteo, who won a Champions League with Chelsea? What's he done since that? He's done nothing, right?
Yeah.
I know Scott M put it in the chat, but he's right. What's his name? Jurgen Klopp didn't win for like 9 years before he won his first trophy. So it's not like
Hold on. Can we put some context on that? Jurgen Klopp was in the lower leagues of football. Once he got to the big league, he won pretty much straight away. And as soon as he got to Liverpool, he inherited a shit team that we smashed 4-1. They got to 2 cup finals in the first year. You knew this guy had something about him, man. So Scott M likes to belittle success because, like many others, they just don't want to admit that Frank has won nothing. It's a fact. He's won nothing.
Yeah, but that's not the point. Still, that's not the
that's
point.
what a winner is.
Can I just say no? Right. First of all, let's come back to reality. Reality is we finished 17th in the Premier League. We lost 26 games last season in all competitions. We won a Europa League. But if we weren't in the Europa League and didn't win that competition, which was the worst final I've ever seen, and I think Lubo, said it as well, you've ever seen, right? Okay, but no, but I'm gonna state the facts, right? The facts are well, okay. Some of it's my opinions, but this, in terms of, I think we can all agree saying that was the worst final we've ever seen, right?
Yeah, but he strategically targeted that competition, knowing it was the easiest to win. That's what winners do. That's what I'm saying to you. That's what winners do.
Let me just finish the point, right? The point is, right, I know that winners do that, but
I'm not going to let anyone belittle winners, man. I'm so passionate.
Let me just finish the point. Let me finish the point.
Shit on winners, and they praise managers that have done fuck all in their lives.
Let me finish the point. Right. I have never once believed that Tottenham's ambition to bring Frank in is to eventually build a team to win the Premier League or compete at that level. I believe they brought in Thomas Frank to get us back into contention with those top 6 teams competing at that level. And then once you built a team with good players, right, and a solid foundation, you can then go and get those type of managers who can then go and give you that extra kind of oomph, right? That extra kind of stardust on top. Right, that's what I think Thomas Frank's been brought in to do. I don't think he's been brought in to build a team to win or compete at the highest level.
There's a problem with that, though, Danny. There's a problem with that. Because now what you're going to do is the same mistake we've made for 25 years of Enoch and Levy. You're basically going to say, right, Frank, can you make us a top 6 club? And then we need to find a manager that's happy with these players.
No, but still, but that's not how they're gonna. That's not how it looks, right? They're not
but that's what we've done for 25 years.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
I know, but still,
another manager inheriting another manager's players.
Yeah, but no. But if you go and bring in quality players who can play in a certain way, right? If you look at Kudus and Xabi Simons can play for most type of footballing methods, right?
People say Xabi Simons is overhyped, Danny. They don't rate him.
Yeah, because people are stupid. Like if they think,
yeah, but this is how managers will think. They might say, "Do you know what? Xabi doesn't suit the way I play. He's too weak. That's not how I want my team to play." This is what you're going to do if you let one manager build something and then say, "Right, let's get someone else in now, mate." He's not going to want all them players.
Right, but the problem is still we're also at a point in Spurs where Spurs are right now is I don't believe you can go and get a manager who you can build something from a team that finished 17th in the league, right? To go straight from 17th to competing in the top 3, top 4, right? And playing good football, right? On a weekly basis. The jump is too big. It's massive, right? This is why we need some kind of stability. And I feel Frank will give us some kind of stability. Whether or not he's going to win trophies right now, I couldn't give a shit, right? As much as I want to see Tottenham win trophies, we can't go from a team where we were last season to being that team who's going to go and win trophies on a consistent basis, right?
Correct.
We're too far. We're too far from it. We're way too far from it. Like we have some realism.
Okay, so then what's Frank here to do then? If he's not here to win trophies, what's he here to do?
I think they want to get him to build a competitive squad. A squad.
So we as fans,
basically.
To stabilize
for the next 4 or 5 years, waiting for us to build a team.
But I don't think it'll be 4 or 5 years still.
Still, that's right. And Arsenal have gone 6. This is their 6th year without winning a trophy.
Yeah, and if he doesn't this year, he's gone, Lubo. He's gone.
We don't know. We don't know if he's gone. We don't know.
No, mate, they're not going to keep him if he wins nothing this year. He's gone. No chance.
I wouldn't bet on it.
No chance they're keeping him.
I wouldn't bet on it.
I would 100% bet if Arteta doesn't win one of the big trophies this year, he's out. The fans will turn. They've already said it. I watched a lot of content, and so many Arsenal fans have said, if he doesn't this year, forget it, man. He's got no excuses now. He's got no excuses.
What if they don't sack him? Just say, what if they don't?
Then they deserve every trophyless season they get. They deserve every single miserable
I
year
agree,
they get.
still.
Just like you guys who hate winners, love losers, you deserve this.
Danny,
Hang on, let me ask you a question still. Let me ask you a question. Because this is the question that I've got to ask you. You're going on about Ange.
You're building it up.
No, about winners. Forget Ange. Winners.
You're going on about him like he's Bill Nicholson, Keith Birkinshaw.
I said winners. No,
saying all rolled into one.
Winners.
What state?
I backed Mourinho. I backed Mourinho. I backed Conte. I backed the winners that came to this club. I backed them.
Right. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Because a team can win a trophy every now and again.
Yeah, people get lucky. People get lucky. Yeah.
Like we did last season.
Oh, Andrew's won it before. He strategically went for the Europa. He went for it.
Right.
He said, "I always win in my second season." He rested players and went for the
in
Europa.
What state?
That's
in
why
what state?
Levy didn't sack him.
In what state? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. In what state?
Why do we shit on winners at this club? We
What's his
shit on
question?
winners.
Wait, no, let him answer and say the question.
He's talking shit.
I'm not talking shit. You're talking shit. And I'll tell you why you're talking shit. Tell you why you're talking shit still. You've won the Europa.
Ange got lucky winning Europa. Listen to this crazy shit. He got lucky winning Europa.
Fantastic.
It wasn't luck.
The monkey off our back. We won a trophy. First trophy in 17 years. Do you think, and you talk about everything being about trophies, do you think that he left the club in a state, in a condition where we are going to win trophies on a regular basis?
Lubo, you protested for years because we don't win trophies.
Let me ask you a question.
You protested because we don't win trophies.
He spent 300. He's been the only manager that's been backed in any form. Levy's given him 380 million to spend in 4 transfer windows.
So now you're saying the opposite to what you said an hour ago. So now you're saying Ange spent that money.
Do you think
Ange picked those players then, Lubo?
Ange turned around
what you said an hour ago. You blamed ENIC. You've just flipped it in an hour.
Ange turned around and said, I blame ENIC for 25 years for the culture, the mentality.
But not Ange.
That was shit. There's a macro and a micro. Levy didn't do his job football-wise, but Ange didn't do his job football-wise in terms of building
all the players we signed for Ange, they're the ones he really wanted. I'm asking you now because you're saying
let him finish the question.
I'm finished the question.
He's flip-flopping so much here.
No, I'm not. Do you think that Ange left us a squad that was good enough to challenge for trophies this season? Remembering, we're not in a Europa League, we're in the Champions League, and we're in the 3 domestic competitions.
But I never argued that. I never once said that. All I said was, I like winners. And whatever you say to me, Ange won something. And he won in Japan, and in Australia, and in Scotland. He's got winning DNA. You can hate it as much as you like. It's fact. When he dies, his name will be the manager associated to multiple trophies. Frank's got nothing to show for his career. Why do you think Harry Kane left Spurs? Because he won no trophies. So he went Bayern. So at least when he dies, he can say, I won that in Germany. Frank's got nothing to show for it. Is that what you want at Spurs?
Hang on, you turned around. We were talking.
Is that what you want at Spurs?
Frank and Klopp. Klopp won fuck all before he joined.
Klopp fucking won everything.
But
Klopp is a top manager.
No, but before that,
the point I'm making.
He won in Germany.
He won in Germany.
Fine, but
over one of the best Borussia Dortmund, over one of the best Munich teams there's been.
I'm talking about pre-Dortmund. Before he joined a club with proper resources, he didn't win anything.
Since when have Dortmund got resources compared to Munich? Dortmund are a minor club when it comes to money. Dortmund money-wise are probably not even the size of West Ham.
Okay, they're a poor club.
They are a poor club. In
German football, Dortmund are one of the richest clubs.
No, they're not.
Lubo, can I ask something?
Okay.
When
Leipzig have got more money than them.
Lubo,
so have Munich.
Hold on, I'm just going to ban someone because all he wants to do is abuse. Look, I'm going to ban you on every channel you come on going forward if you're going to keep that up, mate. Keep it civil in the chat, everyone. Have your opinions, just keep it civil. When Jurgen Klopp went to Liverpool, he inherited a dog shit squad. They were awful, right? We beat them 4-1 at Wembley, yet they still got to 2 finals in that season. How did they do that? With that shit squad? The manager. Now, he spent 380 million. We spent roughly the same with Poch. And we were both escalating the same way. Yet he got it over the line multiple times. Why? Because he's elite. Klopp's better than Poch. I love Poch, but I'll tell you now, Klopp is better than Poch because he's a winner. He's got it in his DNA.
We're not talking about Poch.
I'm not 100% sure.
Why didn't Poch win something in 5 years, Lubo? Why didn't Poch win us one thing, just one little Carabao Cup?
Because Levy didn't go out and spend 75 million on a defender for him.
We got to semi-finals. We got to finals. Why couldn't we get it over the line with Poch?
But that's what Liverpool did, didn't they? They went out and got Virgil van Dijk. Went out and got a couple of other players.
JP, they were getting to finals every single year. They were knocking on the door. They lost the Champions League final to Gareth Bale's wonder scissor kick. They were knocking on the door. We weren't getting to finals. We weren't
because he got levels of players way higher than Poch did.
Klopp had been there 3 years when Bale beat him in the final. We've been there.
A winner doesn't start Son at left back. In a big semi-final. Out of nowhere, he puts Kyle Walker on the bench and Son at left back. A winner doesn't do that. Conte wouldn't do that. Klopp doesn't do that. Mourinho wouldn't do that.
Gunners are 4-0 up now.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
battering them.
smashing
They're
this
absolutely
one.
battering.
But Jose and Conte are better than Poch. They're proven winners.
That's
You
my
can't-
point,
you can't
Lubo.
talk about
Lubo, that's my point.
No, but
Lubo, that's my point.
the point I was making is that everybody's quick to write Frank off after 4 months, right? And they're saying, and they're turning around and saying, oh, he did nothing at Brentford. But Klopp didn't win anything at Mainz. Klopp had to go to Dortmund before he won things.
And if you look at it at Dortmund are the second biggest valued club in Germany. But when it comes to money to spend, if I remember right, they're lucky if they're even in the top 5. They don't have a pot to piss in at the best of times. He managed to build that team through look at what he put into it and lack of money he had. Who in Germany actually has money to spend? I think that's only Munich and Leipzig that have actually got money to spend. Value-wise, yeah, Dortmund are the second biggest club, but with money to spend, they're in the top 5. Everywhere else, there is lack of money to spend. What he went and done out there against one of the best Munich teams for a very, 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 very long time was harder than someone winning the league here against City.
Lubo, people say, you see Leicester City, the year they won that trophy. Why did Leicester City win the Premier League? Lubo, stop texting your girlfriends.
I'm looking at what Dortmund have won. And it says here, Dortmund is one of Germany's most successful clubs, boasting 8 Bundesliga titles, 5 DFB Pokal Cups, which must be the FA Cup, 6 German Super Cups, 1 UEFA Champions League in 97, 1 Cup Winners' Cup, which was 66. They've also secured international honours like the Intercontinental Cup and reached multiple European finals. So this isn't a small club that Klopp's taken from there up to there.
Compare it to Bayern Munich, it was a massive jump in. I think that's the bit you're missing. They may be the second biggest club in Germany, but money to spend, they're in the top 5. Actual cash to spend. And then you look from the jump from even being the second biggest. Now go and compare it to what Munich have won.
No, listen, Munich are in
what he basically did there was like Leicester winning the league here with that Munich team. I mean, they'd won it how many years on the trot and everything? That Munich team out there.
Apart from 23 when Dortmund won it.
Lubo.
Yeah, that was like Leicester winning the league here. It was that big when Dortmund won that league over Munich. It was as big as Leicester winning the league here because of the gap between Dortmund and Munich is massive.
Dan, Klopp joined 2 years after they won the Champions League, so he didn't inherit a bad squad, did he? He added to it.
He battered them 4-1 at Wembley. They finished 8th. They were fucking all over the shop. He got rid of every player.
I was there.
Lubo,
I was there when Munich done them.
What they did, what Fenway did, still, Fenway brought in a lot of money for players. They brought in 75 million for Suarez.
We spent just as much. We spent just as much as what Klopp did. Spurs spent just as much as what Klopp did, right? Ranieri won the league with Leicester City, okay? Ranieri won trophies in Spain. He won trophies with the mighty Fiorentina. He won trophies in Italy. He went to Leicester City as a winner. The reason he got it over the line is because it was in the DNA. It was in Ranieri's DNA. Look at the last 4 trophies we won.
Everyone else was pretty shit that year, though, weren't they?
JP, but look at the history of Tottenham, right? The last 1991 FA Cup. Who won it? Terry Venables. He won trophies at Barca before he came to Spurs. 99, George Graham won the League Cup. He'd won everything at Arsenal before he came to Spurs. 2008, Juande Ramos won European trophies with Seville. A winner before he came to Spurs. Ange won us Europa Cup. He'd won trophy. Every trophy Spurs have won in the last 4 decades, a winner had come to Spurs to win. So if Spurs fans want trophies, you cannot sell Thomas Frank to me. There's no evidence to back it. If you say to me, Frank can build us a top 4 squad and Frank can make us competitive, I'll agree with you. I'll 100% agree with all of you. I've never once disagreed with that.
Basically,
I want to win trophies. I want trophies, not let's be competitive again. Been through that. We turned against Redknapp when he was competitive. We turned against Poch when he was competitive. We turned
Basically,
against
still,
managers.
what you're saying is where Frank has never been anywhere to, let's say, push himself, and he was always comfortable at Brentford. You've got nothing to have any faith in yet because this is the first club he's come to try and push his limits.
I don't know, because I don't know if our fans actually really want trophies, because at the moment it sounds like we just want stability. We just want...
I think Danny's point, though, was you can't go from 17th to be able to winning stuff, right?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, that's exactly it.
It's
You
the big...
can't- the jump
from
right
there to
now,
there, too big.
we've got to take out the fact that we won the Europa League, right, and look at it from a domestic point of view, because the domestic point of view is what happens over a course of a 38-game season, which is where you can tell where your level really is, because we can be at 17th in the league, but in a knockout competition, you can find something within yourself to go game by game to win the win the tournament, right? It's very different. Even Ange said it himself last season. He goes, knockout football is different, right? He said it himself. So if we take out the Europa League, we have to, when you look at that all last season, it is the worst we've ever had in the Premier League, right? Since the Premier League was formed. So we can't go from being
because
a team
through the league, Danny. We threw the league.
Yeah, exactly, Still. We threw the league, right? But we can't, like, fans won't want to sit here and throw the league every single season. I know your opinion, Still. And I was also last season said I'd take another trophy in 17th all day long, right? Because I want to experience that moment where we pick up that game, and that parade was just the best ever as a Tottenham fan. You can't get better than that as a fan, right? You can't. It's impossible. But we are where we are right now because of the negligence of the club, the negligence of the players, the negligence of everything that's happened in the last sort of 10, 15 years. It has just been an absolute disaster, right? In terms of a plan. That's the biggest problem. So for me, what I want to see is I want to see us go slowly back up, because unless Tottenham are going to go and buy the very best players, right now, if Tottenham are going to go and buy a Yildiz and go and get the best striker you can buy right now, then I'd expect still Spurs to be competing at the higher levels if they go and buy players in the positions we need, but the top level players you can get, right? If they're not going to do that because of where we are and who we can attract to the football club, we have to build it, right? It's like building a house. You've got to build the foundation first. Then you've got to build the bricks. You've got to keep building. Then you've got to build the roof. Then you've got to do the walls and do the electrics and do the pipes. Then you've got to do the furniture, all that kind of stuff. We can't go from nothing, right, to a full-blown house. It doesn't work like that. So that's why I'm so calm with Tottenham Hotspur right now, because...
But
the
we've
next
gone
two
from
windows
nothing,
are important, though, aren't they?
to the worst attacking stats, the worst defensive stats, the worst
They're not
football
the
we've
worst
got.
defensive
They're
stats.
not. They're
No,
not.
still.
They're not.
Oh
They're not.
my
They're not.
God, man, this guy.
They're not.
They're not the worst defensive.
Well, you sat on the show and read the stats the other night.
I read the stats. No, Johnny read the stats you're interested in. I read the stats that gave.
No. It's not what I'm interested in. It's what he read. I never told Johnny what to read. I never sat there saying, Johnny, by the way, before we go live, when you read the stats that I like. Listen, Lubo hates the truth. This is the same Lubo that told us we just need a coach. This is the same Lubo that said Frank's made us stable. Frank's made us much more.
We needed a coach.
Frank's made us resilient.
We needed
this is
a
the
coach.
same Lubo that told
Because
us how great
Ange was
things
the
are now.
joke.
And as soon as the wheels come off,
But hold on,
Frank's
Stel,
average. Now,
you know,
I'm
I
saying
saw
Frank's
Wheels
average.
have not come off still.
You flip-flopped every
The
single
wheels
month.
Number one.
You
You've
flip-flopped
had yours,
every
mate,
single
I'll have
month.
mine.
Every month.
Number one, we needed a coach because Ange was a fucking joke. It was kamikaze. There was nothing.
Oh,
There
it
was
looks so
nothing.
great now. We've got a coach, didn't it? It looks brilliant.
What about I saw that thing on Sav's show the other day, right? Where he
I'll
put
read
some
it out,
stats up.
Danny, I'll read it out to you. I'll read it out.
Yeah, go
to you. Here we go. Here we go. More points at the halfway stage than last season. We have equalled the number of clean sheets already for the whole of last season. We've equalled the number of away wins as the whole of last season. We have beaten last season's away points total already. We've lost less games up to now. We've conceded less goals up to now. We're also top of the away league table. So yes, you've got all your bad stats
that you want to read out.
You've got your bad attacking stats and you've got your better defensive stats. And when you equal it out, we are average. We are mid-table. No one's saying otherwise.
We were mid-table before Ange threw the league.
Oh, he threw the league. Okay. We got a
Okay, Van de Ven's a liar. Okay,
This
Van de Ven's a liar.
is
Ian, even Van de Ven has admitted that they blatantly threw the league and concentrated on the cup. He blatantly
also
admitted
said,
it, clear as day.
Dan,
he's
he
not
also
gonna-
said- He also said that they chose the tactics, not Ange.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you want to
yeah.
listen to Van de Ven when he says that?
Oh,
but you don't
right,
listen
yeah.
to Van de Ven when he
Now
says
it
it's not
suits
the
you,
league?
Ian.
But,
Now it suits you, mate.
let's caveat it, right? Let's caveat it, right? Are the players going to say, hold on, let's Lubo, not for you, Lubo, but are the players going to come out and say, after having the worst Premier League season ever, saying, yeah, we tried our best in every game? No, they're going to say face. They're going to say, yeah, we threw the league because we won the trophy. They're not going to come out and say we played our best what we could, because if they do, people gonna go nuts at the fans, the players, because if the players are coming out saying, yeah, we played our best, we gave it our best, but they finished 17th, they're gonna go fucking ballistic.
So Danny, let me get this right. Van de Ven isn't going to say that we didn't. Van de Ven said that we threw the lead because he doesn't want fans to go ballistic, but he's happy to tell the fans, oh, we took over. We're the ones that managed the team. And fans aren't going to go ballistic over that.
Well,
Two different things.
it's two different things, yeah. It's you can't compare it.
This is what I'm saying to you. So he's happy for fans to go ballistic about one thing, but not the other. So what you're saying to me is basically Van de Ven's a liar. That's what you're saying.
No, so what you're saying, Stel, is the players through each game. You're saying that they just couldn't be asked. They couldn't be bothered. Doesn't matter.
No, the best players weren't playing in those
No,
games.
that's not
Luke.
true, by the way. That's not. I actually looked at. I've opened up all the tabs.
It
of the
is
last
Van de
8
Ven's
games.
our best defender. He stopped playing for Tottenham.
Yeah, but one player still. If you look at the rest of the team,
Danny, what would happen if we took Van de Ven out of this season?
I don't know.
I'll tell you, we'd be 16th.
Yeah, but still, what about? Yeah, but if you look, I went through the team sheets right during the show earlier on of all of our last 8 games to see who came on as subs, and when you look at it for about up until I think it was the West Ham game. Let's have a look. It was I think it was the West Ham or Liverpool game, right, which was in May. We were playing pretty much our strongest team, but with a couple of players out. One of them being Van de Ven. He was the only one of the only consistent ones where he was out majority of the time. Yeah, but there was 2 games. Yeah, I know, but there was 2. Yeah, but everyone else had a part to play. Maddison was playing at certain parts, not all the time, but they were still involved in some capacity.
No, but look at it. Whenever it was coming up to a quarter-final or a semi-final or whatever, he totally dropped it. So he basically threw the league for it.
Are we scared? Are we scared as Spurs fans to say
when you say
prioritise Europa?
When you say through,
what do I mean? What do I mean by throw the league? Okay, but Ian, you were one of the ones on there.
What do we mean by throwing the league?
Okay, I'll answer. You were one of the ones that I had a massive debate on here with Sava about you two telling me every game matters, no matter what. You never throw a game. Every game matters as much as the next game. I was the one saying, well, no, if he's going to use half his brain, he's going to leave out players for the next game because the league really is irrelevant and it's the cup that matters. But you went off your head with Sava at me. Every game matters. No manager would do that. Every game matters as much as the next game. That is what throwing the league is.
So for all the home games that we had, after from the end of Feb, hang on, you just look at the games. We lost to City 60,820, 61 for Bournemouth, just under 61 for Southampton, 59.
What do you mean 61? What are these numbers?
These fans are turning up.
You're
And
talking about attendance,
they've
right?
thrown all these games.
What it means by throwing the game is basically not putting your best team on the pitch that you could put on the pitch to win it because you're more
I don't
bothered
think they're
about the
saying go out and
semi-final coming
lose.
up.
Yeah, I don't think they're saying throw it by go out and lose, Lubo.
Okay, change the figure of
just
speech
case-
then. Basically, he wasn't bothered about winning or losing that game because it
Guys.
had no effect on the league. So he wanted to win the cup. So he put his main team out for the cup. So you
When
can say
we
he threw the
say-
game or he didn't bother.
Danny, I can make it. This is so simple. When we say through the league, it meant he prioritized the Europa games
Cup.
over the league games.
Yes.
That's what we mean. He made the Europa Cup games the priority, the same way Pochettino prioritized Champions League and Premier League over cup games. He always prioritized the big trophies, Poch.
He left Romero out for 4 games before the semi and the final. Romero missed 4 games.
Okay, that's
Only.
12 points there.
4 games. Well, what did he
That's
miss?
12 points. What 12 points on the 16th, 17th place last season? Tell me.
He missed the game against West Ham. We drew 1-1.
Yeah, Liverpool.
He
away,
missed the Liverpool away. He missed.
and
He
then
missed.
Palace and Villa before the final.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Can I
That's the game
can I
he
ask a
missed,
question? It's for anybody. When has there been a time that we had a squad that we could seriously go at all the competitions, both domestic
No,
clubs,
we haven't.
Champions League
Never.
and league? Never.
1961.
Never. 1960, 1961. 1961. There goes your answer.
Yeah.
We have never
Wait,
had. We've
I
never
mean,
had a
we've always
squad.
been a cup team, though. We've always been known to be a cup team, right? Like throughout the years.
Do you know what's the most annoying thing about this whole daft conversation is that the club knew exactly what was going on. They could see the form in the league. They can see us going down the league table, yet they kept Ange. Why? Because Ange said to them, and the board had a conversation where, look, we're fucked in the league, but let me win the Europa because it's a trophy and I'll get you into Champions League. And the board said, you know what? We're going to stick with you then.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Why else would they keep him? The form was shit. We weren't doing what? Why would they keep him?
And still, I told everyone was doing this after January.
Right, but then you've
That's
got
why they
Lubo
kept
saying
him.
we didn't throw the league. This is what I
Yeah,
mean.
but 95% of people were telling me I was crazy when I was saying that in January. It was blatantly obvious what was happening.
Yeah, of course it was.
Hang
And
on,
it
Dad.
actually makes sense doing it as well because it was our only chance of getting Champions League football and the trophy. The league,
Yeah.
we weren't going to finish top 6 or top 7 or 8.
When we lost to Leicester, I think we're only about 9 points off the relegation zone. He
Lubo.
then won the next at the end of Jan. He then won 3 games in February to pull Spurs away, and we were 17 points clear of Leicester after we won at Ipswich, Feb 22nd.
Yeah, but I said in January that if they don't drop him in January, I said, I bet you they are hanging on to him to win and purely just don't get relegated. Don't give a shit about the league. We are going to go for that cup because it's our only chance of getting the money for it. It's the only chance of getting the cup, and it's the only chance of getting the Champions League. I said that in January, and 95% of people told me I was crazy.
Massive risk. It was an enormous risk.
Whether it was a risk or not, I said that is what happened.
Massive risk.
I better pick better lottery tickets next time.
He got away with it. He got away with it.
No, he didn't, because that's what winners do. Winners do that shit. You just don't get it.
Phil, stop
That's
it.
what winners do.
Stop it. Stop it. Don't put him in.
Stop it. He won it. You hate it. You hate in your heart.
Don't
You
put
hate
him
to
in the
say
same
he's
bracket.
a winner.
Don't put him in the
You
same
hate to say
bracket
it. Go on,
as
say
Jose
it. Ange is a
Conte.
winner. Say he's a winner.
Jose
Okay, he's
Pep's a winner.
Pep's a better winner.
No,
It's called a serial winner.
Pep's a better winner.
Proper winner.
It's a serial winner.
He's a better
Steven
winner.
Gerrard. Do you call? I suppose you could say Steven Gerrard's a winner, but you're not talking.
He's won more than Frank.
Okay.
He's won more than
but
Thomas Frank.
Yeah, but he played
What's
for
Frank
he
won?
managed Glasgow Rangers in a two
Well,
club
then, then why doesn't Frank go to Glasgow Rangers and win
And
something in
Ange.
his life?
I've got to
You
say
go there
so.
and win something.
Frank probably would win the Scottish Premier League if he went to Glasgow
Well,
Rangers.
then why doesn't he go and show us? Why does he go and do it? Why don't they
Because
hire him? Why haven't Glasgow Rangers picked up the phone and said, Frank, come here and win us a league.
You
Why
never
don't they-
know.
Why don't they call him
You
up?
never know. Celtic haven't covered themselves in glory recently by getting rid of Martin O'Neill, bringing this guy
because
in.
they got because Ange left.
Stel, can I ask you a question? Would you be upset if Thomas Frank won an FA Cup?
No, I'd be at the final. I love winners. I love winning. I'd be there. I slagged off Ange for a whole
Up till
year.
then, Danny. Up
Yeah,
till
I
then.
would do that.
I was slagging off Ange for a whole year. I was
Look,
slagging off Ange for a whole year. And then,
One other thing,
I went to support him because I thought, do you know what? He might do it, and he did it.
still, another thing what happened there, with what happened, let me just change this like totally how I see it. There was no risk taken there. And I'll tell you why I believe that. Because the three bottom teams were that dog shit, we were not going to go down.
Yeah.
End of. So the best we could have probably finished was, let's say, 8th or 9th. No league to get in it, nothing to get out of it, bit of cash we lost out. Do you know what? Throw the fucking league, go for that Europa Cup, get everything of winning the cup and that, get in the Champions League, all the money for the Champions League, and then also all the fans all happy with everything that we've got a cup, and just got a cup. It all makes common sense. It wasn't even a gamble to do it, basically. The league was done anyway. We weren't going to finish in the top 8 or anything to get Champions League. So what Levy actually done was the most sensible thing he could do for the club, and that was make us focus on something that we could win and get in the Champions League with. Well done, Levy. Fair play, mate.
Levy got it right. Levy got it. Daniel Levy made the right call.
About time after 25 years.
So he's
did.
going to be a winner now.
He is.
No, he's
He
not
won.
the manager, man. He's not the manager. Come on.
Nah, he gets credit. I always say he gets the credit. He's in charge. He gets the credit.
Did he get an
thing
award
is-
as well?
He got an
gets
award.
credit.
He got a
He gets-
CBE, didn't he?
He got an
He
award.
gets credit for learning. In fact, let's talk about that. Let's change the conversation. Daniel Levy has been awarded a CBE in the New Year Honours List. The former Tottenham chairman is recognised for services to charity and the Tottenham community by receiving the most prestigious civilian accolade, a knighthood or a damehood.
Dame had probably.
That will be given to him by King Charles. Guys,
Fucking
does Daniel Levy deserve a knighthood?
What charity and community did he help? Because he destroyed the Spurs fans.
It's like the Spurs fan charity.
He built.
Danny, for the area, he did a lot of good in terms of
Yeah,
creating jobs.
Yeah,
he did.
The foundation there on that side of things, he did a very good job. It's just a shame he's not getting a CBA for services to football. That's the shame for me because I'm a football fan.
Yeah, but what has he done for football to deserve it? He's won. That's what I'm saying. He can't get a football award.
No,
He gets the wooden spoon.
He got kicked out. That's what he got.
Rory, you proud of your chairman?
Won the
being
P45.
given
At the end of
highest-
at the end of the day, he made Tottenham a better area for money, what it was worth, and that houses went up.
What a
by
trophy.
no, not just for him. Houses and flats and everything went up by percentage prices when the stadium came down there. It put the price of the whole area up and everything like that.
price
Levy
to poor
turns.
people out.
Yeah, well, that's just the government you blame for that one. you can't change that. But it made the area worth more money. He made Tottenham into a elite business club. Tottenham only have the right to even challenge to be an elite club because of the size of the money and structure we've got, what Daniel Levy built for us, along with the stadium, along with the training facilities, along with being one of the only clubs on the planet that can support itself without having to get in Champions League, without having to win things, without having to sell players. When it goes to the football side, my man ain't got a clue. There's two sides to that story.
I would say
Just really quickly, sorry. I can't remember who that was. Oh, Nate. Nate, is it? When was brought up there, went to school there. My mum still lives there. Yes, I am from that area. As is Stelwy's only up the road. As is Danny's only up the road. Lubo's
I'm
only
only
up the
brought
road.
up in Edmonton, so it's down the road.
Iggy's from
I,
Tottenham.
I,
Iggy's from Tottenham.
I was just gonna say, how did gentrification go? Into the Tottenham? But no, I mean, you
So
guys have a
Levy's won more trophies than us from right now. Then Levy's got more trophies.
Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah. It's a
God.
joke.
Mari's very philosophical
Yeah,
today.
yeah. I'll be totally happy when Enoch leaves. When Enoch goes, then I'm a believer. I believe,
Amen.
but
Amen.
as long as they're there, it's same old process. Yeah.
What?
What's that? There was something about them rejecting 4 billion already, right?
I think so.
No, they haven't.
Haven't they?
No, the figures weren't mentioned. The offers came in. The club mentioned that offers of intent had come in, but no figures were ever mentioned. Because
Basically, whoever buys Spurs has to buy the debt as well.
correct.
Yeah. So if they're going to pay 4 million for Spurs, they're basically paying 3 million for Spurs and 1 million on the debt to pay off.
Brilliant.
But the way the debt is set up, that can be left for God knows how many years anyway, because he got it into such a brilliant mortgage.
Mm.
Apart
Literally, that's all it is.
Apart from the overspend, Dan.
Yeah, apart from the overspend, but the mortgage side of it does not affect us that badly that we cannot spend money, basically. He got the mortgage on it very good as well, because that mortgage could have gone in such a way that we wouldn't have a pot to piss in at the end of any season.
Providing they keep the club competitive and keep the tills ringing at the moment.
Yeah, and that's going to be extremely hard with a 10-year NFL. We haven't even sold the stadium names. We got a bloody go-kart coming on underneath. We got some of the biggest boxing events going now. It's easy. He sets it up like a kipper. Give the man credit where
the football side at the moment, I'm hearing the merch is down, food and drinks down, the tickets are down, attendances are down.
But there is still a shitload of income that comes in now.
There you go, innit? Frank Ball.
That is the way
But
we
also,
can improve
you know,
now.
You walked into that one, Lubo.
But also, let's be honest, right? Let's be
The
honest.
attendances are down, aren't they? Do you know? And you know why the attendances are down? The cup attendances are down because they priced it incorrectly.
Yeah, it's too expensive.
Well, you gotta look at this, right? And I've already started. Yeah, I've already started supporting this team since 2007. This calendar year at home, the experience from Ange to Frank has been terrible. I really feel bad for you, Lubo, for you, Danny, you, JP, and Stel, who have season tickets. I don't know if Danny. I don't know if you get to go to the games, but this year at home has been so atrocious. I can see why merch sales have gone down, food and drink, people not showing up, people putting their tickets on resale. Because this, someone back me up here. Is this the worst home calendar year for Spurs?
Oh,
Since
100%.
was it 1905 or something? 1915 or something like that? Like over 100 years.
Worst calendar year.
Worst calendar year.
100 years.
It has to be. And so next year can only get better. I mean, can it get any worse than this year?
You know what, Maury? You know what as well? I think
nothing's impossible.
I think the problem we have is that regardless of where Spurs have been league positions, how we played football in the last 20, 30 years, Spurs have always had a superstar player. Like they've always had one player that gets you off your seat, whether that's a Harry Kane, a Son, a Bale, a Ginola, Teddy Sheringham, whoever it was, right? Berbatov. We've had some absolute world-class players come through this team. And wherever we've been in a position where we're not challenging at a top level, we've had star players in our team. And right now, there is not one star player, right? And
there's an answer for it, then.
And that goes to that point.
There's an
Danny,
answer
right?
for it, mate. Where are the when we had
yeah.
star players, when we had three
Exactly
or four
this.
star players in our team, so did most other teams. When you actually look at it out there
that's
seriously
true.
now, how many superstar players are there out there now?
None.
There ain't
Hardly
that
a lot.
many that you would call
Yeah,
world class
yeah.
or even superstar or quality anymore. It's
Yeah,
come
yeah.
down in standard so much that only the
levels
big
have
clubs
dropped, haven't they?
actually have a star player. Whereas you go
Yeah.
back 20 years ago, even some of the smaller clubs could have a star player, or someone who would be a good player then would be a bloody star player now, basically.
Yeah.
There's lack of them, mate. That's what a lot of it comes down to.
It's true.
Yeah.
It shows the
It's
level,
true.
the level how football has dropped. But
Exactly.
But even still, Dan, right? The way football is, Spurs, regardless of what era it's been, have always had a superstar player, right? And I think that's what we're missing right now as well. We're not just the rest of the team, but we're missing a superstar. We're missing an absolute top player. And I don't know when we're next going to see a next superstar at this football club, to be honest with you. It could be a long time. Unless we buy one.
Or we can bring through some of our youngsters and let them have a chance.
Yeah, or that as well.
Yeah, and then stand a chance of getting relegated.
Can I ask you boys a question, right?
We took a chance with Harry Kane. We took a chance with Ledley King.
Do you not think, right?
But we had a club that could support that. We had players that could still handle that sort of players coming through. If you look at the players and the lack of quality we actually have got, can we afford to actually do that?
Ledley King came into a fucking average team, man. When he started, he was a real fucking bang average. Kane came into a slightly better team. Fair play. But we're not going to bring through our youngsters anyway. We're not interested.
Like in all seriousness, right?
Oh, I said it.
Do you think there has been any player in this football team that has improved from last season?
I can't find one.
Yes.
I can name 3.
Van der Ven.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if he's improved. He's just played a bit more consistently, isn't he?
No, what it is with him, we've been able to see him play as an actual backline defender, basically. Yeah. Because it was one point that Sava always brought up, which was a good point. We see him come running back all the time, which looks brilliant for him because it's what he can do, even though it busted him many a time. Can he actually hold his line as a defender? And he has proved he can. So, yes, I would say you would say Van der Ven has improved.
Well, he improved his goal contributions.
He proved he could in the Europa.
Yeah, but he didn't do it in consistent games back to back, basically. A lot of the time, he was coming back from the halfway line, legging it back, which suited
against Frankfurt, Bodo, and Man United in the final, we played the deep block, and he
I'd say now he's played a flat back line all season.
Injured. He was injured all season, basically.
Yeah, and that's another thing. He hasn't been injured, and that's because of the system we're playing. It's not fucking his muscular. They're not getting muscular injuries, hamstrings as much. You've seen that in the defenders as well. And let's be fair, Maddison, Kulu, and Solanke, they were all kind of injured just kind of before really things started to happen at Spurs. With Kulu was injured last season, right? Maddison hasn't really played under Frank. He played
Madison
one
got
pre-season
injured
game.
under Frank.
Yeah, in a pre-season game, didn't he? One pre-season game.
Yeah, and Solanke.
Yeah, but apart from that, have they had a chance to actually?
VDV is the only player I can think of.
Shit with injuries, no matter who the manager is.
VDV is the only player I can think of that has improved. I can't think of anybody else.
Would you not? There's 2 more. I'd say, only because of what I've seen from the data from last season on these players and what I see now, and that's Kudus. And also, I'd say Spence as well has improved.
Kudus wasn't here last season, Danny.
No, I know, but you're looking at if you look at his actual statistics and the data of what Kudus produced last year to what he's producing now, he's got one of the best stats in Europe for a winger.
Yeah, but he was in a relegation
in a lot of things
team last year, though.
I know, but
Danny,
you got to use a shit team now.
Dan, you got to use a player that goes
to
sample size.
That's both.
But you kind of have to use a play that played under Frank and Ange. I mean, I get what you're saying.
Okay, so I get you. So then the other player I'd say is, and I know what you mean. The other player, then, if we're not using him, I'd say is Richarlison. As much as people don't want to don't want to talk about that
Again,
conversation.
Richarlison was injured a lot of games last season, wasn't he? He was injured a lot.
Yeah, but he hasn't injured. Again, like him and Van der Ven haven't been injured and they've been available and fit. That's due to whatever they're doing in training.
I think Odegaard's
I think that's a fair point.
I think Odegaard's improved as well. I do.
I don't think there's been enough of him to say he's actually improved. But when we have seen him play, you've seen a step.
He looks like he's getting better though. He looks like he's getting slowly, a little bit.
Let me see that back to back for 90 minutes, and I'll make a decision on that. Not just 10 minutes here and 2 minutes there, sort of thing.
Yeah,
I know.
You're both right. Both of you are right. Odegaard is playing.
Yeah, I agree.
Odegaard is playing better this season than he did last season.
So why is he dropped every week?
And that's the question, isn't it? Why isn't he? Why doesn't
the
he?
Manager's fucking clueless.
4 minutes.
But Richarlison, as much as we don't want to admit it, he's really levels above last season. To be honest,
He only played about 20 games last season, Richie.
So why does he get dropped as well against Liverpool?
Van der Ven only played 26 out of 60.
all the players you've said have improved keep getting dropped, except for Van der Ven.
Van der Ven's missed 3 games, and he was on the bench when he didn't play against.
Yeah, I said except for Van der Ven. Except for Van der Ven.
Yeah.
Odegaard doesn't start; just sits on the bench every week.
Because Stel, the problem we have is that we've got so many average players that they're inconsistent. There's no consistency with their performances. So one game Richarlison will play really good, then the next game he's anonymous, and then 2 games later he's anonymous. So he might have created a goal, but then the other game he then scores again, and he does well. And that's the problem with all of our players. A lot of our players, they're inconsistent.
Inconsistency comes from not being consistent in playing. It's like the gym. If you're inconsistent in going into the gym, some days you'll bench press well, some days you won't. When you're consistent, you'll bench press well most days. The fact that our players keep being dropped when they see, this is what I said about 3 months.
He's trying to please everyone, though, isn't he? It's literally he's trying to please everyone, give everyone a game.
I think he's trying to see who he trusts.
Yeah, but he's already changed his style of play just because the fans were moaning about his style of play.
That's what we're assuming.
Our top goal scorer sits on the bench against Liverpool. Our best number 6 sits on the bench every game now. Every game, Pauline is on the bench.
We can't use that.
We're 2-0 down against Forest. On comes Ben Davies and Paulinia. No attackers.
Yeah, that
he does it every week, Danny. Every week he does something you think, what are you doing? Like,
the substitutions we were saying.
And last year, everyone was doing the same thing. And I've done the same thing for Pochettino. The amount of times I used to get so angry with some of the substitutions Poch used to make. It didn't make sense. So it's like every manager does it. But none. And what the consistent thing is about all of these managers is not one of them have had a good enough squad. Not one. They've never had a good enough squad. They've either had bits of a team that's good or a good first 11, and they've never had a good enough squad to rotate players to compete at the level we want to see Spurs compete at. That's why Ange won the Europa League last season, because he binned off the rest of the competitions.
And he stuck with the same starting 11 in those games.
Yeah, but he had
consistency.
This is what. Yeah, I get you. But
he didn't drop Maddison. He didn't drop Maddison in those last 12 games. Maddison got injured against Bodo Glimt and then didn't play again. But between the end of Feb and Bodo Glimt,
Maddison didn't play against Villa.
Yeah, but didn't he come back from injury and he needed a bit of game time?
Maddison got injured against Bodo Glimt in the first leg.
Yeah,
he didn't play again until pre-season.
Okay, but he dropped other players, Lubo. He didn't play his best. He'd never started his best 11 in the Premier League for the last 8 games. He didn't. He just.
How many did Odegaard start last season?
I'll tell you
a lot more, because he was because we were dropping we were resting Johnson. We were resting.
I don't think
he played 16. He played 16. He started 9. Yeah, and 1 goal.
Yeah.
He played 20 in total. 20 in total, Dan.
It says he played total. What is that in the
Premier League? Are you looking at Premier League games or all games?
Yes. Whole season.
I'm looking at Premier League. Okay.
He played 16 Premier League, didn't he?
Yeah, and
he
19
played 1 in the League Cup, and he played 4 in Europe. So he played 21. out of 60.
No one's going to tell me that Ange Postecoglou went to Lange and said,
So of
listen,
course he looks
I need
better.
Odegaard. You've got to get me Odegaard. Please get me Odegaard, Lange. I'm not buying that shit.
So with that, of course, Odegaard looks better. That is pretty shit if you're going to be straight. Like,
there is,
16 Premier League games, 9 actually started, average of 53 minutes per game, total 849, and he got a goal. That's pretty piss poor. It's not really hard to improve, is it?
No, but you'd expect him to improve this year, wouldn't you, Dan? Because he should be improving as his development carries on.
I get that, but it's not exactly. You can't exactly say he's improved as such.
Well, listen.
I know what you mean. I know what you're saying.
Even to the point.
No,
listen,
none of these players have got better so far, man. Let's have it right. None of them. The reason Van de Ven looks good is because the system suits him much better. He's not having to kill himself every 2 minutes. The rest of the players, Romero looks the same Romero. Spence has one good game, then one bang average game. Porro's been an absolute mess. Danzo, he's a bit part player. Bentancur, one all right game, one shit game. Archie Gray scores a winner against Palace, has a shit game overall. Bergvall, I don't really know. Kudus started off well, falling off a cliff. Richie's our top scorer, but we all hate him. Odegaard, I think Odegaard has been mugged off completely because Odegaard, I said it 3 months ago, just give him 10 games and stick with him on the left wing. You're going to have good games, bad games, good games, bad games. But you know what? At some point, it's either going to click or he's just absolute rubbish. But what we do is we start, we drop, we start, we drop, we start, we drop.
But just by what you said, Stel, it sounds like you're saying that we need better players.
No, it sounds like the players haven't been coached to be improved. None of them.
Yeah, because they're not good enough. You kind of just
Porro's a very good wing back. He had the best stats under Ange as a wing back. Forget defending as a wing back. Now he's complete gash. He's collapsed under Frank.
He wasn't.
Porro
he wasn't a wing back under Ange. He was an inverted fullback. Yeah.
Porro under Frank has regressed massively.
Yes.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's definitely regressed. Yeah.
Still, Porro defensively under Ange was poor, and Porro defensively under Frank is poor.
But attacking wise,
he's
Porro
was our
second best.
He's not as good as defending, is he? Anyway, he's good at going forward.
Mate, Porro under Ange was the second top player at Spurs for goals and assists against the top 10 teams. The second best player.
Further up the pitch still.
That's what I'm saying to you, Lou.
That's what he's trying to say.
I'm saying to you, he was coached to his strengths.
Right. So I didn't agree with him being inverted yet. I thought that was a silly thing to do, and many a time it caught us out. But in that aspect, it was still getting him attacking. Now he's actually having to do more of a fullback job than he was under Ange, and it is showing on how much of a shit defender Porro is. And I kept telling everyone this, how crap he is, and people telling me he's get better. Okay, he's now shit, not fucking.
He's not better. He's not better.
He's not, and that's basically what it is with him. He's not a defender in any means or manner. Same as Basuma, same as Udogie.
He can't even cross a ball well anymore. He was our best crosser of the ball. Now he can't even do that properly.
The ball he put in for Richie on Tuesday.
That was a class ball.
Okay,
that was
that's what you was trying
to say.
Look
at the other 10 crosses that went fucking over the crossbar and hit the upper stand.
That's one cross out of 30.
Yeah, it's like the majority of the crosses are worse than they are good. Like that, it was the other way around before. Because the majority good crosses and then the one bad cross.
Danny, that's not because he's playing as a right back. That's because his crossing has got worse.
Yeah, his crossing has got
worse.
For sure.
He's got worse under Frank. That's my point. He's got worse.
But I agree with what Lou was trying to say here, because it's not. You can't blame Frank for Porro not being able to cross a football.
Yes, I can. That's what coaching is.
If he's a technically gifted player the way he is, we all agree that he's probably the most technically gifted player in the squad. One of them, anyway. Last season he was. Every single one of us would say he's the most technically gifted.
Right, I'm going to explain this to you from a coaching perspective. How does a goal scorer improve their finishing? What do they have to do as the basic? What have they got to do?
Hit the target.
Practice.
Shoot, yeah?
Yeah.
No, shoot, yeah? Right.
Yeah.
If you create fuck all and you only get to shoot twice in a game, how much practice are you getting in the game? How much opportunity are you getting?
Yeah, not a lot.
Right. So if the fullbacks don't play a system that's attacking, that allows them to be productive in the cross as often as possible, then it's not going to be. He's not getting enough opportunity to do it.
How do you know
That's
he's
what
not
I'm saying to
crossing
you.
balls in training still? How do you know?
Yeah.
No, you didn't hear what I said. I'm talking about the
I
match.
heard exactly what you said. You're talking about practice.
No, the
How do you
match.
know
The match.
Right.
The match is an extension of practice. That's what a match is. It's an extension within practice. So in the match, if you're not attacking much, you're not going to get much opportunity to practice.
Right, but still, the top goalkeepers can go 89 minutes and do nothing, and then pull off a brilliant save. The top
we don't have the top. We don't have the top right back.
Right, the top strikers can go.
We had a right back that could cross a ball.
And then they pull out. I've got to tell you something.
Do you know what? Frank can do no wrong. Frank can do no wrong. This guy, he's immune.
How many crosses has Porro put in this season? It'd be interesting to see compared to this.
Lubo, if Porro second half of the season, if Porro second half of the season puts in brilliant crosses, scores goals, gets assists, who are you going to praise for that? The coaches or Porro?
I'm going to praise Porro.
Not the coaches.
No, because Porro is a natural.
So why do we have coaches? We don't need coaches then.
When he fails to do it, when he's over hitting balls, he's hitting corners into the first man, first defender.
So why have coaches?
Pedro Porro is the 4th highest crosser in the league.
Yeah, but how many of them?
Hold on. Something? Yeah, it says here successful open play crosses 25, 26. Wingers who deliver the most precise balls. It says here Kudus is second. Jacob Murphy.
Yeah, Kudus, you can see it. Kudus, you can see it.
I'm sure.
But Pedro Porro is the 4th highest.
I'm sure it's a Chelsea game. He had 17 crosses, and 16 of them went to no one.
So look, which teams?
How many are successful, Danny? Out of those?
I'll tell you the stats here. It's got Porro's on 16 successful open play crosses and 97 total unsuccessful crosses.
Then if you look at 97, he's only hit 16 good ones.
Yeah, but if you look at, there's a guy I think at Wolves called Hugo Bueno.
But he's worse than him.
No, he's the highest apparently.
Yeah. But that's what I mean.
He's got 21 successful crosses and 45. But then if you look at the rest of them, if you look at Mohamed Kudus, he's on a similar kind of level. It says he's got 18 successful crosses and 92 unsuccessful crosses. So they're both kind of similar in the sense of they cross the ball a lot into the box, but a lot of them are unsuccessful.
That is literally just crossing the ball for the sake of crossing the ball. And that, to me, says the manager is telling them, don't look up, don't look for a person, don't pick someone out, just put the ball in the box. So then he should also be telling the forwards and the left forwards and the midfield, get in the box because the ball's coming in.
It's actually interesting when you say that, because when you actually look at all the other players who have got successful crosses in the box, their unsuccessful crosses are a lot lower than what ours. Ours are like double everyone else's. Like, for example, I think Saka's he's 7th in the list. He's got 15 successful open play crosses, and his unsuccessful is 51. So it means his actual the successful rate of his crosses is a lot better than what Kudus and Porro's are. But they're just getting successful crosses because they're putting a lot more into the box.
Yeah,
Danny, did you just say that our players have got a higher unsuccessful rate than other players, other teams?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. 100% it's the coaching. I'll tell you why. When one player is dipping, you can say the player's not doing well. When the collective are dipping on a crossing stat, 100% is coaching. No question of a doubt.
You can see it in the game still. All they do is
they
dip it in.
But you're not allowed to say Frank's doing a crap job or that the coaches aren't doing a good job.
That's quite surprising.
I can see when we play. Do you know what? I wish you were in the pub with me the other day. I was sitting with JP and we were saying, this is coached. They're coached to do this shit. It's not good. It's not good. The players are not being coached well. I'm telling you. It's the way we play. Listen, either get rid of these players and bring in players that play exactly how Frank wants, or you have to adapt to get the best out of these players for what they're good at. Porro is an attacking fullback. Whether you invert him or ideally overlap like he did at Sporting Lisbon, then do that. Jed Spence was good at Nottingham Forest. Why? Because he charged down that wing with aggression. And we've seen it against Liverpool. You saw it. That's what Spence was scouted for. It just so happens in 1v1 situations, he's got really good stats. So defensively, he's better than Porro. We don't encourage Spence to get forward. You rarely see him attack the channels. Porro and Spence should be full throttle down those wings because you know what? They're actually good at it. But we don't allow them that because of the way we play. And then we say, oh, these players are shit. Oh, Xavi Simons needs time. Oh, Kudus is tired. Oh, no, man. This is why I know we should be higher up the table. Still,
Spence is coached to get down the line.
Lubo, how many times did he attack the flanks again?
Go and talk to Johnny. Go and talk to Johnny.
No, don't listen to Johnny because Johnny waffles as well. He told me Wani's top player. Loads of goals. Remember when Johnny said with Wani's going to score loads?
Spence is being coached to go down the line. Spence gets down the line.
And who told him that? An ITK.
And he's no, but you can see he's being now.
Lubo.
You can see he's trying to hit balls with the outside of his foot, the outside of his right foot into the box because he's got to find a way. If he's playing left back. And that seems to be
Lubo.
And if he's going down the line still, he's got to find a way. In fact, the last few minutes at Palace, he put a ball in with his left foot. It was cleared off for a corner.
Yeah, the whole team did because Palace were knackered. We saw it. But against Liverpool, how many? Okay, Lubo, is Kudus coached to attack the wings?
Is Kudus coached to attack the wing? Yes, he is. You're seeing that.
So why is it every time he got the ball against Liverpool, he didn't attack the wing and kept going backwards or sideways?
But he was going down the line quite a bit against Palace. He went out and then he
Liverpool.
Went down the line.
Why did he not attack the wing against Liverpool? Why?
I don't know.
I know why.
He hasn't told
me. It's coaching.
It's told to come back.
Everything's coaching still, and players are faultless. Fair enough.
But why have coaches then? Why have coaches? Why fucking have coaches?
So if we get Conte in next season, we're going to win the league. Is that right? Still,
hey, Conte got us fourth.
Right. If it's all down to if it's all down to
worst team.
It wasn't a worst team.
Conte got us fourth with Eric Dyer, Ben Davies, Skip.
It wasn't.
Olivier,
We had
Harry Winks.
we had Harry Kane's son.
Fucking hell, Chicken Royale.
Still, have a look in your private chat. Dan, apart from Son and Kane, the rest of that team that Conte had was absolute shit
right.
compared
So then,
to what we had now.
But then, if we're gonna be honest, why don't we then compare the teams we're competing against for that and see the comparison of those teams then?
The question was
teams now.
Who had the better team?
Yeah,
then?
but
if you go by 11,
context
this
to it.
team is better than the other one.
We had 5 players.
We're playing in a different era. We're playing in a different time. Those teams, I can't remember what the Man City team was like then. Or the
question was who had the better team.
The Arsenal team are nowhere near as good as they are now. Their team was shit.
You're goalposting it. That wasn't the question. The question was who had the better team.
No, but you're comparing it to based on what we're doing now.
No, the thing is who had the better team.
Now
you're goalposting it.
The better squad.
Yeah, who had the better 11?
I think Conte
debatable. I think Conte did. Yeah, I think Conte did.
Conte did, yeah. Really?
I think Harry Kane and Son in your squad, the two best attackers in Europe, right? Elevate your squad to a whole nother level. What do you mean lay off? Son was the most
Longley, Sanchez, yeah. Emerson Royale.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. No. 100% Conte.
Son and Kane, massive advantage. No two ways about it.
Conte had a worse.
He had Bentancur, Kulusevski. Bentancur in his prime. What are you talking about?
When they came in second,
what are you fucking talking about? He had Romero. He had Romero in his team.
Conte played a system that made them look good. Because they weren't as good on the hand. You're talking
like we had a shit
team. They weren't as good on the hand.
We had a far better attack. We had attack levels and levels and levels above what we got now.
Yeah, but
Kudus is better than Kulu and Bentancur. Sorry. Mohamed Kudus is better than both
not then he wasn't.
That Kudus that came from Juventus. I'm not sure if Kudus is better than him.
No.
I mean that half year period. That half year
yeah.
period.
Not at all. Not in that period. Kulu was a beast.
Yeah, because Conte played a system that worked for them. He played that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but-
I agree with that too.
Yeah, of
He
course.
played the
but
system
you
for
could
them.
you could do that because you've got Harry Kane and Son. Son, apart from Haaland, was the most efficient finisher in all of Europe's top 5 leagues for about
Danny,
5 or 6 years.
You see Kulu.
What are we
you see
talking
Kulu,
about here?
You see Kulu.
the
Do you
teams
know what
up.
annoys me about Kulu? The same fans now that say we miss Kulu are the same fans, the same
fans that
YouTubers
say
that
get rid
said
of him.
he's bang average. He's bang average. The same fans that
100%.
call Kulu
Okay,
bang average
which
now
you
saying
never said
we
that.
miss Kulu.
We never
Yeah,
said
I
that.
never
So
said
many
that.
said that.
No,
I
didn't,
love
but a lot
love
did.
Kulu, and I still love Kulu. I've always liked Kulu.
I would name YouTubers right now, but I don't want to get into beef afterwards. But
A
there's many
majority- let's
YouTubers
just say a
that
high
Kulu's
majority.
a bang average player. He's meh.
Yep.
He's okay. Now, we miss him. We miss
And a lot of
Kulu.
people were talking about selling him as well and everything else where he's not good enough. I did say to everyone he's meant to play as a number 10, not out on the bloody right-hand side as well. And if you go and name that, look at that whole back line there. That was about as fragile as a back line you can get.
You know what I loved the most
All
about
right, Michael,
Kulu,
JP's
right?
got to go.
Yeah.
Let
Oh,
JP
sorry,
go
JP.
then.
Yeah,
Right.
Sorry.
Ciao, folks.
See you
All
later,
the
JP.
best.
Cheers,
Have a
JP.
great New Year's.
What about
Eve.
Brentford game?
Big up
What
to
was your
everyone.
prediction, JP? JP,
Huh?
what's your prediction for the
Brentford?
next game? Yeah,
I think we win that 3-1.
wicked.
Nice.
We're doing Brentford.
brave.
Yeah, I think we will as well.
We're doing Brentford. Doesn't matter. All right. Ciao, guys.
See you
Bye.
later, JP.
Big up,
Bye-bye.
JP, man. Have a happy new year, by the way.
Yeah, happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that team was better. I honestly think that Conte team was better. I think we needed a couple players in that Conte team, and he could have won the league.
You know what,
Personally.
Danny? I will tell you one thing about that Conte team, right? I think that team was much more suited to the way Conte wanted to play.
Yeah, definitely.
Because, like, you can park the bus like we did under Conte if you have Kane and Son up top, right?
Yeah.
Like, imagine parking a bus with 5 at the back right now with fucking Richarlison and you know, other guys in the forward line, right? You just cannot do it. But you could park the bus with Kane up front because you knew that as soon as you get the ball off the attackers, right, you just lamp it to Kane and he will, like, vast majority of the time win the.
And you know what, Michael?
Now imagine Conte's got Dragusin or Danzo in the middle with Van der Ven Romero, with Porro, with Adobe,
Dan,
with Paulinia now.
Dan,
Right, okay, but we're not
completely
comparing
agree.
the worst team.
We're not
Dan, I
comparing
completely
Conte with
agree,
this
man.
current squad. We're comparing what Conte had with that squad, right?
That's
We're not
okay.
what
With
so
that squad, I've just
what I
told you
see-
a set of players that would be better than the set of players he had for
Right.
the team.
Yeah, for him, for the team we've got now, right? For the system, you could say Conte would suit this team right now a lot better, of course, right? But what I'm saying is we're
So Conte's
comparing
team was
what
worse
Conte
then?
had and what Frank has got right
Was
now. That's
worse.
the comparison, right?
Right, and
For
if
me-
Frank would use his
for me,
brain and
I'd
play
take-
the team to its ability,
Dan,
he wouldn't be
let me
using what
just
he
say
does.
this. Let me say this, Dan, right? Conte's team at that time, when we finished 4th, everyone was
absolute
saying
shit.
all we need is a few more players and we could really do something with this Conte team, right?
No,
We need more players now than we did with Conte's team. That's a fact.
it's because of the way we want to play.
No,
Nah, if
because
you
our
was
players
to
are shit.
No, if you go and change it again to, like I said, and if you go and put Conte in his way of playing in here, it suits these players a lot better. All of a sudden, the team looks better because then we
Dan,
haven't got to play with a left. Then we haven't got to stick someone out on the right to get absolutely cooked. Then we got both our wing backs in the right position. We got a solid back three there. You got a solid Paulinia there, and then you can argue with Bentancur next to him. You go stick Simmons and Kudus straight behind whoever we put in front. It looks significantly better than playing a 4-2-3-1. So Conte's style now with these players would work better. Maybe Frank needs to adapt with the team he's got to then build to get to the team he wants.
Maybe.
Conte had a worse team then.
I don't think Conte.
No, I'm not sure, Dan.
I think this.
It'd be
I
an
think this were like
interesting. It would be an interest to see Spurs play in that way. It would be an interesting comparison. For me, we had five players that showed up. There were 5 at one level, and the other 6, Conte got the best out of them.
Mm-hmm.
For me, the 5 were Romero, Bentancur, Kulusevski, Kane, and Son.
Yeah,
and he built around those 5. Lloris was on his final. Was on his last legs. Dyer was making, both Lloris and Dyer were making mistake after mistake that year.
Yeah.
Costing us plenty of goals. But he got us up to fourth. And he played a pragmatic way. He played deep, and he played on the counter attack, Conte, because he didn't really have any major pace. And
how do we play now then?
Sorry? Yeah, but wait.
How do we play now then? We play pragmatic now, and we sort of try and do a counter attack because we have to.
But we haven't got.
You know what? You know what the maddest thing about us right now, right, is that we play like kind of a deeper block, right? We play a deeper block, but we don't counter attack. I don't know if you noticed, but we never do quick counter attacks. I don't know why that is, right? Like partially it is because of, I think, I don't know if it's like coaches' instructions or player themselves, but especially Kudus, he seems to be slowing us down in the transition a lot, right? Whenever he gets the ball, he tries to dribble past players, then he checks in.
We see it away from home this season. We don't see it at home.
But the defensive style of play.
Look at the goal we scored at City. With the flick on, Richie went down the right, crossed it. Johnson came in. That was on the counter.
Yeah, but that's not like a fast pacey counter attack. It was usually more from the press, right?
Direct.
Like we don't play extremely direct. Like I watched Chelsea versus Bournemouth today, and Chelsea were like defending at a certain point in the game. They were defending deep, right? They took the ball off one of the Bournemouth players, and in 3 passes they were at the penalty box of Bournemouth, right? They screwed up the shot, but I hardly ever see us just go extremely direct, which was what we were doing under Conte, right? But quickly with Conte, right? The maddest thing for me with Conte was the fact that this guy was here for 1.5 years, and he had Sessegnon and Doherty as wingbacks for the great chunk of that tenure of his, right? Like I honestly think there wasn't much missing from that team to actually be competitive because we had Kane and Son, right? And quickly with that, like Thomas Frank versus Conte's team comparison, right? I think for me it's impossible to compare those two, right? Because we played a vastly different style of play because of the strengths of respective teams, right? So I think we played like a park the bus pretty much tactic under Conte because we had world-class forwards, right? And I think we play like this low block, mid block kind of thing under Frank because our defense is better and we can rely more on them, which wasn't the case for like the whole of November. But still, nevertheless, like the stronger part of the team right now is the defense. The stronger part of that Conte team was the attack, right? So I feel like Conte made the best to utilize Kane and Son in quick transitions, right?
Yeah.
I didn't find Conte's play defensive at all, to be honest. I enjoy watching football.
That first half a year after we signed Kulusevski and Bentancur for me was one of the most enjoyable. Like, of course, I'm not counting like Pochettino, right? Years, but since Pochettino left, this was the best half a year I had as a Spurs fan.
You know, with the second
slapping people.
Mike, we were slapping everyone.
After Man City, with the highest goal scorers in the league from when Conte took over in the November.
Yeah, 4-0 at Villa, 5-1 against Everton, 5-1 against like Newcastle. We were slapping like vast majority of the league, right?
It was so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Do you know what? They beat Everton 4-0 or 5-0. They
5-1. 5-0 or 5-1 it was. Right.
They won Leeds. They won at Leeds 4-0 or 4-1. It was brilliant. I mean, I remember that goal at Leeds where Sessegnon went down the
Arsenal 3-0.
put it across, and Doherty came in at the back post and scored.
Yeah, do you know that win against Arsenal 3-0 was the last time we beat them? Last time we beat them.
Stel, do you remember Lubo? I don't know if you went to that game, Dan, but Stel and Lubo, that game was. We won that game before we even went to the ground. It was fucking amazing. It was ridiculous.
Last time we beat them.
Was that the last time?
They just destroyed Villa.
Yeah, but I knew we were going to beat them. You could tell by the way Conte was. This is what I mean about winners, but there's no point me having a chat about winners because not everyone gets it. People don't get it.
Steph, I'd have Conte back every single day of the week.
Look at what Jose
Mourinho
Mourinho done with that
I love
Inter
Conte.
Milan team. When that Roma team was better than that Inter Milan team and all over them, they still managed to get that season. Look what they did with Barcelona with a man down as well. That takes a winning manager to do that.
That was the best defensive performance, Dan, I can remember seeing.
Yeah, why? Because he knew how to do it.
Brilliant. They were brilliant that night, Inter, because Barcelona had all the ball pretty much, and Inter just soaked it up.
And that's why I rate Mourinho as probably the best manager ever, and I rate him over Alex Ferguson. Why? Because he done it in every single bloody league he went to. He done it in leagues where he had the smaller team and done it against the bigger teams and that. Now, don't get me wrong, Fergie, one of the greatest, but I rate Mourinho better.
So do you rate Ronaldo better than Messi based on that, Dan? Do you say Ronaldo's better than Messi because he won in different countries?
Yeah, better player. I would say Messi is a better player, but I'd have more respect for Ronaldo because he went to different places and done it. Didn't just stay at the easy club to do it as such. Messi stayed at an easy place. Second, he went somewhere else. He fell to shit.
Because that's
Ronaldo. Even when Ronaldo was nearly in his 30s, he still went to Juventus and fucking smashed it. Yeah. And then everywhere else he went, he smashed it. Messi, the second he left Barcelona, PSG, fell to shit. Now, don't get me wrong, skillful wise, greatest player ever, this and that. But I look on what Ronaldo did. Everywhere he went, he won it and done it in different countries. I have more respect for a player and a manager that does that. What Fergie made at Man U was unbelievable. But he stayed at Man U. He could have gone Real Madrid and done it. He could have gone Bayern Munich and done it. He could have gone Barcelona. Possibly would have done his. All you can say.
We'll never know.
No, we will never know. Whereas I can tell you for a fact that Mourinho won the cups with Porto, won the league with Porto, won the Champions League with Porto, done the treble with Inter Milan, done Barcelona when they was practically unbeatable in with Real Madrid and that, and done it with Chelsea twice. Everywhere he went, he absolutely done it, and he didn't always have the strongest team to do it. That is why I'll have more for Mourinho than I will for Ferguson.
Which is why all of these arguments about Ange v Frank are absolutely pointless.
Yeah.
Just pointless. When you look at the managers we've had, and you're talking about Ange and Frank, it's a pointless discussion.
That's why I never defend Frank. People defend him though. You just said it.
You
just said it. So why is he being defended? You literally just said it.
That's a fair point.
You defend Ange still, and we're not.
Now you're making it about Ange and Frank. Exactly what you said to me.
No, but the point I'm making.
Fuck Ange. Fuck him. Frank's a loser.
Tonight, mate. The snooker's on.
Frank's a loser, Lupo. That's my point.
We don't know.
He's not in Conte's league. He's not in Mourinho's league. He's not in Klopp's league. Pep's. He's Ancelotti. Frank's nowhere near those levels. He's not.
This is why the problems at Spurs are so much deeper and so much bigger than Thomas. Believe me.
Yeah.
So much bigger.
So when I want to ask you
guys,
fuck
Frank, fuck him. He's a loser. He's a fucking loser.
What do you think? What do you think about the transfer window coming up? Let's talk about that transfers before we. I don't know if you want to finish soon, but what do you guys think about the transfer window? Do you actually think we're going to strengthen, or do you think it's going to be safe?
I
think we can strengthen, and I think we've got to, because if we don't at least get one significant player in there, you're then going to get a lot of the fan base all of a sudden turn on the board again, where they've given themselves that little bit of breathing time at the moment, where people are saying, okay, we can't really make a decision on whether you're changing or not until January. And then we can't make a proper decision on it until the end of the summer. So they've got to at least bring one big player in who can do something. And I think they will. With Semenyo going over to City, I think we'll end up getting Savinho from there. And then I personally think we've got to go over to Italy and try with what I said. Go offer him Jagusin and 50 million, 35 million of that coming from Johnson. Go get Kone, because I think he's better than Walton all day long, who we would pay bloody 100 million for, or go out there and get Edison, or go out there and get both. For 150 million, and call it 185 million if you count the money off of Johnson, and also the other 20 million you can put towards Kone because Roma want Dragusin. I think all three of those players are possible. That also depends on what we'd go with wages, though. Yes, I know there's a lot more to the wage structure and that people don't have to repeat that, but you do have to offer the right money for them one way or another. Then you have to pay them the money and everything else.
We sign one player.
Yeah,
I'm so sad about this fucking club, but I just hope we sign someone.
I think we'll end up getting someone like Savinho because they're going to get rid of who's the other one that's Marmouche? What's his name?
Marmouche.
Oscar Bob's talking to a German club, I think.
Yeah, I hope
I'd
we get
still take Lutman.
I hope we get Marmouche instead of.
I agree,
Savinho.
Mike. I'd rather get him as well, but his wages are like 280 grand. Will we pay that?
Yeah.
I mean, some say. That. I mean, some people tell me we can't pay that because of other players.
No, we can. We can.
Other people tell me we can't because of other players we've got where their money would have to go up.
Would you need?
I'm just going by what others say.
What would you need to buy, say, a Kone or an Edison? What would you need to give them wages wise?
Personal opinion, I think you could go out there and get Kone for say 60 million euros because their money in Italy, they are brassic to the point, and Atalanta are not a big club. Wages wise, I don't think you'd be paying stupidly over 130, 140.
Yeah, I also
opinion,
think
and Kone. I think we can offer that 50 million, 60 million, and Dragusin. It's a bit of a hard bid to turn down for someone of Roma's size. Money-wise, they're brassic as well. I do actually think they are possible, and we could afford the wages. Sorry, Mike, go on.
No worries. I was trying to cut in. Sorry, that was rude of me. But in Italy, guys like Ederson. In Italy, like guys like Ederson and Kone, they are on what, like 40k, 50k, I guess, 70k maybe.
We could double up their wages easy.
Yeah, I say we can double their wages, right? And this is like an appealing offer. It's just like when you try to buy a player like that, it's about the other teams also wanting them, right? Because if we want Kone, but United want him and United offer him 250, right? Then there is a problem. But if we are the only ones wanting him, and he's on like 70k in Italy, and he's on like 70k in Italy, then if you offer him 150, then he's like obviously
another one as well, Mike. Is people say Roma want him. Roma want Dragusin.
Even though he hasn't played for 9 months.
Yep, because they know how good he was in Italy. The other thing people say is that you can't get a player if he doesn't necessarily want to come to you. Now, generally, I agree with that. But when you go and look at someone like Tonale, who went Newcastle, did he want to go Newcastle? Did he fuck? He did not want to.
Didn't they? They pushed him out.
But people tell me it's impossible and that can never happen.
But Dan, in hindsight, are we not correct to think that maybe they pushed him out of the club because they knew what was going on, and Newcastle were not made aware
doesn't matter.
Scandal he was involved in.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They still pushed him out of the club. He could have just sat there and said, "I ain't going nowhere." Obviously, you've got to have the player want to come to you. But if a club is that desperate for money, they can sort of give it a shove. I know it's got to work all together. There's a big system in it as such. But in Italy, they are that desperate for money out there. They even play their finals for the past 3 years or 4 years in other countries like bloody Australia and everything to try and get more into the bloody Serie A, to get more people notice it. Apart from Como, there is not one team in Italy that is what you would call stable. Crystal Palace make more money in a year than bloody AC Milan.
I know.
Their league is absolutely bustedly broke.
By the way, I just checked. Ederson is on 49k a week, and Kone is on 98k a week.
And Ederson, you've got a defender, a defensive-minded player, a midfielder, and you've got an attacker. Kone, you've got a player, in my opinion, is significantly better than Walton. I know a lot of people love him because he's English and that, and don't get me wrong, I think he's going to be brilliant. But I think Kone, here and now, is a better player than Walton, and I think Ederson you can put him on the same level personally, from what I've seen them play.
Yeah,
and they're two players we could stably get them to with the other 35 million, using Dragusin as a 20 million sort of barrier as well, and also get Savino if that's what we wanted to do. I don't think it's impossible. It's asking a lot, but I don't think it's impossible.
The issue I have with Savino, right? Like for me, there is like 15 players in Europe like Savino that you won't have to pay 70 million for. Like this is something that I sometimes I struggle to like listen to like some people talking about transfers, right? And the only transfers I hear about is like Semenyo, Savino, Wharton, like the NDI and other guys only from the Premier League, right? As if there weren't any other leagues in the world, right? I just really don't like that whole Prem proven bollocks.
Yeah. I can understand it a bit though, Mike. I do get it, but there's been many a player that come over and can do it. I think you can go over to Italy and get cheaper players. Now, people say you ain't paying the money, what do you matter? Well, if we save money, it means we can put money towards another player. When I think we can go over there and get cheaper players on cheaper wages as well. If we wouldn't have got Walton, he'd want something like 200k or whatever, and that with the English tax on top of it. Personally, I think Kone's a better player and Ederson's just as good, and they'd be half the price. And plus, the clubs need the money desperately. To me, it just makes common sense, that one.
Agree.
You know what I mean? Lookman is another one I'd quite happily take. I'd quite happily take him off there as well.
Do you think we're going to spend this big so-called £150 million war chest of money in January, guys?
How many times have we had the war chest thing?
Yeah. Well, it should be 180 if we sell Johnson. It should be 185 if we sell Johnson.
Damn right. That's where it's going to come from, Dan. It's selling all our shit, isn't it? Like, to add up.
I think we'll spend like 70 to 90, maybe. I actually think we'll buy one or two players, right? But Mike, it won't be like 150.
If the cash is there, made available in the bank, and you're saying there's 150 million of cash, if you're splitting a fee over 5 years, then theoretically, I suppose you could be saying we could buy 750 million pounds worth of players, and put down a fifth. If everyone was a yearly payment for 5 years, then you've then got to find 150 million. But that wouldn't happen because I think we're owing about 240 million already. And I think Dan, why it was such a massive risk keeping Ange was if we had lost that final without Champions League football this year, then with a debt of 800 million, that would have
exactly. And now it makes even more sense on why we just basically put the league aside and went for that cut through.
Yeah, no, it's a risk.
Who else could we got in to do it? He already had the team. He already knew the team. No, I wanted him good. Didn't want to keep him either. But I did say even before January that if we don't sell him, I think they're just going to focus on the cup because it makes sense.
It would have been a risk. It would have been a risk if it was Frank as manager because he's got no winning pedigree. If it was Mourinho, we wouldn't have said it's a risk. If it was Conte, we wouldn't say it's a risk. Why?
Agreed.
Because they're proven winners.
Who could we have got?
The risk
Moyes
reduces. If it was
Terzic was free, the ex-Dortmund manager. He was spoken about.
If it was Poch, it would have been a risk. As much as I love Poch, it would have been a risk because he's got a habit of choking.
Yes. I mean, and the league he did win it in is a bit hard not to win it in, basically, if we're going to be honest, but he has still got a league title behind him.
And I guarantee you the club would have spoken to the players and the players would have said, we can do it. We can win this. We believe we can do it. They would have 100% would have spoken to some players. There's no way they wouldn't have spoken to the players.
Certain players turned up for those games that they didn't in others. One of them being Basuma. Why? Magically, all of a sudden, Basuma wasn't focused to be a defensive midfielder because he hasn't got a defensive brain. You look at about 80% of the mistakes he made, they were all defensive problems that he made. But when it comes to, do you know what? Basuma, if we could just get him playing what he's good at, would be the perfect man to put alongside Paulinho at this moment in time.
Do you know what we've
got?
Do you know what
I know Basuma's going to go anyway. I know that, but still.
Do you know what I think is going to happen, right? I think we're going to spend the next 3-4 years, we're going to spend a shitload of money, and Frank's going to get us back to being top 4. And then because we're not winning anything and because we just become the same we were in the past under Redknapp, they'll get rid of him, say, right, another manager. And then that manager's going to say, you know what? I don't actually want all these players. And then we're going to be back to fucking square one from 15 years ago, but fans will be slightly happier because we're top 4 every year. And that's going to be seen as some kind of success, some kind of glory.
Is this not reason then to have a style of football that you want to play, that you bring in the players to suit that style of football, and you bring in the manager, and that way, as you change manager, the players are there that fit the system.
We don't do that.
So basically, then, Ian, we've got the wrong manager.
That's what we should.
So then, if we want to go to attacking football to this imaginary Spurs way,
it's not imaginary, Dan. It's not.
It is imaginary. It is imaginary. Ian, it's 2025, mate. It's imaginary.
It's not imaginary. It's a
teams don't play that way anymore. They haven't played that way. Teams don't. Spurs haven't played that way.
City do.
Yeah, one of the elite teams.
No, but
we even worked this out, and I agreed with half you that 40 years Spurs haven't played like it, and 30 years Spurs have played like it.
How is everyone getting the link to come on? Danny, you send the link to everyone?
I didn't send a link out. I sent a link to Mike.
I sent it to Dietrich.
Please send no more links.
No, I haven't sent it to anyone but Dietrich. Only Dietrich.
Who gave it to Michael? Who gave it to Michael?
I didn't give it to Michael.
No, I did.
No.
Yeah. I put it on the thing.
We want to see.
I've lost control of my own channel. I've got no control.
No, I asked you. I wouldn't send it to Mike.
It's all right. It's all right.
I would only give it to Dietrich because we know what Dietrich is like.
I'm just trying to flex my authority. That's all. I'm just trying to flex.
Get down the gym then.
Stop. Piss off. Stay in your corner, okay?
The Spurs corner. The Spurs.
Still, just go answer your door, mate.
Do you know what? I'm going toilet.
Oh God!
Ooh. I think he just did.
Go on, sweetheart. Go answer the door.
Either way. But no, when it comes down to the players, I think we can get in. I think we can actually get in at least 2 stable players, at least 2 good players who will improve this team significantly. I know it's going to be harder in January, but if we've got this 185 million to spend, if we get rid of Johnson, we are just going to have to pay the extra money. And I don't mind paying extra money for very good players. What I do mind is paying extra money for players that have never even played in Premier League. That is what bothers me when we go and do that. Now, if we go and spend 20 million extra for Kone, Edison, Savino or whatever, do you know what? I can deal with that because you have to pay up the extra cash because of the time of year it is, but you know you are getting a good player.
Yeah.
Instead of paying an extra 30 million for a player who's never even bloody played.
Yeah. And I think as well, like, I know Stel was saying before about getting what he thinks could happen. We'd do a couple of years of this plan and we get to like a top 4 team or top 5 team, and then we get someone else in. I think if Frank could get to that level, I don't think it's going to be a massive, or we're going to have to sell players and then bring someone else in. I think if you're a team that's competing in the top 4, you're going to be some kind of a good team, right? So I'd like to think you're going to have some good players. It just, that's when you're at a point where you might need a better quality manager to then have a couple more class players in there to then kind of push you again to the next level. But we're nowhere near anywhere near that. We're not even near top 4 level, really.
In 3 years' time, contracts for Van de Ven, contracts for Romero, all these players, they expire, and I don't think they're going to sign up unless they're going to want trophies. They've had a taste of silverware. They're going to want more.
That's true.
The other thing I would want, is if the club doesn't know what it wants to do with Frank yet, right? If the club says I'm going to stick with Frank for the next 2 years, come love nor money, then go do what you got to do. If the club isn't sure whether they're going to keep Frank or not because of what happens over the season, then do you know what? Fuck what Frank wants. Go and get a solid centre mid. Go and get a solid left winger who the next manager will blatantly put in their team come love nor money. That's the way I see that.
They should be doing anyway, Dan.
If we get Ederson,
No, they don't.
right? If we get Ederson or Kone or guys like that, right? It doesn't matter if Frank is the manager or someone else. They are good enough.
That's what I'm saying,
right?
Yeah,
exactly, right. But I honestly think that there are players out there that we can buy that will suit both the Frank system and other managers' systems.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. So we are not like hampering Frank by buying those good players, right? No. He can still make use of them.
Yeah.
So
exactly. That's what I'm basically saying. So no, if he wants, I don't know, a certain player that's going to play a certain way that won't necessarily adapt to another way of a manager we could be looking at for the end of the season, then go and get him a centre mid, go and get him the left winger. There you go. A quality centre mid, a quality left winger. If it don't work out for Frank, baked potato, mate, see you later. Off you go. Next manager in. Them two are still blatantly going to get used. Buy for the club, not for the manager. If you don't know whether you're going to keep the manager. If we're going to keep him for 2-3 years and that is the plan of the club, then you're going to have to buy him the players he wants, basically.
Wait, we are Spurs TV. Where did you hear me say that I don't want Tonali? What? What?
I want to know what Dietrich thinks.
Fuck me, like why wouldn't I want Tonali if we have fucking
he's probably born in deficit, just ignore him.
Tonali, he's one of the most underrated players in the Premier League, in my opinion.
For me, I mean, top 3 best midfielder.
It was so wild when Newcastle got him. Like I was flabbergasted when that transfer happened.
And we got Archie Gray.
And look how cheap they got him for as well. For
55 million or something like that, right?
He was considered between the next Pirlo or Del Piero. He was considered to be one of them two, basically. And
he was AC Milan captain from their academy. Spent years at the club. They were talking about him like next, like Totti Totti for Roma, right? But yeah,
over here or even over from Spain, that would have been a player that was 90 to 100 million. The way I even look at that, Pirlo going over to Newcastle was more of an established player than Virgil van Dijk going to Liverpool. Pirlo was already more established worldwide and known worldwide than Virgil van Dijk was when he went to Liverpool. And Newcastle went and pulled that off and didn't even pay stupid money and wages.
Yeah.
Why couldn't we have done that? You know?
No clue.
We know why, Dan. We know why, Dan. Because it was all about profit and not glory. And all the effort was putting on the commercial side, not the football side.
Well, hopefully that will change.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully that will change, but we're not going to know until the end of the summer, basically, are we?
No.
Okay. Let's be fair. No, let's be fair. I know a lot of guys are going to say, sure, Enoch or an issue, which I 100% agree with you guys. But how? Okay, let's say in the right minds. Let's say you're a player in your league and you're doing extremely well, and let's say there's other teams like mid-table teams, like top 10 and above, are chasing after you. Are you really going to go to Spurs with let's say, a system that's not going to get the best out of you, and play under a manager that clearly is not an established winner? Because as much as it didn't like Frank, at least he got the better of players and he knew how to speak to them. Look at the way he spoke to Van de Ven. Look at the way he spoke to, for example, Vicario Madison. You need to be a good talker to be a good manager, not like a Frank, like someone that just sits back and just let other players disrespect him. It doesn't work like that.
I mean, in that aspect, I think you can look on it. Yeah, when it came to Ange,
he knew how to talk.
None of the players walked off the pitch and just turned their head to him like a bitch, basically, like they did with Frank. The way Van der Ven and Spence walked off there and disrespected him like that, if I'd have been the manager, I'd have slapped him in the face on the pitch.
So how will Ederson at 25, an established international with Brazil, is going to respect him if he calls him this January or let's say this summer? How is he going to earn the respect?
Well,
it's very true.
today working with the players, but you talk about look at last season. The telecam was focused on Maddison talking with Son, saying what a load of shit this system is. That's what they said. They just said it behind Angie's back.
Yeah, he said that, but at the end of the day, he won a trophy at the end. So
okay,
clearly, go ahead.
When Ancelotti was manager of AC Milan, Baresi, Maldini, some of the best players we've ever heard of, they went up
one
to
of
him
the best teams ever.
They said to him, "This system doesn't work." They would go to the manager and tell him, "Can we do this? Can we do that?" And he'd listen and they'd change certain things. But when it happens at Tottenham, the manager's a piece of shit. He caved into the players, but when it's Ancelotti, he said, "Guys, the best managers listen to their players and say, do you know what? You've got a point. Maybe you've got a point. Just maybe you've got a point. Let's give it a go. And if it works, you stick with it." That's good management. Good management listens to his staff.
If he's the great communicator, why did he go?
That's what good managers do. They listen to their staff.
Why did he go to Forest, who did very well last season, playing in a pragmatic way, and then trying to fill his kamikaze?
Why is Sean Dyche losing every single week with those players and they're in the same place?
Wait. Can everyone look at Dan's?
Forest lost tonight to an Everton B team at Forest. Forest are 17th. They haven't improved.
Forest smacked us 3-0 and smacked Liverpool Anfield 3-0.
Because Frankie's completely shit.
Oh, okay.
All right, bring on Ben Davies for 30 minutes to go. You need to go, all right?
All this I'm going to give Frankie here is all bullshit because you haven't given him a year. You've made your mind up
already.
I
haven't once said Frank out.
No, I'm not. You don't have to say Frank out to actually dismiss whether you rate him or not. You're not giving him.
I don't rate him. You're not giving him a year because you don't want to criticize or question anything the manager does, even when you can see, even when you can see he's clearly doing things wrong. That's the difference.
How have I not said in the last few weeks on the Spurs 5, Frank's performance up to now is average?
No, you called him average.
Oh, you want him out?
Call him average.
Then you want him out.
On average, he's made good team selections. He's made bad team selections.
So then you want him out.
Hang on, he's made good substitutions. He's had bad substitutions. I don't want him out now. There'll be absolute chaos at the club if you get rid of that.
So why is it you're allowed to call him average, but I can't say he's doing shit?
No. What you're doing, I'm giving him the year. Right? How will he do in the next 6 months? I don't know, but he needs better.
Why are you allowed to call him average, but I can't say he's shit?
No, but I'm not. You've written him off.
No, but you got what?
No, you've written him off completely.
You haven't
given him the year.
No, I haven't. I've said no, I haven't. You don't listen. Just like most people.
You don't actually. Anything he does that's right, you never mention. You only mention the bad things.
That is true still, though.
You're not listening to what I've said. No, I've said chuck 400 million at him. He'll get us top 4. Give him the money. He'll get us back to where Redknapp got us. I've said that 100 times. What I have said on top of that is he's not winning anything, though. And that's the bit that you lot don't like hearing. When I say he'll get us back to top 4, he'll get us back to where Redknapp gets us. It goes in one ear, out the other when I say that.
But look at the managers.
This goes out your ear. But when I say he's not going to win something, you hear that and say, Stell wants him out. Stell hates Frank.
You talk like we should be winning. You talk like we should be winning trophies.
Now you're changing the argument. Now you're changing the argument. So basically, unless I say,
we've won 34 years still. 3 in 34.
I'm entitled because I want us to win a trophy. What? So what do you want then? All right, Luba. Okay, all right. I'm entitled because I want us to win a trophy. What do you want?
But you can't expect him to suddenly turn around.
No. What do you want? I want a trophy. What do you want?
I tell you what I want. I want a manager.
What I really, really want.
I want to see the managers back and the owners back and manager, and the manager be given time. I want fans to look at a situation where we have a first team with no 8, no 9, no 10,
Lubo, what do you want? Lubo, what do you want?
So, and everyone expects.
The doctor says, Lubo, you've got 1 year left to live. What do you want to see?
What do you mean I've got 1 year left to live?
Doctor says, Stelios, you've got 1 year left to live. What do you want? Do you want to see the number 8 ball in? Do you want to see a number 9? Or do you want to win a trophy?
Do you think Levy said that to Ange? Right, Ange, you've got 1 year left to live. Well, that's no good because I was winning my second year.
He said to Ange, I'm going to keep you, but you better win that trophy.
But he's only got 1 year to live, so...
Lubo, you called me entitled because I want to win a trophy.
We all want to win a trophy.
You called me entitled.
Sometimes it takes years to build a team that's good enough to win a trophy. You're saying, Frank, shit. This is shit.
He is. He's shit what he's doing.
He's not, though. He's not.
He's been terrible. Frank has been terrible so far.
If he was shit still, we'd be where West Ham.
He's been shit. He's been shit.
He's also been very good.
At what?
At what?
That is a point. At what?
Go on. At what? Tell us. What's he been good at?
We're halfway. If you're brilliant, you're near the top.
No, not brilliant. Shit, what has he been good at? What has he been good at?
What's he been good at? Away from home, I think he sets the team up very well. We've got the best away record in the league up to today. They're facts.
Okay. Right, so therefore that's enough for us then, because we're good away from home. Don't worry if we finish 14th, as long as the away record's good.
At home, his team selections for me have left a lot to be desired. So you got good in one hand, bad in the other, and when you even it all out, we're mid-table, and that's where we are. We're not doing shit. We're not doing brilliant.
You called me entitled. No, I'm not going to let you get away with this. You called me entitled because I want a trophy.
Right? You know why, Stel? Because you expect him, because you're a Tottenham fan, you expect the manager to come into this mess of a squad that he has inherited and turn it round in 4 or 5 months.
I thought Andrew was the problem, not the squad.
Also with the board as well.
I thought Andrew was the problem, not the squad.
They're all I said on your show many times that the problem at Spurs last season for the whole thing was a third the owners, a third the players, and a third the manager. I said that on your show 9, 10, 12 times.
Is it a third of Frank this year or not?
It is a third of Frank this year, yeah.
Right, so there's no fucking difference.
He's not doing shit.
So what's he done good at then?
He's not doing shit. He's not
doing
but
he's still a third. What's different?
But if he's a third of the problem, Ian, what's different?
But you've got to give people time to try and build, Dan.
I agree with. I get that. And I get it. If we're going to see anything, I'm not going to make a proper judgment till the end of the season. But at this moment in time, I will only judge game by game. I will compare to Ange because it was the previous season. If he lasts another season, I will then start judging him on this season, basically.
Can I give my honest opinions?
We look no better than we did under Ange at this moment in time.
We look awful. Go on any YouTube show after the Palace win. No one was talking about the win. Everyone was talking about how bad it was to watch.
Not everyone, Stel. That's not true. No, that's not true.
Danny,
not everyone
every
was saying
show
that.
was about the poor performance. Every show I watched.
No, not everyone was. Not everyone was saying.
Last word on Spurs. The Spurs 5. Tottenham. This channel tonight. We are Tottenham TV.
I listened to
Brian Daigle went on and lost his shit because people weren't talking about the win. Go watch the Brian Daigle rant. He lost his fucking mind.
Yeah, he lost his mind because people were saying how bad we were.
Talking about the win because no one's talking about the win.
Because but we weren't as to win a game of football. We actually played right in the last 20 minutes of the game. We played better than they did.
The reason
no one was talking about the
win, the reason no one was talking about the win is because everyone knows it was crap.
Yeah, but this fan base still want things that they can't have. That's the truth.
This fan base wants a manager that can actually set us up to be attacking and not just sit there and get pumped.
Attacking with what still?
Like we did against How did we attack Liverpool then? How did we attack Liverpool? How did we do that?
When we attacked them, we went down to 9 men.
Danny, no, that's not the question. How did we attack Liverpool? We were the better team. How did we attack Liverpool then?
We didn't until we started getting the cards.
Danny, we were the better team for the first 30 minutes, 11v11. We were better than them.
Do you know what?
Even when we was down to 10 men, we were better than Liverpool.
Still, first half an hour, but it was shit.
It is because Liverpool were that bad.
The football was
we weren't that good. We weren't good in the first half an hour.
But we were better than Liverpool. We were better than Liverpool. I think
The Spurs fans, they got behind the team when we went down to 10 and got behind them when we went down to 9. Do you know why? Because they could see we were trying to go for it. That's why the Spurs fans backed them. Yet we go to Crystal Palace, shit show. How is it you can do it against Liverpool and you can't do it against Palace?
You've missed one massive fact still.
Here we go. No Romero.
No, because it's easy to go at a team when you've got nothing to lose and you're 2-0 down.
Right. So the mentality changed. It's the manager who sets that man. It's the manager who instills mentality. Yes, it is.
Not all of
it's the manager. I'm sorry.
Came to Spurs and told every player, "You're winning something in the second year. That's what we're going to do. That's what I'm going to do." From day one, he said that. And then when the interviewer said to him, "Do you really think you're going to win something?" He goes, "I don't think. I know." Mentality.
He's a wonderful manager. There you go. He's better.
You're upset that we won a trophy and Ange is better than Frank.
No, I'm delighted we won a trophy, but I'm very aware that he's a shit manager who got fucking lucky.
You've got an excuse. There you go, lucky, and that's it. You think a winner at Spurs is lucky, yet this loser who's won nothing in his life, you want to sit there defending him at every opportunity.
Ange was the worst manager in Premier League history. Let's have him.
Dreadful.
He's the worst
because he threw the league. He threw the league.
But it is the manager's job to make that team play better. It is the manager's job to give it commitment. It is the manager's job to give them the mentality. Yes, I feel the players should be able to do more themselves, but we all know how woke, like, the mentality of people, not just the world, is these days. When it comes down to the crunch, it is the manager's job to do that. If he ain't doing it, he ain't doing his job. And that's just the way it works. And sadly, in football, you don't give them that amount of time when you go to a bigger club as such. You don't get that time, whether it's right or wrong. The morals don't come into this one. It is what it is. Mild saying it. It's a dog-eat-dog world.
Then, since Zenit took over, Arsenal have had 3 managers. We've had 20.
And look how many Chelsea had, but they had the money to do it.
Yeah,
so it does work.
Difference.
This is what I mean about winners, and
but that's once they've won things, though.
And that's exactly. We are
Spurs. This is what I mean about winners, right? We are Spurs.
This is true. This is true.
Right? This is false, and I'm going to tell you why it's false.
No, it's false.
Because Crystal Palace have won nothing in their history. Glasner, a winner, turns up. How did they manage to beat Aston Villa, who were very good last season, 3-0 in a semi-final, and then beat City? Because the manager's got that winning DNA. How did Crystal Palace do it, guys? Why is Crystal Palace suddenly good? They've lost their 2 best players, Elise and Eze. How are they better than us?
They didn't have Elise.
So don't tell me what Frank did at Brentford.
Elise wasn't there.
They didn't have Elise, yeah. He wasn't there last season.
Exactly. He wasn't there. And yet they won the FA Cup. How did he do it? Because he's a winner. That's what winners do. Winners do that.
Yeah, but still, they weren't playing in Europe last year. We were.
How did they win the FA Cup?
They won because they focused on it.
Like we focused
on
the Europa.
And the other thing was...
but the difference is still, they had one game a week. They also rested players. They also rested players for that FA Cup.
Danny, they didn't.
Didn't they?
They didn't.
They rest some of their players, didn't they?
The reason Crystal Palace won the FA Cup is because they weren't in Europe.
No, they won the FA Cup because they focused on that. That was the only thing they could achieve in that season.
And the other teams didn't focus on it.
Same as we won the Europa Cup. Same as we won the Europa Cup because we focused on it.
So the reason Crystal Palace won the FA Cup is because they wanted it more than Arsenal, more than Aston Villa, more than Man City, more than Liverpool. That's why they won it.
No, they beat Fulham, Man City, and Villa.
Yeah. Why did Glasner win the FA Cup with Crystal Palace? Why, guys? What happened? What did he do that was different?
I don't know.
Why couldn't Frank win it with Brentford? He had Damsgaard, Tony, and Boyma. Why could he win the FA Cup?
Do we not agree though that Palace overall, team wise, last season had a better play, had a better all round team than Brentford?
Yes.
Why did Glasner win the FA Cup at Crystal Palace? It's okay to say that Glasner's a winner.
Listen, I wanted Glasner last season. Glasner was my number one choice. Poch wasn't coming, and I wanted.
Why did you want Glasner, Lubo? Why did you want Glasner? Why was he your number one?
Because of the way he sets up his team.
Now, hang on. Let me jump in here, yeah? But now, Lubo, as far as I'm concerned, you've just contradicted everything, mate. Because
he has bought players. He bought, like Frank, both of them bought players to fit the system. Palace have got greater resources than Brentford.
Okay.
They've got their ground's 50% bigger. They bring in a lot more money. They pay higher wages. And look at the players. They've got Mark Gahey.
Okay.
They've got Richards. Look at the back three.
That's not what I'm going to get at. Ian, you are the one.
He bought better players than what Brentford could buy.
Brentford got a far I'm not going to go to that. Hang on, still. Ian, you are one of the ones on here who
Brentford are above us in the league without.
Hang on. You are one of the ones on here, Ian, who preaches so hard about this Spurs history, this Spurs way of playing. We've got a Spurs structure. We must go play this way. And then you go and tell me you want fucking Glasner.
And what did I say to you about wanting winning football? What did I say to you about wanting winning football?
So then the history is less important than winning. So then the history is less important.
I have said to you.
The Spurs way.
I've seen the great teams. I've seen the great players. I've seen the great managers. Now I just want to see winning football and for us to win the league. But there's got to be an identity at our club, Dan. Otherwise, what you're going to get is you're going to get players like Poronu Dogi, who are bought as wing backs, and the next manager comes in and he doesn't play wing backs. So Poronu Dogi.
Okay, no, I'll come back from that one. Then fair play, Ian. I'll come back from that one. So the point I'll make is then you don't care what way we play as long as we get an identity now, even if it is counter-attacking defensive football.
If Spurs settle on it and they say, right, we're going to go.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Okay, you know what? No, I'll take it back in. Ian, I'll take it back. My bad. I'll take that one back in.
Dan, because whatever system you want to play
I've just put my hands up and accepted. I'll take it back.
Lubo.
We've got Poch, then Jose. Nuno, forget Nuno, that was 10 games. Then we've got Conte. Then we've gone from Conte to Ange. Then to Frank. It's ridiculous. It's extremes the whole time.
Lubo, you've just said that you wanted Glasner over Frank.
Yes.
Right. And the reason you said that is because you prefer the way Glasner sets up his team.
Yes. I do.
Therefore, you think he's a better manager then?
Do I think Glasner's personally, I thought Glasner was a better manager than Frank because his team, Brentford had a very good, Damsgaard and the front three were very good. But Glasner put together a team that was a well-drilled team with a system, and this is why he was able to get his team to produce the displays that beat Fulham away in the quarters, that went and beat Villa.
When did you first hear of Glasner?
Was it Man City? They beat Man City, didn't they?
When did you first hear of Glasner? Yeah. When did you first hear about him?
When did I first hear about Glasner? Yeah. When he was at Frankfurt and he won the trophy there.
When he won the trophy. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's my point. Winners.
Winners. But still, you can't get a winner every time you bring someone in. When Liverpool brought Klopp in, Klopp hadn't won a trophy. So
Klopp won everything at Dortmund.
Won the Bundesliga.
No. When he went to Dortmund, he hadn't won anything. So if you're a Dortmund fan, based on your way of thinking, you wouldn't have brought Klopp in because he's won nothing.
Subtly different. As a Dortmund fan, you're not expecting to win much because you've got Bayern Munich now.
But
as a Spurs fan, you are not expected to win the Prem because there is City and Liverpool and United in the Prem.
What are we expecting to win?
No, because the thing with Klopp, and I said this, a manager at some point in their career at the beginning bit, a manager's career is 20, 30 years. You've got to win something, right? Klopp did it at Dortmund. Frank's been in the game for 14 years, man. And now we're saying, Give him 5 years, 4 years to build. So this manager could go 20 years into his career without a trophy. What, like, for me, that's like I said, guys. Give him 500 million, give him 800 million. Let him get us back to top 4. Let him get us to semi-finals. Let him do all of that. You know what? It will mean nothing in the end because it's about silverware. Do I believe Frank's going to build a trophy-winning team? No.
He might do.
No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Categorically that he will not. He will never win a trophy.
It's what I believe. It's what I believe.
No, it's what he believes, Lubo. It's what he believes.
The little things I've seen him do, the little decisions he makes in moments, I say to myself, "You're not that winner, man. He hasn't got the killer instinct. He hasn't got that. I can't explain it."
Stel, can I ask you one question?
I look.
He hasn't got the eye of the tiger. You're saying he hasn't got the eye of the tiger.
Dan, I don't see a shark in him. I don't like. Okay, you see Conte. When we played Arsenal, the reason I knew we were going to win is because when the journalist said to him, "What do you think about when Arsenal come to you next week?" He goes, "Let's see if they turn up." Because last time they didn't want to turn up. Let's see if they. That's what I mean. He's got that killer. He knows. Just like Ange, when the interviewer said to him, "Mate, do you still think?" I don't think. I know I'm going to win that trophy. I don't see that with Frank. I just don't see that killer that you need. And that's my opinion.
You just see someone trying to please everyone. Is that what you see, basically?
I see someone that's going to do a good job, but at the end, he'll never be remembered because he's going to win nothing. And in the end, it'll be like, Frank's just one that came to the club. He did all right. We won some. We lost some. We got back to top 4. You know.
Still, I'm sure Redknapp and Poch will be remembered, but they didn't win anything.
Lubo, they'll be remembered because of the football they played. The football they played is what we remember.
Let's see what happens. Let's see.
I can see it. I can see what we're going to play.
We'll see. We'll see. Listen, it could be that we lose the next 4 and he's gone. It could be that he buys 2 or 3.
No, he's going to be here. I think he's going to be here. He's going to be here to the end of the season. No problem. He'll be here.
It's like Kane would never have been. Kane would have always been remembered as a good striker, but he wouldn't have got as a good player. But he wouldn't have got the memory that he deserves if he wouldn't have gone over to Germany and won something.
Oh, for sure, Dan. But I think
so. As a manager, you need to win something as well, basically.
Well,
I think that's what Stel's saying.
Yeah, but this is why, with Eddie Howe hadn't won anything significant at all.
Mate, he won the championship with Bournemouth.
I'm not sure he won the championship. I think he might have won the.
Yeah, he did. I followed Eddie Howe because I know this because I followed Brighton.
Bournemouth never won the.
He took Bournemouth from the lowest division from bankruptcy. They got promoted, and when they got to the championship, he won it. He won the championship.
You sure?
100%.
Let's have a look.
He won the championship with Bournemouth.
Yep. 14, 15 season.
The journey was incredible. They were about to go bankrupt. He took over the club, and then they got promoted from the 4th to the 3rd to the 2nd to the 1st. Bournemouth were almost a non-league side, and he made them. The reason Bournemouth in the Premier League is all because of Eddie Howe. They were fucking nobodies, man.
But you can say that with Brentford as well.
It's like taking Rochdale and getting them to the Premiership. That's what Eddie Howe did.
But you can say the same with Brentford as well. They never went into relegation once while Frank was with them.
But he won nothing, though, Dan. He won nothing.
Because I really wanted to ask you something, because just on a technicality, because I just checked, right? Klopp started managing in 2000, right? And he became the Dortmund manager in 2008, and he won his first title in 2011. So technically, he had 11 years of management without winning anything, right? But that's not to say that I don't agree with your point, because I actually do. I seriously think that Frank lacks the killer instinct, the character. Because, let's be honesty, boys, right? When we had Conte and Jose, I used to listen to the press conferences, right? I stopped listening to Ange's ones because he was just chatting shit, right?
Yeah.
And with Frank, I don't watch them because, with all due respect to the man, because he's the manager of my club, right? But he he has like a wet wipe energy. It's
yeah,
like
I get you mean.
I just don't find him like, he just doesn't convince me, right? And that's just his demeanor. That's just the way he is, right? It's not his fault. Maybe maybe he will grow into it eventually if he wins something, right? But I'm just like, I don't know. It's weird because I agree with the whole like winners mentality, that this is that one thing that tips the scale when there is an equilibrium, right? It just tips the scale when one manager has that, like, something about them, right? Like the courage to change something, or like the undying like will to win something. I get the point, right? But I also think that every single manager, before they won anything, someone had to trust them and someone had to give them time to achieve what they achieved, right? Because like even Alex Ferguson at Aberdeen, someone had to trust him to allow him to be the Aberdeen manager. It was Aberdeen, right? I'm not Aberdeen. It was Aberdeen, right? And even with like Pep, I know he was a magnificent player, right? So maybe like his transition was easier, right? But still, Barcelona had to trust him, right? Same thing with Xabi Alonso, who only managed, I think, the Real Sociedad youth team before he became Leverkusen manager, and he won them the title, right? So I think like there is a possibility of a manager who never won something becoming a winner, right? Because like every single winner had to win something like for the first time to become the winner, right? They had to start somewhere. Same thing with Jose, right? Wasn't Jose like a banker or someone like that, right? Before he became a coach, and then he rose through the ranks to Porto, and he won the Champions League with Porto and the league and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but with Frank specifically, as I said, I just like, he does not convince me in that regard, right? I agree with Stel. I think he's good enough to the point where if we throw money at him, I think he can stabilize us and rise us through that league. But I think he will lack that, like, that final edge, that thing that tips the scale, right? But for me, the point is, I actually wouldn't mind if Frank was the guy before the guy, right?
That's what I think, Michael. I just have this weird feeling that they because of how unstable this club has been in the back and in the front, right? So from the board and everything that's gone on, from the actual manager merry-go-rounds we've been having and everything, I think that Vinay wanted someone like Frank to stabilize and slowly improve so we can have a bit more consistency, right? That's what I feel. That's why they brought in Frank. I do not believe for any chance that they brought in Thomas Frank to win trophies. That is not why they brought him in my opinion. Like, I think a trophy right now of Thomas Frank is a benefit, is an extra, it's a bonus, right?
It's a miracle.
Right now, it's a miracle. Right now, we're nowhere near that kind of level. So I think they want to get Spurs into a level where they can start being that top 6 team again. And until we can be that team, there's no way near. You're not going to attract the players or the managers who are going to want to come and take a good Tottenham team, right, and then take us to the next level. Because when we got Antonio Conte, right, we got him in for various reasons. But when you bring in someone like that, you expect to get better players, right? You expect to bring in those kind of players, but we never did that, which is why it was a bad fit, right? But right now, if you want those kind of top echelon level managers, they're just not going to come to this squad and say like, this is what I can work with, right? They're just not. So we have to get to a place where Frank can essentially, as sad as it sounds, put us back in the window, and so that we're more appealing to other managers and other players.
Or you've literally got to put the money on the table and prove it to the manager, right? I'm now going to pay you double the wage if you come here. And
it won't work.
So
I'll tell you why.
It works with Conte.
But hold on. Can I just finish my point? Just to add on.
We got Conte because of the money we gave him.
But the thing is, Dan, we were
purely because of the money, G.
Yeah, but we were in a position where
Perisic brought in. He was offered the same money in the summer, but he wanted to have a break. And then that Perisic went back for him a few months later. Said, "Look, we don't think it's working out with Nuno. Will you change your mind and come?"
But we didn't get him for the bloody squad, did we? We got him blatantly because we put the money on the table. If we went for a big manager, said, "Right, there you go, there's 15 million a year," and put 500 million, 400 million on the table to spend, I'm sure you could attract a lot of managers. But will it happen? I very much doubt it.
Someone of Conte's level, you got to stick 15 million down to get.
That's what I just said.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I just said.
He's an elite manager.
Yeah, and then you also have to put down the money on the table to prove that you're willing to spend it and totally change your whole structure. That's the only other way around it.
But
apart from what Dan's saying, and he's right.
Which elite manager? They're all mega wealthy, Dan. It's not like,
okay.
Which elite manager? And they're all and they like players. It's about winning trophies.
And they all want more money as well.
Well,
as far as I see it, everything on this planet, every person has a price, but it's not necessarily just money.
But the problem is, Dan, with that right now, is because we're not at that level, there's a difference. For me, how I see it, there's a difference in...
I'm just saying it's the only other way we could do it, then.
I know, but I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. It's just I don't think that would work for Spurs right now. I think that can work later on, right? But we need to get to a point where we can do that and actually bring in players and managers who want to come here. Because the way I see it, if you go and get a top level manager right now and you pay him stupid money like we paid Conte, for me, right in this period where we are, the only reason I'd see a manager coming in to an environment like this, how it is right now, is because they're getting paid that sort of money. And I want someone who's going to come to this club who actually wants to build something, right? And the only way a manager who's going to come in for that sort of money is on for himself, for the wages, or
so what?
That they are making. But so what? But
so what?
We're not gonna,
who cares?
We're not.
As long as he comes here to do his job, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, but if it comes hand in hand with what the board want, Dan. Because if the board aren't going to give that person the tools, then it's another point.
That's why I just said the only way to do it, Dan, is if you put the money on the table in front of him and say, there it is. I'm not saying we will do it or can do it. I'm saying it's the only other way to do it. Money talks at the end of the day for the best of people. But there's going to be others where it don't.
But you know, Dan, we put the money on the table for Semenyo. You want to know?
Yeah,
no, I know that. Yeah, but if you don't try, you don't get.
No, but what?
And I think a manager is a bit different to a player.
What Danny's saying? Well, listen, why would a manager?
I'm making him right on what he's saying. I'm agreeing with what he's saying. I'm just saying this is the only other way. And would it work?
I think we've got
to
even
put the money.
Dan, I think we've got to become more attractive as a club in terms of being ambitious.
It would definitely help.
You know, to get a top manager, the top manager's going. You know, you don't see Guardiola going for Palace. You see Guardiola at Barcelona and Bayern Munich and Man City. These top managers go to top clubs. And Spurs, at the time Conte was there, you know, we were literally 2 years away, two and a bit years from playing in a Champions League final. We'd been up the top of the Premier League, top four for 4 years running. So that Pocher brought that forward. Pocher pushed the club forwards in terms of, in fact, to the point that Mourinho took the job after Poch, and he was happy to take it because of what Pocher built. I doubt Mourinho would have gone to Spurs before when AVB was sacked, but Poch had done such a good job. We were like top four in the Premier League, and he looked at that and thought, you know what? Yeah, I can do something here.
I'll make you right. Look, when it comes to it, again, this is where I feel a few people are a bit too sentimental, and that's nothing anyone on here has said. Yeah, I couldn't give a toss whether he's at the club because he loves the club, whether he loves the badge. I don't care whether he shits on the badge when he gets home. As long as he does his bloody job for his money and gets us to a major club and win things, I couldn't give a shit. But again, that's another thing where I feel a few people are too sentimental on this side of it. I don't care if he's an Arsenal supporter and goes to every other Arsenal game he can. As long as when he comes to Spurs, gets the job done and gets us winning, he can go home and get on whatever he wants. I couldn't care less. Whereas a lot of people, that would absolutely bother him and say we wouldn't want him just because of that. I'm not sentimental.
No, what Danny's saying is that we don't want a mercenary. You can have a mercenary who's got no interest in the club. He's just there.
And as long as he does his job, what would you care?
But they don't normally do their job when they just come for the dosh. They don't have that edge. They don't give that. They don't have that extra 5-10% that can take the club on. That's what you're saying, isn't it, Danny? What you're saying, Dan, is you want someone who has that extra 5-10% that's going to do their job and then go home. That's fine. That's what everybody does in a job.
I want someone, Lubo, essentially, to be honest with you, where we are, like Frank. As much as I don't know if he's going to be the future of this football club, for the now, I think he can be that guy to progress us to a better level than where we have been for years, right? And then we can see what happens. But there's so many unknowns, and this is why I keep saying, like, we don't even know what this board is going to do. Like, we've got no idea. For all we know, every summer, for the next couple of summers, they could go and try and get the best players around. So we don't know. Like, they might go and spend 100 million on one player in the summer. Like, we just don't know. It's not likely, but we don't know. We're just speculating. So this is why, for now, I'm in a period where I don't care what happens with the manager. I want to see the plan and the vision from what the club direction they want to go in. And if I don't see that, fuck the managers. Bring Ryan Mason back, give him a 50-year contract. Doesn't matter.
If they don't, if the new owners, I say new owners, if Lewis's son and daughter don't back the manager properly, then they might as well sell the club. There's no point.
How can you have vision and a plan when the manager's a loser?
Oh, he's not. Why is he a loser still?
Because he's not one of He's not one of them.
Guys, you went over it already. You went over it already, guys.
Yeah, you don't have to say it.
How is there a plan or vision when the manager has no winning pedigree? How can you look at your players in your eyes and say, we're going to win the league, we're going to win an FA Cup, we're going to build something here, in 4 years' time, we're going to win so much together? How can you say that when you've never experienced it, when you've never felt it, when you've never touched glory? How can you do it?
Would you say?
How can you give that to your players?
So would you say that who I think probably one of the best players that I've seen, Moussa Dembele, fabulous player. Would you say he's a loser?
I'm talking about the manager that has to orchestrate the players.
Same managers as players. Dan mentioned about Kane going off to
who was Moussa Dembele's player? Who was Moussa Dembele's manager?
Well, he had various managers, didn't he? But yeah.
AVB and Poch, wasn't it?
Nothing.
I think you can say that about a lot of
player won nothing because the manager won
nothing. Around and say just because someone doesn't win something, they are a loser.
They are a loser.
They're not a loser. They're just not a winner.
Still is right.
Exactly.
Well,
you don't win, you've lost.
It's not. It's not.
It's just not a nice way to say it. That's all it is. It's just a not way to say it.
This is elite sports. This isn't grassroots. This isn't Union Mates down Hackney Marshes. This isn't semi-pro. This is elite sports. The sole purpose of elite sport is to win. You don't go to the
all right, Gunner.
Go to the Olympics to try and win gold. Elite sport is about winning. Otherwise, just be an amateur. Stay in the amateur game. It's not about winning. It's about fun. When you go to elite sport, it's about winning. That's why it's called elite sport.
All right, big Gunner, calm down.
Am I wrong?
No. I'm just joking because I like this exact phrase. It's an elite sport. The aim of elite sport is winning trophies.
League
is what Lee Gunner says. Right?
No, but League Gunner.
I know. I was just joking. Still, don't worry.
All right, cool, man. I'll let you off.
It's not the nicest way. It's not the nicest way to say it, but the way you got to look at things is.
You win.
There's a
lose,
left,
man.
there's a right, there's an up, there's a down, there's a love, there's a hate, there's win, there's lose. It's just not the nicest way to say it, but he's right.
There is a tennis match, Dan, and there isn't a. If you're talking about where we won on Tuesday or Sunday and Palace lost. So we were the winners and they were the losers. But you can't turn around and say because somebody hasn't won a trophy in his career, he is a loser. You can't say that.
But then you can't turn around and say he's a winner then. So what is he?
No. People.
If you're not a winner, what are you?
If you haven't won anything, you're not a winner. So what are you then?
Well, look, I'm sorry, I think loser is harsh. There's a middle ground.
It's just a nasty word. It's just a horrible word. Right. So if you haven't won anything, but you're a quality player, but you haven't won anything, but you're a quality manager, what are you then? Because you're not a winner.
Yeah, but that's such a vague way of saying it. It's such a narrow-minded way of saying it.
But it isn't. When it comes to elite sport, it is a fact.
Yeah, but there's a difference of being. It's like saying like the people that used to race against Usain Bolt. Like none of them were ever going to beat him because it was just a freak of nature and
So
how he trained and everything.
And he was.
Yeah, but if the thing is, they came close, right? They might have not won, but you can't really say that because of
we came second in the league. Who's ever going to remember that apart from us?
Danny, if you say to yourself as a racer, if you say, I can never beat you because you're a freak of nature, I can't, you are a loser because that's a loser's mentality. That's how losers think.
You have already admitted that you're going to lose.
Out of curiosity, was Pochettino a loser? Because
yes,
in that essence,
at Spurs he was, but he's not a loser anymore because he has won something at PSG. Even though it's simple, but then that's like
the level of perception is different, right? Because on a technicality, the Pochettino and Frank are both losers, right?
Yeah,
I mean Pochettino no longer, right? But up until he went to PSG, he was a loser, right? If you use that word, but the perception of their career at the club was much different, right? Because like Pochettino was keeping us up there, playing wonderful football and all that stuff. Because
Michael, Poch was a loser, but his football was fantastic.
Yeah, I know it was.
His football was just a joy to watch. You loved watching Pochettino ball. You loved it.
Actually, still bearing in mind the lack of.
I hate watching Frank ball, and he's a loser.
Still,
the double whammy. It's like
still regarding Poch, would you not think that because of the lack of backing that he got through his time at Spurs, and there was a massive opportunity missed on 2 or 3 occasions.
I'm going to answer this.
Do you not think when you look at the situation of the club, that Poch was a bit of a miracle worker to get us to a Champions League final?
He started and injured Harry Kane in a final. That's down to the manager. That's his fault.
He made a mistake on that one, Dan. But to get us there,
get us over the line where it really mattered, he fucked it up big time.
No one cares.
Kane should not have gone on that pitch.
No, Dan.
Yes,
that Champions League final.
Yes.
That Champions League final, right? That Champions League final was the greatest opportunity in our history. Do you know why? Because if we'd won that, we would have won everything possible in football. League titles, FA Cups, Europa Cup, Winners' Cup. We could have turned around to every gooner and said, we've won the fucking lot. They would have shat themselves if we won it. And we would have had all the bragging rights. And we would have gone down in history as being one of very few clubs that had their name engraved on that trophy. And I said, I remember, I'll never forget this. I was in the pub with my friends, my uncle, my cousins come down. I think the whole family was there. We're in the pub in North London. Great atmosphere, sunny day. And we were all waiting there. Michael, before that, we were all sitting there. And I was saying to my friends, and we were all waiting, is Kane going to start? And I remember saying, if we fucking start Kane, what have we just done to Lucas Moura, who will be the most fired up player for this game? The most fired up player for this game would have been Lucas Moura. He's got to start because he was buzzing. Yeah. When he forget the fact he started Kane, he dropped Moura after what he did. I turned around to my mates and I've said, what have we done? I knew we'd lost. I knew it in that moment. That's the loser. That's the loser in Poch. And it hurt me because I love Poch. I love him.
Or the lack of experience of winning.
Mate, that moment, I thought, bro, start Son and Moura up front. Just do it. And if If we need a little something with 30 minutes to go, bring on Kane. He starts Kane and drops Moura. I knew it. I knew it was game over. I fucking knew it. I knew it, man.
And that is the lack of experience, and that is basically exactly what happened with Frank against PSG. The lack of experience, he made the most stupid subs ever, and it cost us the game. Lack of experience, lack of winning.
So the fact that PSG brought on 3 fabulous players didn't make, or 4 great players didn't make any difference at all, Dan.
And we didn't bring on all our defenders. We didn't bring on all our defenders.
Oh, look at the different levels on the bench, for Christ's sake.
Oh, of course.
Which is why you've got to bring on all your defenders, and we didn't.
And park up the bus.
Yeah, but I agree with the boys. We were 2-0 up, but like at that point, 85 minutes in, you just park the bus with 8 centre backs. Like
100%. Bring on another goalie. Make one of the goalies a centre back. Do whatever it takes.
Like, I watched the game the other night, and I was listening to Hoddle after the game and his analysis, and they picked holes in our defending for the 2 goals that PSG scored, and one was a bad header out, and then nobody closed down the Japanese boy. It was a great shot, but nobody closed down. By the way. Okay, and the second one, Romero stepped out when he shouldn't have done, and he lost his man.
Yeah, but if we had 3 more centre backs on the pitch, then maybe you would have won the game, right?
I tell you who I blame, who I think would have made the difference, but he wasn't out there, was Basuma. Because if Basuma hadn't have acted like a dickhead, he would have been there or brought on when Polina went off. Because Polina couldn't move. I watched the game, Dan. It's interesting because from the 60th minute to the 70th minute, when he brought Archie Gray on, we didn't touch the ball. We were just chasing shadows.
No, we did touch the ball. Archie Gray didn't touch the ball.
No,
he did once.
As a team.
Now, as a winner, here's a question for you then. As a winner, yeah? Now, I'm all for you got to stand by your shit, yeah? You want to win that cup, come love nor money. You've only got that one chance. Do you know what? Basuma, you fucking whatever you want to call him, yeah? Get on that pitch and fucking make yourself worthwhile while I can, and then you're barred for the next 5 games. If you want to win that game that much, you give yourself that extra little bit, even if it means you have to back down a little bit. What would you have done?
I do believe.
What would you have done?
I would have done what Frank did. And
so you would have left Basuma out. So the winning isn't in your mentality then?
No, it is in my mentality. But if you lose control of a dressing room within a few weeks of joining there, then you're fucked. You're completely.
But I think I get you. But I think a few people would have understood if it was for the sheer fact of winning. What does the winning say? Win at all costs.
Well, you can't. You know what? And I think
opinionated. It's opinionated.
Lubo, what you just said.
I remember you saying you fully understood.
No, I do understand. I do understand.
Lubo, 1 minute. You said
it's an opinion.
Right, you're talking about losing the dressing room. Win that Super Cup. You've got the dressing room in your hands. From day one, you've got them in your hands.
Do you know
so
what?
It works both ways. It works both ways.
Still, they won the Europa League without Frank. And
exactly. And Frank's a different manager. Frank's a different era.
If the squad sees, Basuma's been warned twice. He's done it.
Basuma played in that European Cup final, Lubo. He played in that final.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. He's been late twice. He's been warned twice. He's late a third time after being told he'd be suspended the next time.
Yeah.
And then Frank backs down. The rest of the squad think, oh, we can get away with murder now.
No, because if they win that, they'll be like, thank fucking God he played him. We've won a trophy again.
Okay.
It depends on how you just want to look on life in that aspect. On the moral side, how things should be done, Ian is right. But on the other side of it, win at all costs. You do what you got to do, basically. I can see both sides to the story on this one.
If it was prime Harry Kane, would this have happened? If Harry Kane did the balloons, if he was late, would he have been dropped for that final? If Harry Kane,
he never was. He was never.
But if he did. Yes. Would Conte drop prime Kane for a Super Cup final?
Yes, Conte would. Conte was
because he was late. Because Kane was late and Kane did a balloon. You drop him.
No, he wouldn't. No, because Conte's a winner. Conte would have done whatever he had to do to win. If it would have been Mourinho, Mourinho would have had him in there, let him do it, and then said, "Fuck off, mate, get out." He would have used him to
I
his ability.
have to admit, if that was Conte or Jose, they don't give a fuck if you're late. If they're the players that are going to win you that final, they're going to win you that final.
Exactly.
Those
Winners.
managers didn't stand for any indiscipline from players. They cracked down straight away. They never took.
The thing is, there could be.
Can I make a quick digression about like the whole like breaking the rules stuff, right? I don't know.
Like
you guys, you guys know Wojciech Szczęsny, right? The Juventus keeper. Like he was at Arsenal, Juventus, and now he's at Barca, right? Like he's a fucking chain smoker, right? This guy just smokes every single time, every single opportunity he has, right? And apparently, when he joined Barcelona last season, Hansi Flick has like really strict rules about like the substance abuse and all that stuff. But he made a pact with Szczęsny that as long as he keeps himself in form, he can smoke as much as he wants. He just is forbidden from doing it near the other players. Right?
Fair enough.
I love that because like Szczęsny is like 36 or something, right? And he's basically their bench warmer right now. But for that season, he was the pivotal player, right? And Hansi Flick was like, nah, fuck it. Let him smoke just.
and Fergie gave Cantona a bit of grace as well. But it wasn't it wasn't where the other players would look and think, hang on a sec, we've all bothered to get ourselves in here by 10 o'clock. He's not turning up and he's still playing. He's taking the piss and the manager's letting him get away with it.
I think one thing would be
Cantona, if we're looking at like, sorry, Michael, just quickly on Cantona. If you look at Cantona from what he did, he was the kind of guy that was the start of the catalyst of how Man United became Man United. Really, if we're being honest, their dominance started from him, his era.
Yeah. No, you're right. But we can't put Basuma in the same category as Cantona, can we?
No, obviously you can't.
Somewhat.
But go on, Michael.
No. What I wanted to say with Bissouma, I think there is just one. Like I don't know if we are seriously like thinking if Bissouma would be if Bissouma was there, we would have won the trophy, right? But I think the only thing with Bissouma is the fact that it was like drug abuse, and also as far as I know, like this like helium balloon stuff in UK is forbidden by law. It is, right? So I guess on that technicality, like I understand the whole cutting from the squad and all that.
Michael, our director of football is a freaking criminal. It's okay for him to come back. Yeah, let him come back. But Basuma does a balloon.
Mate,
we're gonna set an example.
But still,
Bible players are fucking cocktail.
So he served his sentence before he came back.
What?
He served his sentence before he came back.
And we let him come back. That's the problem.
Either way, he was still a known. Okay, he was still a known criminal. Look, I don't care.
We've given someone who's a known criminal for dodgy deals to come here and do more deals for us.
I'm a firm believer.
We want to set an example with Basuma.
Once you've done your time, once you've done your crime, you do your time. Once it's done, it's done. But Ian, it's just different attitudes in life and different opinions. I couldn't give a toss whether our best player and star player, who's the Spursy player to the world and that, gets off the pitch and does a line of bloody coke once he's bloody won it. As long as he fucking wins it, I couldn't care less. But that's where we just got different attitudes to life. Doesn't make no one better, doesn't make no one worse. I just don't care, and I would want to win under any circumstances. Even if I had to tell my player to cheat on the bloody pitch, I wouldn't care. Like Thierry Henry did with France. I bet you the French people didn't complain about it.
Half of the fucking players cheat on the pitch.
One of the reasons why we got bloody VAR now.
I would say Greenwood after everything that happened.
Wasn't he like? Sorry, I might be mistaking the case, but wasn't he like pardoned? And it turned out that like the accusation.
Yeah, he had a kid.
He
had a kid with his missus after everything that happened.
Yeah,
and people still give him shit about it.
Yeah, but the PR is PR, right? Like, I'm not saying we shouldn't get the player if he's good.
Here's the mad thing. It's the only bit I mentioned this. Here's the mad thing. Yeah, she makes all the allegations and everything, all the evidence up. He wouldn't have been able to drop that. because the police, by law, if a woman drops it when a man beats her, the police, by their own law, have to carry it on, and she doesn't have a say in the matter. There was something going beyond the lines there. So I'll take Greenwood. Again, I don't care. If he's a winner, I'll take him on the team. Yeah, there's certain limits you don't go to. I'll give it that one, yeah. But I think he's a bloody good player, personally. And something definitely went on behind the lines there, because if certain shit would have gone on and she would have dropped it, the police would have just took it over.
Yeah, then like a wife beater is okay, but if he played for Arsenal, no, there are limits, right?
Would you take him though? I think that's a good question off Dietrich's. Would you actually take Greenwood though? Because I think he's a bloody good player.
I think he's one of the best wingers. Greenwood is better than Kudus and anything we have. So yes, I would take him.
You think he's better than Kudus?
100% he's better than Kudus. He can shoot, he can cross, he can beat his man.
Greenwood is better than Kudus.
Yes, he is.
Oh my god, man!
Scott, that was just a really bad joke. Like I don't want anyone to like take it seriously what I said, right? But like, maybe that was a bit too that.
You're trolling.
How am I trolling? He is good. Look at his stats.
He's a good player.
He is better than Kudus this season. He is. Yes. He has more goals. He has more assists. Yes, he is.
He's a very good player.
Marseille, one of the toughest teams you can. No! Don't say it's easy. Marseille for Marseille, it's hard.
Mouani was good in France. Look at him now.
He wasn't good at PSG. No, he wasn't good. That's a lie.
Bro,
Mouani wasn't good in France.
Mason Green was better than Kudus. I can't be bothered.
You know what? We're not getting Mason Green with it. Very interesting point that Eddie's just brought up. Poch won 2 league titles in Argentina as a player. So does that make him a winner before he came to Spurs?
I'm talking about managers.
No, but I'm just saying he has won.
It's true. He has won things. Yeah,
he's won things.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer won everything as a player. As a manager, he was awful, bloody awful. Right? Managing and playing are 2 different things.
Correct, but you can't.
So I'm talking about managers that win, not players.
Well,
managers that win.
If you look back over someone's career, you say, "Well, did you win things?" Yeah, I did. Maybe not as a manager, but once a player.
But we are clutching at straws now. We are literally clutching.
Semantics. It's all about semantics. It's all about what
you. No, it's not. It's not. You winning as a football player. All you've got to do is manage yourself and get on with your players. When you're a manager, you've got the whole club practically to manage from a footballing perspective. It's a completely different. Alex Ferguson won nothing as a footballer. No, sorry, that's a lie. He won very little as a footballer. As a manager, he won everything.
I think he won the stuff with Rangers.
I just said he won little at Rangers.
Yeah.
But as a manager, he won everything.
Stel, can I read you this?
No.
You say Greenwood. No, you say Greenwood isn't better. Greenwood has 11 goals and 3 assists in 15 games for Marseille this season.
It's a farmers league, bro.
No, it's not a farmers league.
It is a farmers league. PSG win it every year, bro. It's a farmers league.
Okay, and Puppet, so many good players came up from the
farmers league thing. Like I fucking hate this, right?
No,
like,
it's not farmers league. No, it's not.
Premise a fucking farmers league. City
won it every year.
Times.
Man City win every year.
How many French teams win European trophies other than PSG?
Marseille won it.
Marseille won it.
How many win European trophies in the last 20 years?
Okay, Champions League 2, Marseille and PSG.
Other than PSG, how many French teams have won a European trophy?
Marseille, Monaco, I believe.
Right, now how many English clubs?
Chelsea, Spurs. Four.
Liverpool.
FC.
Yeah,
five.
Man
So
United,
5, sorry, because Arsenal didn't. So 5.
Yeah, 5.
Right, this is a harder league. The teams are better here.
Brother.
Okay, I'm not saying League One is better than Premier
League.
Wait.
If League has
I just really hate the fucking Farmers League argument.
Okay, if it's a Farmers League, how come we almost got battered by Monaco when we played them in Champions League? We almost got battered.
Because Frank is doing a shit job. How many times?
But it's a Farmers League. Apparently, it's a Farmers League.
Frank's not a good manager.
It's a good point, Dietrich.
So it's a Farmers League.
I've sat here the whole show cussing Frank, and you're saying to me, "Why did Monaco do well against Frank? Why did Monaco do well against Frank?"
Okay, PSG battered Arsenal in the Champions League last year.
PSG is the best team in the world, Dietrich.
But of course, it's Farmers League.
I said except for PSG.
But they only just beat us on penalties.
Bro,
but no,
PSG are elite. They're an elite team.
Okay, Monaco battered Man City a couple of years ago. Like, it happens, man. It's not a Farmers League league.
It's a Farmers League.
But
no, it's not.
Why does it discredit what the player is doing, right? Like, City bought Doku from Rennes, right? From the Farmers League, and everyone would fucking shit themselves if we signed Doku, right? It's like, for me, I'm really against like calling other leagues Farmers Leagues and just disregarding what the player is doing based on the fact that the league isn't as good as as Premier League, right? Like, I know the Premier League on average, when you look at the average level of like teams, is the best league in the world, right? But that doesn't mean that like players doing great things in the French league means that it's irrelevant, right?
Michael, it's easier. The pace is slower. The physicality.
No, it's not.
Less.
Physicality,
no, it's not true. No, it's not true. It's still not true.
Bro. Oh, okay. It's not. It's a great league. Really good, strong league. Okay, there you go.
Happy?
No, I'm just saying this.
No, I take it all back. I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
No.
I can admit when I'm wrong, guys. I hold up my hands. The French league is a good league. It's a strong league, and Greenwood's doing brilliant. I take it back.
I'm saying there is something between.
I can't win. Good league. No, I agree. It's a good league.
No, it's good. That was my point.
It's nothing special, but it's good.
Farmers League, right? Polish league is a Farmers League. If I fucking gave you a winger in Poland, right, that is doing great, and you told me it's a Farmers League, I would be like, fine.
No, it's a good league. When Spurs drew Rennes in the Conference League, I shat myself.
Didn't we lose?
Yeah, we lost.
Yeah, it's a good league.
Still, PSG aren't even top at the moment, are they?
They're not. To me, it's just
Lens. So Lens are better than still.
Yeah,
beating PSG.
Mate, top side. Let's go get their players. Let's go get them.
Boy, you always cream your pants for Akliush, and he plays in Ligue 1.
Yeah, he's a good player.
What about Fofana?
But is he Mason Greenwood? Or have you got him pick the best player in the league?
No, he's not the best player in the league. He's not even
He's
close.
one of the best players in that league, and you know it.
No, it's not true. No.
Oh yes, he is, mate.
No, he's not.
Akliush is one of the best players.
There is like 20 PSG players.
There's 20. You forgot about PSG's first team.
Guys, PSG's an anomaly, right? Let's just remember that they're an anomaly. When you get rid of PSG, look at what's left. Akliush is probably the best player there is.
You forgot.
I actually agree. He's one of the better players. I'm just
quality.
Yeah.
Listen, I think we should go and give £50 million to Marseille and get Greenwood. I can see it now. Greenwood just.
He has 15 goals. You say you like goal scorers. He has 15 goals. So
exactly. Get him, and we can get up that table. I'm all for it. Get Greenwood.
He's better than Moani. He has more goals. So yes, I would take him.
I cuss Moani. I always cuss Moani. I've said it's a joke. Don't start me on Moani.
Good.
Right, Stel, I'm gonna blow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot.
We've only got 2 more hours.
Just to say, thanks for having me on tonight. Thanks for all the viewers with all the very entertaining comments that have come through. Seriously, there have been some really good comments in there. Crazy thing. We're not in good form. We don't play a nice style. We could be 5th if we win the next 2 games. Mad, isn't it? What a mad league this is.
Yeah.
Lubo, what are you doing?
Crazy league.
Yeah, but other teams would have to lose, right? Other teams would have to lose.
If we beat Brentford and Sunderland, Chelsea go to City on Saturday, I think. If they lose that, we're ahead of Chelsea.
Yeah, but
And United-
isn't
United-
there like 6 other teams between us and Chelsea that also can win
I'm
games?
just saying
Right?
to you, the only team that can get ahead of us if we win the 2 is Sunderland. No, in fact, if we beat Sunderland, then we're beating them on Sunday, aren't we? So if we win the 2, we could be 5th, providing United don't win it at Ellen Road. But that's Spurs, isn't it? Whenever you expect them and hope and pray that they'll make that jump, they always let you down. So,
All I know is Danny's a liar.
Sorry?
Danny's a liar.
Or if I lied about it now.
Sunderland play City tomorrow.
I do you know what? I actually desperately want us to go and sign the left back from a random team in France, just so I can say to everyone, "This is a top player. It's come from a good league." Oh.
Fuck off.
Be patient. Give it. I'm going to say all those things.
If we sign good
No,
players,
but,
we're gonna wear a Inikin shirt.
On the serious note, we need a left back.
Do you know what I think? Do you know what I think the best league is to get players from? For me, I think the German league. I think it's more aligned to the Premier League than any other league.
Did you see Wirtz?
What about Matthias?
Oh, did you see Ekitike? Like, we can make those arguments.
Mephisto.
Mickey van der Ven.
Michael
Mickey van der Ven.
Stelios' favorite player, Mephisto, came from Germany.
It is. The Premier League's a much faster and much more intense league than the Bundesliga. Anyway, Happy New Year, everybody.
No, it's not.
Have a good one, May next year.
Premier League is fast.
Happy
Thanks
healthy.
for coming on.
Take care, Lumo.
Still, I'll see you Thursday night, 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Thursday night we'll be back on the Spurs 5 post-match chat where we're going to repeat everything we said tonight.
New Year's Eve, 11 o'clock.
Listen, don't worry. Still, Archie's scoring now, so we'll be okay.
I've predicted for 2-1 win. You know,
have you?
Oh my god!
I will still be fucking wasted at 11 o'clock.
You got to close in on Sean just to shut him up. You know, because he's going to win it now, doesn't he?
He wants to. That's what he wants. That's why
he wants to win that badly, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Catch you later, guys.
Yeah.
See you later.
Take care.
Do you know what? I'm going to wrap it up, man. This is going to be a 12 show. It's freaking 1 a.m. now. What a joke. Listen, guys, we're going to be back. Spurs Corner next week on a Wednesday, back to normal. Spurs 5 is on tomorrow. Not tomorrow. On Thursday, 11 p.m. Come join us. Dan, you got any shows coming up? Or just
tomorrow I should be doing one since it's New Year's Eve. Won't be the longest. I ain't going to say that.
Slightly stream.
5 hours. But yeah.
A 5-hour classic.
Yeah. So do one tomorrow during the day, most probably. And depends what happens at night.
Dan, I hope you don't have a fucking dentist appointment tomorrow.
I'm going to need a drink, that's for sure, tomorrow.
Check out the Hotspur Hood tomorrow. What time did you say, Dan? Sorry.
I'll make my mind up when it comes to it.
If you go to Dan's channel and hit the notification bell, you'll get a little alert when they're going to go live. So there you go.
Thank you.
Michael, you're going to be everywhere and anywhere. Danny, everywhere and anywhere. Dietrich.
Why do you always leave the Arab last? Like, what the fuck?
Are you Arabic?
You always leave the Arab alone. Like, always by the last. Every single time.
I thought you were Canadian. Sorry.
Dietrich, do you speak Arabic, by the way?
And it's kind of Arabi, yeah.
No, that was a bit harsh. Why'd you call him that?
Did you call me a bitch?
Mate. Yes, he did. No, he called you more than that. That was dirty, Dietrich. That was dirty.
That was awful, Dietrich.
You fucking
rude
bastard.
Dietrich, why is your camera off?
Because I'm searched by Interpol, so I gotta be careful.
Listen, wouldn't it be funny if Dietrich started cussing me in Arabic and I started cussing him in Polish? Like that would be a great end of the streams.
It's because Dietrich is deformed. That's why.
Look at this. How the hell did you know Dietrich was Moroccan still? Alex, you not get humour. Like,
Alex, you are too Swedish to get sarcasm. You guys are just like, you know.
You've known the guy for 5 years.
Alex.
Oh,
Actually, no, Lester, what is your New Year's?
Did you say you don't put your camera on because Interpol watches you?
Yeah.
You're Arabic and Interpol watches you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then when he comes over here, he's fucking MI5.
No, it's not. It's the terrorist squad.
That's MI5. They're connected.
FBI, MI5, Interpol, terrorist.
Oh my god!
How do you think he knows how to load an MP5? Sorry, an AK.
Mate, he can't even use an MP3.
He doesn't even know what it means.
Mind you, these days with where he works, he probably only needs a fucking phone anyway.
Destiny says Habibi.
Alhamdulillah.
Mossad are looking for him.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god!
On that note, guys, we're out. Hold on. They still use Walkmans in Morocco. Guys, we're out of here. Have a happy New Year. Enjoy yourselves. See you on New Year's Day. Let's see what Spurs do. Have a good one. Bye.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Can you?
Ridiculous.